Now it's time for Hoopsville.
Keep this up. This is a good thing for D3, and I will enjoy listening to the rest of the show.
Let's get it started in here.
Everybody, let's get into it. Get stoked, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started.
Here's your host, Dave McHugh.
Welcome in. It is Selection Sunday, Hoopsville edition. I am your host, Dave McHugh. Thank you for joining us in the WBCA NABC studios. We have wrapped up the 2022-23 basketball season in Division III and are starting to look ahead at who's clinched the bid, who's hoping to get invited to March Madness that is the NCAA Tournaments. I'm your host, as I said, Dave McHugh. You can interact with us using Twitter at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can email us, Hoopsville at D3Sports.com. You can also join us on live simulcast at Facebook.com/Hoopsville and YouTube.com/D3Hoopsville. That's how you can interact with us, and we certainly appreciate you joining us. An old school open there for you, dating back to 2010, if you can believe it. The 2010-2011 season is when we had that open. We'll certainly be redoing it. We've got plenty of stuff to talk about. Skyax says, tough to beat that intro. It's old school, and we love it, mainly because there's a good one in there from Pat Coleman about playing your conference games at 4 o'clock on Sunday. That's getting a little old, Mascac, and Centennial at 3. And I love you, Odak. I really do, but God almighty. So the bids have been clinched, and on the men's side, carnage is the only thought that comes to mind. Pure, utter carnage. Just unbelievable. I'm not sure if we should have been surprised or not, but here we are, nonetheless. So, I don't know. I don't know if we've had a selection or a weekend like that in Division III on the men's side, but ever. We always talk about, hey, this may happen. We may get a weekend where we get nothing but absolute craziness, and there's going to be bubbles popping left and right, and at-large bids are going to be dicey at best, and it doesn't always come to fruition. Oh, it came to fruition this weekend. The Skyac alone was incredible to watch. In the semifinals, both top seeds get knocked off in a matter of minutes. One of them trying to come from behind to win it, can't do it. One of them had a lead, and the opponent came from behind to win it. Can 3 Skyacs get in on the men's side? I don't know. And 3 being that we take both at-large teams. I don't know. But they weren't the only one with the carnage. Heck, we talked about it on Thursday's show. This landmark conference, for example, lost its top 2 seeds on the men's side, too. Women didn't have as much craziness. They had some. They didn't have as much. So you'll hear from the committee chairs coming up here in a little bit of their opinions on that. Both Megan Wilson and Sarah Quadracki joined us from Indianapolis, taking a break from their meetings to talk things over with us. I would say, from my perspective, I don't think we've had a conversation with committee chairs that late on a Sunday while they're still doing work. So hats off to them for finding the time to join us. I'll be honest with you, we were hoping to maybe even get a sneak peek of the room and the work that they were doing. I think there was some thoughts to do that, especially today, to see how everything laid out. But it didn't pan out. Doesn't matter. We still get to talk to the committee chairs, and it's great. We will talk to them tomorrow. It's looking like we're going to have to talk to Sarah Quadracki sometime in the afternoon, though I'm going to chat with her a little bit about that. So we may have to record that, so a lot of your questions may have to be kind of pushed to the side or come in real early. We will probably talk to Megan Wilson live during our 7 o'clock bracket show. A reminder, the brackets come out tomorrow on Monday, the 27th. At 1 o'clock Eastern, the men's will be announced on NCAA.com. We'll have the link. We'll have the video at D3Hoops.com, so go to D3Hoops.com. And then the women will be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, our bracket show will be at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We have done it where sometimes we have done it like at 4 o'clock, but I'll be honest, there's so much going on that day, especially for me. 7 o'clock just makes a whole lot more sense. So there you go. Please interact with us. We also have our fundraiser. You see this information in the bottom of your screen there with a QR code. Our donation goal is $10,000. We're more than halfway past that, but we're only halfway past that. John Krikorian of Christopher Newport pushed us to go to 10,000. So you have two choices. You can go to Venmo, venmo.com/Dave McHugh, or just look up Dave McHugh. There's no spaces or anything. We're Dave McHugh. You can donate through that. You can also go through Give Butter, and that is that lower QR code there. Click on that, your camera, if you want to, or we will provide a link on social media as we have throughout to give you a sense of how you can do that. That donation just has a little bit taken off the top, but that works as well. You can also, if you want to send us a check or use the program Zelle to transfer money, whatever the case may be, contact us. Email again, whether you know my personal email address or the Hoopsville at D3 Sports account. Email us. We will provide the information for you to do that. Just do us a favor. Let us know what you're hoping to donate via check or Zelle so we can add it to the total here tonight to give everybody a sense of we're closing in on the goal. So here's what the schedule is tonight. Not only will we answer a lot of your questions about whether you think your team's got a chance at an at-large selection, but we'll talk to the committee chairs coming up here shortly, both Megan and Sarah joining us live, which was in a previously recorded segment. We actually finished up about an hour ago, so it's a rather recent conversation. We'll hear from them. Then we will start looking at the women's side of things. At this time, we will have Scott Peterson, Riley Zayas, Gordon Mann join myself. We'll go through the process of the women's selections. Remember, on the women's side, we have a Pool B, which is actually our first pick. Then we'll go through the section. We will have a chunk of selections that we've already done. We'll reveal those then, and then we'll go through the process. We have 3 interviews to intermix in there while we do work behind the scenes. We will talk to Maine Maritime head coach Craig Dagan, first conference championship for the Mariners since 2005. So we'll talk to Coach Dagan about that. We'll also talk to Texas Dallas women's basketball coach Scott. Sorry, I just drew a blank. I can't believe I'm forgetting names. You would think I would have written these down somewhere, and FYI, I did write these down somewhere. It's the funniest thing. We will talk to, there it is, Joe Shotland from Texas Dallas. We'll also talk to Kira Moen from Knox. Those two programs, for Joe's case, a UT Dallas program that started off a little bit slow. He's in his first year as head coach for Polly Thomason, who left. We'll talk to him about how they got things righted and how they ended up winning the ASC title, including beating Hardin Simmons in the semifinals. Kira Moen we'll talk to. She's got a huge D1 background. We'll talk about her success at Knox, their first ever conference title NCAA berth. We'll talk to her about all of that and Division III. Then we will pivot when we're done with the women's selections. Behind the scenes, they'll start bracketing those selections at d3hoops.com. We will pivot to the men, and joining us on the mock committee for that will be Bob Quillman, Matt Snyder, Ryan Scott, and myself, and maybe Drew Pastor, who joined us last year. And while we're talking about those, same process, though no Pool B bid, we will talk to Adam Van Zelst at Arcadia, who got the win out of the MAC Freedom. We'll talk to Brian Martin, the win out of Co. The Co-Hawks are dancing on the men's side for the first time since I just forgot. Oh, my goodness. Can't believe I forgot that one. It was in 1976. Yeah, I think it's 1976. Then we'll pivot and talk to John Thompson from NC Wesleyan, North Carolina Wesleyan. They will join us. They finally got a conference title themselves. Granted, they got one a couple years ago, but the tournament had been canceled. So we'll talk to John Thompson about his battling bishops. And again, doing the work as a committee, trying to go through the selections. It'll be interesting when you hear from Megan and Sarah. There's an interesting challenge put out there from at least one of them about whether we can nail the selections. And again, tomorrow the official brackets will be released, 1 p.m. Eastern on the men's side, and then 2:30 p.m. Eastern on the women's side. We will have it all at d3hoops.com. Brendan Gulick will be the host from Indy. I will be his co-host and analyst from the studios here. Looking forward to that. And then we'll have the bracket show at 7 o'clock Eastern time, as I mentioned. So there you go. Not sure if you've got questions for us. You can also ask questions via Facebook or YouTube Live simulcast. Travis mentioned, he says, good call by Rainiac on how the Liberty League finished up. Let's not give Rainiac too much, okay? We don't need Rainiac getting all excited about how he's picking things in the Liberty League. But he was certainly all about Hobart, was he not? So there you go. Lots to talk, lots to work through. Really appreciate everybody tuning in. This is one of our biggest shows. Colin Thompson says, how NESCAC teams do you think make the NCAA Tournament in men's basketball? How many NESCAC teams do you think make the NCAA Tournament in men's basketball? Great question. I think it's going to be interesting considering how many bubbles popped if that puts in jeopardy a number of NESCAC picks. I think a lot of times we kind of think that NESCAC's going to somehow make it work to get about 4 in. I don't know this year. I'll be honest. I've been so busy with so many things. I have not looked at projections by any of our colleagues. I have not dove into their numbers. I'm coming in a little bit more fresh than I normally have been in terms of I've only done my homework. So I don't know what the other guys have predicted, and I think that's going to be an interesting part of the conversation when we have the men's selections later this evening. So good question, Colin. It's going to be a tough one to say the least. I think on the men's side that the carnage allowed 2 things to happen. One, it popped a lot of bubbles. And so it made things a lot smaller in terms of how many teams may be in the conversation. I also think as a result of that, we won't go into the weeds as much in terms of having conversations with teams we never thought may be in the at-large conversation, but because all the regular AQs went to those we expected, we kind of went a little further and deeper last year especially. I think this year we won't go as deep, but that might make the conversations tougher because you're going to have teams that we really thought were going to be at large selections or get in anyway, now maybe in jeopardy of not making it because so many bids went to teams unexpected to get bids. So I think it's going to be a back and forth there. I think it's going to be really tough to figure out, to say the least. So there you go. So interact with us. Email us, hoopsville at d3sports.com. You can tweet us at d3hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. And we're live simulcasting the show not only thanks to our partners at Hudl Blue Frame on t1sports.com, where you can watch it on the big screen, whether it's Amazon Fire or it's your Roku app or it's whatever. But we're also live simulcasting thanks to them on our Facebook and YouTube pages, facebook.com/Hoopsville and youtube.com/D3Hoopsville. Also, thanks to our partners at Sport Tours International. We're going to be talking a lot about bolstering resumes and having a better resume when it comes to at-large selections. One of the best ways to do that is the D3Hoops.com Classic, the annual event held at South Point Arena in Las Vegas. Sport Tours International helps put that on for us. So if you want to improve your resume to be in a position, men or women, to make this NCAA tournament and be a team that should be considered, one place you should go is Vegas. We will certainly at the D3Hoops.com Classic be expecting top-notch teams to be there. Case in point, Oswego, I believe, is planning to be there next year. That means good matchups. We won't allow bad matchups if we can avoid them. And so if you want to bolster your resume, that's one good place to go. So contact Sport Tours International or contact us. We'll get you in touch with Brett Seymour and his staff at Sport Tours International. I want to thank them for their support of our program. Also, thanks to the Women's Basketball Coaches Association and the National Association of Basketball Coaches for their assistance as well. Really appreciate all that they have done in support of our work, whether it's the Division III coaches who've been so supportive or it's the administrative staffs at those organizations. Really appreciate them very much. All right, so we'll take a break. When we come back, we will talk to the committee chairs. Again, a conversation we finished up just over an hour ago. They're both in Indianapolis. We'll talk to them about expectations, what we should keep in mind when doing selections, what you should keep in mind about how this whole process works on this final Sunday, because there are multiple steps involved, and it's rather intriguing, to say the least. So we'll take a break and do that. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA and ABC studios. So much more ahead on the Selection Sunday special. I'm Dave McHugh, and we're going to be joined by a whole mess of great people throughout the show. Don't forget, try and help us out. If you like our work, please donate to the cause.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person, and things that I've learned, I was able to apply it in another field, putting them into everyday life. Developing comprehensive learning helped me prioritize certain things to make sure I get to where I want to be.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I believe sportsmanship is a mutual admiration and respect for your fellow competitors. We all go through a lot to reach the point where we compete against one another. It's important to realize that. So once we're finally on the field or on the court or on the starting block, we look at each other as fellow human beings and not just competitors. Being able to recognize the hard work that other athletes are putting in creates a more positive and inclusive environment.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Oops, not paying attention. All right, back. Welcome back here as the big show continues on Selection Sunday on Hoopsville. Do you think Tufts is getting into the tournament? Women or men? Let's just be clear. I think the men have a pretty good chance, to say the least. Again, that's part of that NESCAC conversation. We got that question on our YouTube live simulcast. Don't forget to join us there at youtube.com/D3Hoopsville or Facebook at facebook.com/D3Hoopsville. Also, email us hoopsville@d3sports.com. That's many ways you can do it. By the way, just to confirm, our crew does think there will be 4 from the NESCAC, but we'll figure that out when we get a little bit closer to those selection times. All right, so part of this whole process is listening to the committee chairs. They have a lot to say about how this all works, along with their committees, obviously. Whether it's understanding how the system works or it's understanding what we're expecting in terms of the process, as it were. There's lots to discuss when it comes to the committees, and they've always been wonderful at joining us and giving us a little bit of insight. And that included earlier today. Literally, we finished up an hour ago chatting with Sarah Quadracki and Megan Wilson. And they joined us earlier to talk about the process, answer some questions about how they're evaluating things, and even a challenge put down. Now joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline, it is the 2 ladies, or as they like to now be called, the 2 chairs in a pod. apparently. Megan Wilson, who is, I guess, on your right, if you're looking at it, and Sarah Quadracki, who is sitting on the left. Ladies, thanks so much. Both of you in New York, I should say, at the NCAA headquarters in Indy. I feel like that's a little dangerous, but whatever, we'll let it go. How's it going? We're catching you here well into the day. I know neither of you are done by any stretch of the imagination, but Megan, we'll start with you. How's it gone so far at this point?
It's gone really, really well. We had a couple of coaches coaching yet today with some Sunday championships, so that held us up a little bit. And we still have one region finishing up, but I feel really good about where we're at in the process, and definitely would say we're much further ahead this year than we've been in the past. So I feel good about that. And even though we're well into the day, I'm hoping my day is shorter than it's been in the past.
Hopefully we haven't just jinxed it by mentioning all those
Yeah,
things.
for sure we have. My committee upstairs is just like, oh, why'd she open her mouth?
It's very nice that they let you go to let us chat with you. We'll talk a little bit about the Sunday side of that in a bit. Sarah, from your perspective, how's it gone today?
Today's been relatively smooth. On the men's side, it's been like nothing I've ever been a part of. Because of just the sheer madness of conference tournament. So I think, I'm not sure if we're completely surprised because we've just been talking a lot about parity this entire year. There's just a lot of great basketball that's been played this whole weekend. And so, as you can imagine, our bubble is pretty small at this point. And so I have a good group of my committee that's here with me in Indy. And then the coaches that played in the tournament, they were just really all prepared this morning, and we got a lot of work done. So we're just kind of all in watch and see mode, waiting for these last games to finish.
We should point out, it's interesting because in years past with parity, we've said on the men's side, oh, heck, we're going to have a crazy, final weekend. There's going to be a bunch of bubbles burst. And I don't think we've gotten it. This year we got it. And in some senses, for you, maybe it's a little bit easier, and I'm using that term a little trepidatiously, because we're not going to go as far into the weeds maybe as we traditionally have.
Correct. And I think it's easier for us as a committee. It might be a little tougher for just the average Division III fan to consume at this point, just because they're not going to understand when their teams don't make it.
Right.
It's because when we're already only taking 20 at-large teams, the bubble has really shrunk, and there's just not a lot of opportunities for teams to make it to the board this year.
Yeah. On women's side, we might go a little bit further into the weeds potentially, but as you said, Megan, things are going along so far smoothly. And again, we're talking to them before we're airing this, so things can change. Let's talk quickly about the procedure, because I think a lot of people don't quite understand how Sunday goes. Megan, we'll get you to confirm one side, Sarah the other. But basically, as I understand it, and correct me, this morning the RACs met for the most part and came up in those who had games still to be played, scenarios per results, right, Megan? Like, they didn't come up with an absolute lockdown ranking, but they came up with, well, if so-and-so wins, here's our ranking. If so-and-so wins, here's our other ranking, and all those versions.
Yeah, so for Region 9 this morning, we had 8 scenarios with 3 games to play. So not that all 8 changed what our final rankings would have been, which we discovered as we went through, but we had 8 to work through. And then once the games finished up, we knew which scenario we ended up with. So
that's what the RACs do. And then Sarah, you all get as a national, as we all know, the national committees have the right, because it is your rankings, to make adjustments. But we should point out, this is where it kind of makes a twist. You'll do the rankings, then rerun the results versus, right? And then use essentially the last 2, the week 3 that we saw, the final ones that you got, to create a final ranking, right?
Correct. Yeah. And then after all the games are finished, we will then either confirm those rankings from this morning, make some final changes, and lock those in this evening before we make any decisions on our selections for this evening.
So just so we understand it, when we see the final data and we see the final rankings, once the brackets have been released sometime on Monday, we will see data that says results versus regionally ranked. That's that 2-week, two run information, correct?
Correct.
So if a team was ranked last week but fell out of the rankings this week, it'll still show up as a ranked result.
I want that's the twist. I want to make sure everyone understood, and we put that in so that literally that wouldn't happen. Somebody fall out at the very last second at the last rankings. You didn't get punished because of conference tournaments and such. Curious how many games you all have been watching, or if you could, just to get it all in, Megan.
A lot.
Yeah.
There's lots of text going back and forth, or pull up this game if you don't have it up. It's an exciting finish. We just had a couple of games that went the other way with women's side of things. So had some exciting finishes in the WIAC, and so it's been fun. Great time of year. We've talked about that for weeks now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I actually kind of wish I was there too, to be honest. I'd love to watch this whole process. Sarah, from your perspective, it's been worth watching because we've had some absolutely bonkers results. The SCIAC absolutely clobbered one another, and we've been seeing that in a lot of conferences.
Yeah, we've had literally just crazy finish after crazy finish. We have a bunch of TVs in our room. So we've just been going nuts in here. And it's like after every game finishes, we look around the room because we have like these huge post-it notes everywhere. And we're like, all right, what do we got to update now? What do we got to update now? And at some point it's just like, oh, let's just wait. Cause like, it's just been crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's been fun. I just, that's what makes this a great week. There's just some really fun and exciting championship moments for these student athletes and teams.
I know when we got the top 16, you're already starting that process of understanding who might host games, who might be in a position to do that work. On top of that, starting to look at travel scenarios and all of that you have to consider. I'm curious. Well, Megan, we'll get to you in a second, but Sarah, I feel like the results this weekend have blown up a lot of things because maybe some of us thought 3 SCIAC teams are going to get in, and we haven't done the work yet to see if that still holds true, but there was a potential there. With all those losses, that changes. Well, that could change how you bracket, and that could change how you move some teams around. I'm assuming there's a lot of scratch it and start all over. Yes, smaller selection bubble maybe, but much more impact on everything else.
Yeah, geography is really going to hinder a lot of things that we do this weekend, just because the wildness of the results and some of the things that we just could not predict, right? And so we've had a lot of scratches and redos, and to the point where we really have reworked our top 16, I don't know, maybe 10, 12 times. Even today, even right before I came in here, I was just with the group of guys in there doing it again. And, I think the one thing that we're really just going to try to hold true to is our top 8, and really try to get that, as true as possible, so that we can kind of, quote unquote, protect those, definitely our top 4 seeds. And then after that, it might not look and feel the same as it always has in the past, just because of some of the geography constraints that we're going to have, just with some of these teams that are getting some AQs and knocking off teams that we weren't really expecting, or like I said, some of the shrinkage of the bubble that's happening. So,
well, and the person next to you has a huge impact on some of those decisions and trying to protect some of those seeds. Megan, you guys have to tell them who you plan on hosting. While it's not been as much carnage, if this was flipped, I think this would be a very different conversation.
Oh my gosh.
With the women having priority and having less carnage, I'm sure there's been less notes about who you have hosting. Whereas if it was flipped, Sarah would be like, hold on, we're changing it all again.
Yeah.
Megan, have you guys communicated? Have you changed your mind? How's that communication go, Megan, from your perspective, to make sure Sarah understands who you've got hosting to impact whatever decisions they're going to make?
We're only laughing because I've only texted her like once every hour for the past 24 hours. So, but no, we're still friends. So that's good.
Yeah, she's still responding, right?
Yeah, we're still 2 chairs in a pod, so that's good.
Megan, is there
just the finality of giving, some of those decisions is a little nerve-wracking. I think we're pretty comfortable with where we're at, but then, you hear Sarah say, well, the geography is playing into all this. And so then it's like, what if I tell you this? And then I go to finish in, but I think we're good. I think we're very lucky that we've had less carnage. I think the men's committee would be very frustrated with me right now if the roles were reversed. So, here we are. We feel good about it. And I think they know who we have as hosts. And so I think at 4:47, we're good.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of my next question is, you haven't gotten to bracketing. You haven't gotten to the ramifications of some of the decisions that you'll ultimately make. At least I'm assuming you haven't. So you could get into the bracketing and all of a sudden realize, shoot, we have to make a change for whatever reason. And we could come up with dozens of scenarios. I'm assuming that's going to mean a frantic text to Sarah going, oh, shoot, we just changed this. I don't know how that'll impact you.
Yeah, I think we both have been working on bracketing. We have shells of brackets, even with something, as scores comes in or things change, we're making adjustments to what we have. And so I think that's my fear, Dave, is I'm going to have to send a last minute text. But I think we're good. And so I think we've really worked through those scenarios. But yeah, I think that's the part of it that's a little bit nervous, because you're right. We have a couple regions to finish up. And although we have a shell, we haven't selected our at-large yet, even though we feel like in all the discussions, we have a good idea of who those will be. Obviously,
well, and God forbid the liaison doesn't come back and say, okay, listen, we feel there's too many flights, even in the second weekend, you need to make some adjustments, and who knows how that impacts things.
You're making Sarah very nervous right now.
I know I am, and I apologize.
No, he doesn't.
Like I said, it could be worse. It could be the other way around right now in the carnage that they've had.
You would be here till 3.
Yeah, we'll be. I think we're good, Dave. You're making
all right.
me.
I'll move on.
You're making me sweat. No. Because I came into this feeling pretty good. Okay, so
I understand, and my design is to poke pins just to see where we might find some interesting information.
See, but I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to pop. So yeah, let's.
I understand. Obviously, there's a lot of things that can impact decisions, whether it's at large or whatever. And it's interesting, as much as the two committees have gotten closer and closer to understanding how to do something similar, we all understand that they are two different committees. Sarah, it still feels like after we saw week 3, SOS has a strong conversational piece, as it were, in the rankings, that teams with really strong SOS resumes are floating to the top, for lack of a better description, despite other pieces of resume. And those who do not have, in comparison, as strong a resume in the SOS numbers, and I don't mean they don't have a bad SOS, I just mean in comparison, they're kind of near the bottom of those. Megan, it feels on your side like maybe it's still a mix of a conversation, that the SOS isn't totally floating there. And I could be wrong, but that's just, Sarah, is it a tough conversation to try and keep the criteria as equal as possible?
Between us, or
no, for you on the men?
On the men's. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, I think, I've made it very clear. That's something that we track each week. We're making sure that we're being consistent with, if we're changing teams' positions or not changing them based on that SOS. But again, I think I said this last week, we can all agree that we don't have the best criteria, but this is the criteria that we're working with. And these are the 5 main criteria that we have to look at. And I know that we get a lot of brushback because that we look at SOS, but we're not looking at it even more than the other two. We're just making sure that we're being consistent with how much we're valuing it when we're comparing team to team. And so we are tracking that. We actually have a document that tracks it with all the decisions that we make. So, but yeah, I mean, if a team has in the criteria, better criteria, overall criteria, a better resume with the 5 criteria that are on the board compared to another team, we're looking at that totality of the resume. That's something that we're really big on, is the totality of the resume.
Right. Megan, it feels like there's not different conversations, but I suspect that you've got different perspectives on all of that criteria. Obviously, there are different human beings in that room, or on that call is a better way of saying that. do you guys, I think the women have always had really strong SOS numbers over the years, and that's why other criteria seems to come to the conversation. It feels like this year, that's why SOS has become more of an impact. Fair? Is that a constant tug of war as well?
I think we've gotten better at valuing SOS. I think the women's committee historically, or the last year for sure, as I chaired, was very hung up on win-loss percentage.
Yeah.
And we had a lot of discussions, right? It's hard to gauge, but when you're talking about a team that's playing a 643 to a team that's playing a 530, and we're talking about a 3-loss differential, like that's significant. When, like there needs to be more wins, or there needs to be a bigger gap in the win-loss to show that. Sure. And so it's, but you also have to win some of those games. I mean, I think I seen it or said it last week when I was on with Bob, like, the UAA, the WIAC, they're going to have strong strength of schedules. They're going to get an opportunity to play ranked teams, but you also have to win some of those games, right? It's not a scheduling contest. So, you've got to be able to produce too. So it's both good and bad, right? It helps their strength of schedule. It helps their, opportunities versus ranked. They also have to play those games, right? Like, so, then they got to win them. So it's not a perfect system. I don't think the criteria is great. And we have a lot of win-loss skew and a lot of results skewed on either end of that. And so then you got to look at the stuff in between. It's our head-to-head, what's results versus common, and dig into those results versus ranked.
I think they all validate each other, and I think that's what you really have to look at. Like your SOS validates your winning percentage, and then you have to look at like, is there ranked wins within that SOS to validate that as well? Like, are you winning games within that SOS? Like, as Megan was saying, it's not a scheduling contest. So are you winning those games?
Right.
So everything kind of validates each other, which brings me back to it's the totality of the resume. So if there's something within those, we're always looking to see what's in those numbers. And I think that it would be, we would be doing, men's and women's basketball disservice if we weren't really looking at what those numbers mean. And so if we were just have the numbers up there, and not really looking at what it means, then why would we have a committee?
Sarah, you've talked about Mendoza lines, or maybe I've used that term Mendoza lines, but the idea being that there's a threshold, like in baseball, 200 batting average is the Mendoza line. If you're below that, what the hell? If you're above that, you're at least doing decently. First off, I assume you'll just give us those Mendoza lines right now for the SOS and win-loss. You can just give us those numbers now, right?
Yep.
Sure. What are they?
Win-loss is 850.
Ooh, 850. All right, writing that down. I get a feeling that might not be accurate.
Well, you could ask us both, and we could ask our committees, and there'd probably be 20 different answers.
Well, that was what I was going to get to. Yeah, that's kind of where I was leading towards is that a hard and fast thing that the committees have agreed to, or does everybody have their own interpretation of where that Mendoza line should be on some of that criteria? That's a great way of going there, because that's what I'm curious about. If it's kind of, yes, this is what we're doing, or no, I think it should be this.
Mm-hmm. I think that's tough too, because you have to remember each of us all represent a different region too. Yeah. So, and they all look different. Each region looks so different. Where 500 SOS in one region might be ranked. Where in another region there is alternate resumes to look at.
Sure.
And that is what we're looking at. And that's why not all regions are the same. Not all rankings are going to look the same from region to region. So that's why I don't think you'll ever hear us publicly say that there's a Mendoza line.
Fair.
Maybe when we're off the committee.
Yeah.
Well, you're always welcome to come on and tell us what that information was, or even off air. Just let me know. I'm happy to take it. It's what we call, as you can see over my corner, hashtag gleaning the information. Curious, Megan, another procedural question. This has been a big topic on the women's side. It's become more of a topic on the men's side. If you got a coach involved whether it's as an at-large, like they're your national committee, they're an at-large selection. Nate Davis was kind enough not to be this example today, but you do have them. Or we'll even take the next step when it comes to bracketing. How much involvement? We know on the selection there's nil, but is there any involvement for a coach who's in the NCAA tournament, at least on the women's side? Just what are the procedures?
Yeah, so if we were selecting at large and a coach was on our committee and their team got on the table in their region, we would ask them to get off the call, and they would have a sub who's been sitting on with us since the beginning of the call step in for them to represent that region. So that sub has been on the entirety of the call, so they've heard the conversations up until that point. So they're not coming in, but again, they haven't been on a national call with us to this point. I feel like the integrity of our group, though, we're not going to put someone in that doesn't deserve to be in, so with 9 other eyes or 8 other eyes that have been consistent on the committee, there's no fear that we're doing anything wrong there. In terms of the bracketing, our subcommittee that's been working on it has involved nobody that was potentially an AQ or an at-large. So it's just been administrators and or coaches who have been not, they're not going to get in the tournament. And then the only time all of our coaches will do a final look, our committee will do a final look at the bracket to make sure we haven't missed anything. Okay. So at that point, our bracket is pretty much set, but hey, did these guys play each other and we just missed it, right? Or did we miss a conference opponent, which you would hope we didn't, but just as a checks and balances to make sure before we put the bracket out, we've done our due diligence.
So they'll help with that stage, but they're not helping with the initial bracketing.
Nope.
Okay. How many coaches do you have potentially that are going to be pulled off of all this work?
We have 5 people working on the bracket, which at times I would say is too many. Especially when you're starting. I mean,
no, I get that, but I mean, at least it's not 2, and we've had 2 do the whole process.
Yeah, there's been 3 of us plus our NCAA liaisons working on it up until this point. We'll have another 2 coaches that will be able to join us as eyes, so that'll take us to 6 and 7. So,
Sarah, any differences in how you guys handle the same stuff?
No.
Okay, so it's similar. If a coach is obviously on an at-large conversation, they remove and you got somebody backing them up, and then they're going to be out of the bracketing conversation as well. How many does that impact for you guys?
Currently?
Yeah, roughly.
Just 1.
Right okay, now. So you'll have a number of people.
Yeah, but then we'd have, if 1 gets in, we could potentially have 2 out of the
so that's less than I thought.
Yeah.
One twist that somebody asked me, and I can't believe I've never asked this question. Does it affect administrators? So if Maryville were in the bracket, or if Dubuque were on the bracket, or even as at-larges, even though you're administrators and not coaches, would you be removed from those conversations?
We do remove administrators.
See, I think that isn't fully appreciated. I think we've always thought it was coaches. Now, a lot of coaches are administrators, so I don't think we see the tie sometimes.
We haven't had it a lot since I've been on, but I know like Bethany from Washington and Lee got removed from the bracketing last year as they were selected as an at-large. So we do remove administrators. Now, I don't know what that looks like when it's the chair. I mean, she could probably speak to it with Mike as an administrator. I don't know, but yeah, we have removed administrators as well.
Sarah?
Yeah, if Maryville were to get to the table, I would be removed for the voting process. But I have been told I wouldn't have to be removed from the bracketing.
Okay.
Because I'm not preparing my team. I'm not, I have signed.
Right.
I've signed confidentiality agreements, so it's not like I'm going to start pulling video and preparing game plans.
Right. Well, that's kind of my thought with Bethany.
Yeah. So. Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just very certain we did. So
No,
and again,
I don't deny it.
she's
I think I remember hearing about that. That's
she's
why
the
it came
only
up.
one that I can actually think of. So I don't know. Like this year we have Gabby from Rowan, and she's an administrator, but she's actually helping them coach. So she's been removed this year because she's
Sure,
actually
okay.
helping the team. So we don't have that situation this year, and that's Bethany's really the only instance I can think of.
I get the at-large conversation. You don't want someone plugging their own team trying to get them selected. I'll never argue on that. That totally makes sense. But I do want to ask, is there an element of this we've asked before of trust? If you have been put on one of these committees, you have been trusted to do the work. You have been, those believe you can do a good job. You are going to represent the national perspective of this. You should be involved without any concerns that you're going to try and take advantage of it. And if you were to, punished accordingly. Why can't we go down that road instead of locking it down and making it more difficult on the committees?
I don't know that it really makes it more difficult on the committees this way. I also think at times, depending on the people involved, it can be uncomfortable to have some conversations about a team with that person on the call.
It could also, hurt the team's chances, actually.
Well, I don't mean the at-large stuff, though.
Oh, yeah.
No, that makes total sense.
Yeah,
I'm talking bracketing and all the busy work.
Oh, yeah. Bracketing, yeah. I can understand that point.
You're talking administrators or coaches?
I'd say both, because to some degree, it doesn't hurt to have people the extra set of eyes. And we go back to the one, David Petroff, a friend of ours, was on the committee. There were 8 at the time. There were 2 people, himself and one other, who had to do all of the bracketing work.
Yeah.
Because 6 had to come off the call, and it's just like, oh my Lord, that's not fair.
Yeah, I don't know if we might reevaluate if we ever got back to that position.
Okay.
But I really do think you get 8 people and opinions and it's very difficult.
Yeah.
No, I certainly appreciate that.
And I'll tell you what, my coaches who are going to the national tournament don't want to be up until 10 o'clock working on a bracket right now.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not what they should be doing either. Like, this is a great opportunity for them as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of those perspectives. And that's why I wanted to have that conversation, because I find it interesting. I also think no coach is going to go home and go, oh, I know who we're playing, and start working on it, because they just spent all day doing all this and they're not in the mood.
Yeah, for sure.
Want to go sleep. I know limited time. I don't want to rush. I just don't know if we missed anything we should touch on, anything we should focus on. We're about to do our mock selection, starting with the women, then we'll pivot to the men. Could you give us a sense, and I know you're not going to give us answers, that's fine, but can you give us a sense of what to keep a thought on, an eye on, whatever it is, as we do our work, to keep in mind that the committees are considering, or how their perspective is? Well, Meg, since it's women first, we'll start with you. What should we keep in mind when we're trying to make these selections as well?
I think some of the tough things are, you have to remember it's going to depend on how the teams ended up ranked regionally, right? There's some teams that, you're not going to be able to get them to the board until we've gotten the team in front of them off the board. We're really looking at the totality of work, and we're diving into those results versus ranked. So we've had some great conversations already about like a 4-4 result versus a 2-4 or a 1-4. And you'd look at that number and be like, oh, 4 has it hands down, and it's 3 7s and 6, and the 1 ranked win is against a 2. And so it's not just 4 wins the day there. You really got to we're looking at the quality of those. So best of luck, my friends.
Thanks. Sarah, any thoughts we should be keeping in mind on the men's side?
Yeah, I think that at-larges, I think that I would be shocked if anybody gets 20 for 20. So there's my challenge.
I'm sorry. Have you just put down the gauntlet?
I have.
You are going to be shocked if we get all 20.
I will be shocked if you guys get all 20.
We nearly did it last year.
Well, there wasn't the carnage.
There wasn't this madness. There wasn't the madness.
I agree.
I would be shocked. Yeah, that's my fair warning.
I like it.
To you and all of my friends out there.
I'm up to the challenge. I think we're all up to the challenge. Yeah. We want to nail it, especially if, things change in the future. We want to get this system down before,
No, it's like I said, I think just the bubble's real small. So
I agree.
Well,
ladies, really appreciate all the time you've given us over the months, the opportunities you've also given us. And we'll talk to you again Monday after it's all said and done. We'll have some tougher questions to figure out, especially if we missed all the selections. That's
your time's going to be a lot longer than mine.
Yeah. If we don't get the 20 for 20, we're going to have some conversations. In the meantime, as you know, we always give the guests the final word. And as you go back to your meetings, your final thoughts, Sarah, we'll start with you.
Once again, thank you for having us. We're, just happy to be here. It's been, as tough as this is, it really is fun. I mean, we've watched a lot of good basketball. I think I said this, earlier in the week too. A few weeks from now, we're not going to be in the weeds about did we pick the right teams, because we're going to have a great championship. We're going to be crowning a national champion, and it's going to be a great tournament. I know it's going to be a great tournament. And, I think it's going to be a really fun championship because of look at what we just saw this past weekend. And so no matter how we build this bracket, that's why I keep telling my people, no matter how we build this bracket, who we put where, it's gonna be a lot of fun once we roll the basketball out and tip this tournament off here in a few days. And so I hope you all enjoy it. Have fun with the bracket tomorrow, Dave, and we will talk to you soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. Megan, your final thoughts?
Just echo what she said. Thank you so much for having us and for giving us the opportunity to hopefully be transparent about the process and try to educate people. I think we've really, really tried to do that the last couple of years and be more forthright about the process and what that looks like. And just an exciting time of year. You just never know what can happen. So let's go. Let's play some basketball and hand out a national championship trophy here in a few weeks. Well, yeah. I got longer.
Yeah, you got longer.
Yeah, you got a little longer. You're going all the way to Dallas on April 1st, and that is not an April Fool's joke.
No.
But you get to enjoy a great weekend of basketball out there with the D2, D3, and D1 games all in one place. Ladies, thanks again. Appreciate it. Get back to work. And listen, whenever you just want to drop us a line, let us know what the selections are. I'd be happy to take that information.
Yep. Got you. Speed dial. Thanks.
Maybe I'll have to wait a little longer. Take care. That is Sarah Quadracki and Megan Wilson joining us on the Hoopsville Hudl Hotline. Thanks again to the ladies for joining us. Really great to chat with them. The gauntlet has been put down. Sarah Quadracki says she'll be surprised if we can get all 20. All right, then. So that men's challenge is set and the women's challenge is set. Granted, that's been our challenge every year. We always want to get every single one of them right. So we'll see how it goes. I think we'd only missed one on the men's side last year. I know that for a fact because it was a bone of contention. Turns out I had the right one. The other guys did not. We went with the majority rule. On the women's side, I don't remember. We'll have to check with our women's crew to remind me how we did. I think we missed one, maybe two. It can be tough. And this year, two very different setups in terms of women and men. A lot of carnage in the men's, a little less on the women's. Speaking of the women, we will pivot now, take a break, and bring in our selection crew. We will start the process with them, and still ahead, we have conversations with some coaches who've already clinched their bids and don't have to worry about sweating it out here on a Sunday night. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA and ABC studio. Plenty more ahead. So much to talk about. Hope you'll join us and enjoy it the rest of the way. We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, the mock selection show. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can join us on Facebook and YouTube where we're live simulcasting the show. Facebook.com/Hoopsville and YouTube.com/D3Hoopsville. Got our friend listening in from Albany, Georgia, and someone very excited. Brian's excited about the Shriner men's basketball team that clinched a bid to the NCAA tournament with a big win in the SCAC tournament today. Congratulations to actually all those who got those automatic bids on the men's side of things, thanks to all the carnage that did happen throughout the land, as it were. So now we're going to switch gears. We're going to talk women's basketball and who we think are going to make the tournament. We're going to bring in our selection crew. They're going to include Gordon Mann, Riley Zayas, and Scott Peterson. And we go to the Hoopsville hotline to do just that. And there they are. Gentlemen, good to see you. That's interesting. We can't hear them. Why would it make any sense? We'll just see if we can fix this real quick. Of course not. It's never going to work the way you want it to, folks. Let's try it one more time. Gordon, you there? Oh, he's there, but you can't hear him, folks. So going to have to drop the camera shot a second. We'll take a quick break. I don't know why it doesn't want to work. We'll figure it out. Sorry, folks. And once we get through this gremlin, we should be good the rest of the way, right? Right? Please. Back in a moment.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships, and we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back, everybody, as we roll along on this Hoopsville. Sorry for the technical difficulties. Nothing wants to work the way we want it to, but we're back on the air and rolling along here. Time to talk women's selection, so we're going to waste a little time, go right to the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by Hudl, and we're joined there by some fine gentlemen. It is Gordon Mann, my colleague, along with Riley Zayas and Scott Peterson. Gentlemen, hope you are well. Hopefully we can hear you. We're going to work our way through these technical glitches. Everything good? Nope. Can't hear you. Of course, that's how it would work. Let's try one more option here. Go ahead, sir. Almost. Try it again. Anybody there? No one wants to talk now? Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me. Just when you think we figured it out, folks, it just wants to just sneak up and ruin my day. Just bear with me as we try a couple more options here. And we'll do that. How's that sound? Guys, I can hear you. Can the world hear you? No, see, that is a very difficult question, as Gordon is mocking my point there. It doesn't seem to want to work there either. We'll try this. Oh, sorry, folks. This was set up perfect and fouled up right as we went to air. Riley, go ahead and give me a little sound check for me, bud. Nope, doesn't want to work. Nope, I am absolutely screwed. Folks, gonna have to take one more break because I'm about to throw the computer out the door. This was all set up. Everything was working till now. Be back after this, I hope.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person. And
all right, folks, not going to keep wasting your time. We did talk to some guests on the throughout the day. I did a lot of work doing that today, and we know that stuff works. As both men's and women's had a lot of great AQs, including some who haven't done so in a long time, some who are doing it for the first time, and some who are even doubling up. By the way, hats off to LaRoche and St. John Fisher and to some others who are having both men's and women's programs headed to the big dance. One of those that is making a trip for the first time in quite some time is Maine Maritime, first conference championship since 2005. I got a chance earlier today to talk to Craig Dagan, their head coach, about what it's like to be punching a ticket finally in Down East Maine. Now joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by Hudl, is the head coach of Maine Maritime. It is Chris Dagan. Coach, first and foremost, thanks for coming on the show at short notice, but more importantly, congratulations on the championship. That's a pretty big feat for the program.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's been a long time coming and a long time in between championships. We're pretty excited, and we got a special group of kids. So we're excited. We get an opportunity to keep playing basketball.
Your standings-wise, you guys did finish tied with Husson. Of course, your regional mates on top of your side of things got to somewhat control your own destiny, as it were. But there's one thing to get through the conference schedule. It's another to get through the tournament and get that AQ. I know you guys have been down this road before where it seemed like you could get there and it just didn't work out. What's it like to get over the hump, first one since 2005, qualify yourself for the NCAA tournament, and know you got at least another week of basketball to play?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But you're right. I mean, it's been pretty stressful, and personally, it's been an interesting journey. And it's, sometimes you go that long in between championships, you start to question the things that you're doing, and you try to reinvent yourself and do some different things. But listen, it just comes down to having really good players, and we've gone up against some, as you mentioned, Husson, some really good Husson teams in the past that have beat us either in the semifinals or the finals of the conference tournament. And before that, Castleton State had some really good teams that did some damage in the NCAA tournament. So, listen, we're happy to keep playing. This group, like I said, they just love to play basketball. So it's an opportunity for them to lace them up for at least another week, and we'll see what happens and where we go and who we play. And to be honest with you, we really don't care. And we feel like we got a team that can win a game in the end or two in the NCAA tournament. And I think we proved that with our non-conference schedule early in the year. So we're excited just to find out where we're going and who we're playing.
I'm trying to figure shamelessly, I should point out, drinking out of my Maine mug here today, a birthday gift for my mom. So it works out perfectly for you all to be on the show at the same time. Listen, let's just touch on this quickly. Recruiting to Maine Maritime is not the same as recruiting to Husson. It's not the same as Castleton State and the like. You guys have that same kind of setup, I'll say, for the SUNY Maritime or Coast Guard, even get into the D1's Navy. But Merchant Marine's another great D3 example, where you're looking for a specific type of student who wants to be at your institution for a lot of other things. Academics is certainly part of that. Oh, by the way, do you play basketball? So that's got to be a challenge to not only find the right players that can get you a championship, but more importantly, to keep that consistent.
Sure. And listen, we're kind of a tweener because we're not your normal university or college, but we're not just that maritime like SUNY and Merchant Marine where those kids are all in the regiment of midshipmen. So for us, we've got a lot of kids that are business majors, biology majors, engineering majors, a lot of STEM programs here. And Maine Maritime's got an unbelievable academic reputation. And it's not as hard as one would think. I mean, we're pulling kids from New Mexico, Nebraska, Florida. We've got a couple kids next year from Texas and Colorado. So we're getting kids from all over the country that want to be a part of our institution and get a Maine Maritime degree and be a part of a winning basketball program. So we're pretty fortunate.
Is it the basketball program, the academics, or the gorgeous coastline that's the biggest recruiting trick? And I will say the last one with the caveat, you're not showing it during the middle of winter.
Absolutely. Yeah. All three. And the lobster rolls. That don't hurt either.
That helps. Yeah.
It doesn't hurt either when they come on recruiting visits. So the families always love to get the lobster roll. So listen, we're in a very special place. And I love this institution. It's done a lot of really great things for a lot of kids through the years. And we continue to have great students, and we're fortunate to have really great basketball players in our program right now too. And it's a good situation to be in.
Well, tell me about some of these players. You got 3 officially in double figures. I always consider someone with more than 9 points to be on the doorstep of that as well. Granted, your main 3 are Maria Barella, Arena Moore, and Lauren Plissy. Sorry, can't say that very easily. 13.5, 11.5, 11.5, respectively. By the way, all 3 of them strong rebounders on top of that. All 3 of them hand out a boatload of assists. All of them have a lot of steals. That trio seems to be the core of this group.
Yeah, they really are. And listen, I think the exciting thing for us, aside from Lauren Plissy coming back as a graduate student, super excited for her that she gets this opportunity, and this is why she came back. And she's definitely the leader of our team. And but we've got 2 really young, talented players in Ariana and Maria. We call her Cece. They're both really talented kids. And I think the thing that makes this team really good is they're super unselfish. And we started 2 other freshmen, and Grace Huntwork and Jacqueline Castro, and we've got another freshman, Evelyn, who happens to be my daughter, coming off the bench and scoring a lot of points. So we've got a really great core, but a really young core at the same time. And I think that's going to be the interesting part, Dave, in this whole experience is for all of these kids, this is going to be their first experience in an NCAA tournament. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. But they're a really unselfish group of kids. They love playing together. They pull for one another. And I think that shows in our assist totals, and it shows in our shooting percentages. And they just play the game the right way.
I did notice there was an Evelyn Dagan as a 4th leading scorer on the program as a freshman. What's it like to be coaching your daughter?
It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. It's been a long time coming. She's grown up in this program, and as a young kid, she's in the gym, part of that Husson Maine Maritime rivalry, and the Bowdoin wins and University of Maine at Farmington. So she's been waiting for this opportunity for a long, long time. I'm glad she chose us. She's a really good shooter and a really great teammate, and it's just fun to be around her every day. Selfishly, I get a chance to be with my kid every day, whereas a lot of parents, when they go off to college, don't see him very often. So I'm really fortunate.
Yeah, we could dive into that a whole nother bit, but I assume she didn't have a choice.
Well, she did. She chose Maine Maritime. So
yeah, at least she didn't choose.
She could have gone anywhere she wanted.
Yeah, at least she didn't choose Husson up the street in Bangor. A couple of things that jump out at me is what you're doing as a team. You're 12th in the nation in assists per game, 32nd in blocks per game, 27th in field goal percentage, 14th in field goal percentage defense. 9th in rebounding margin. Just a couple of things that jumped out at me. 5th in 3-point percentage, 10th in 3-pointers per game. Your goals against, your points against defensively is pretty solid as well. I think and your offense is. It's interesting to jump out at me because normally we see that from maybe a NESCAC school. We see that from some of the power teams. Is that going to translate well into the NCAAs, do you think?
I think it will. And listen, when we beefed up our non-conference schedule this year, we played 4 NESCAC schools, and we were 3-1 against those schools. Had a great win over Bates. We took Smith, who's top 5 in the country. We took them to overtime earlier in the year. We lost in a close game to Framingham State. I think what we do translates, and I think we've got a really well-balanced team, and it starts with Ariana Moore. I mean, she's the catalyst for just about everything that we're doing. Her assist-to-turnover ratio is absolutely outstanding. We lost a kid last year that was our starting point guard and consumed about 38 minutes a game, and that was kind of a question mark coming into the season for us. But Ariana has taken over that role and is the leader on the floor for us, and she's not only a great distributor and a great scorer herself, but she's a really, really good defender too. And we got a team that loves to play defense, and I think that we understand for us to be successful on the offensive end floor, and we want to play fast. It starts with us playing really, really good defense. So if we defend and we rebound, it gives us a chance to score a lot of points and get a lot of open threes in transition, and that's part of who we are.
Yeah, she's 16th in D3 in assist-to-turnover ratio, top 20 in total assists, top 25 in assists per game. She and a number of other teammates also, she's pretty good at 3-point percentage, top 20 in that as well. But obviously everybody else is contributing. Tell me a little bit about the season that has been. You guys started off a little bit rough. You were 2-4 with 2 losses to Smith. Interesting enough, in overtime. That's a pretty good unit. And Framingham State, as you mentioned earlier, and then got a couple more wins, and then you got a couple more losses. 4 and 5 start because MIT, Connecticut College, and John Carroll tripped you up. All close games for the most part, but since then you've been almost unstoppable. Husson, the only ones to get you. They got you in Bangor. Tell me a little bit about how this team has kind of taken the beginning, fixed the middle, got things going at the end, and now moving into March.
Yeah, sure. It's actually kind of interesting because I told everybody at the beginning of the season we were going to be good as long as I didn't get in the way, and I felt like I was getting in the way. I think we ran too many sets, and we got to that trip down to Florida, and we had a game against John Carroll, which they're a really good team out in their conference. And I thought we played really well. And we came back from that trip and we changed absolutely everything we were doing offensively. We had a team meeting and told the kids we're scrapping our entire playbook. And I felt like I just needed to let them go. I have really good players and I was kind of holding them back a little bit. So we did. We don't run too much offense now. We just kind of have a little bit of structure, but I let my best players be my best players. And we've prospered ever since. And with the one loss, I think we've lost once since our trip to Florida. And quite frankly, we just got beat that night. Bailey Donovan Hudson was really, really good that day and absolutely dominated the game. And we didn't play very well. But it might have been a blessing too, Dave. I mean, it was a game where we kind of allowed us to go back and refocus a little bit on some of the things that we knew we needed to do in order to be successful. And we knew we were going to have to go through them again in the conference tournament. So, I think that the biggest change was me getting out of their way, to be honest with you, and they were pretty happy about it.
Maine's in your blood. You're from Maine. You went to college in Maine. You went to postgraduate elsewhere, but came back to Maine. What's it mean to you to take a program from the vacation land and put it in the spotlight for the third time in your career?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is actually our 4th trip to the NCAAs. We had a couple at-large bids too. So, but once again, it's been a long, long time. It's awesome. Listen, I love this place. This is home. Castine is my home, and Maine Maritime Academy is my home, and I bleed royal blue and gold. And for us to be able to do something and to do it with couple Maine kids, but also trying to do it with kids from all over the country that are putting this school on the map, not just here in the state, but we got followings from a bunch of different states now. And it's really, listen, it's been an honor to coach this program. It's been an honor to be at this institution for as long as I have. And I hope we can keep putting great teams together and doing this year after year now. And maybe we're on to the right formula. We'll see. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of what we've accomplished, not only in the last 22 years, but especially with this team. Like I said, they're a pretty special group.
Well, congratulations again on the conference championship. And at least you'll know on Monday your name will be announced, just a matter of where and when to some degree and who your opponent will be. But good luck. Enjoy it. Thanks for your time. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
No, I just want to thank you for the opportunity. And we look forward to participating next weekend in the NCAAs.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing the name at least flash on the screen on Monday.
Thanks,
Craig
Dave.
Dagan joining us here on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. And thanks again to Craig Dagan for joining us on the show to talk about his Maine Maritime Mariners. We'll take one more break. I know you've seen all of our breaks already, but we're going to take one more. And when we come back, we will get to our women's selections. I promise. We're going to do it next.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. And their Selection Sunday. We were supposed to have started women's selections 30 minutes ago. We're finally getting ready to do that. I want to thank Craig Dagan again. We still have 2 interviews left to go. We'll hear from Texas Dallas women's basketball and Knox women's basketball, just on the women's side of things. When we get to the men's side, we have Arcadia, North Carolina Wesleyan, and Co. that we'll be hearing from. All right, so let's talk women's basketball and selections. Finally, we're going to get off the schneid, as it were, for that category and try and give you a sense of everything we're doing. So joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline is, I think you guys, let's see here, double checking audio sources. We're going to just kill that one because otherwise it's going to be annoying to all of you. Gordon Mann, Riley Zayas, and Scott Peterson join us on the hotline. Gentlemen, thanks for bearing with me. How are you? You got to be kidding me. Can't hear. Oh, because I'm. There we go. Try it again. Well, that button I fixed easy.
I'm tired, Dave.
Yeah, don't blame you. All right, we got Pool B bid on the women's side, along with Pool C bids, because the women have just enough women's teams available on the Pool B side of things. We won't put up the resumes just yet because I don't have it in front of me necessarily. But guys, we had. This was kind of an easy one because there aren't that many to pick from, right?
Correct. That Pool B selection is selected just like the Pool C's, where we're comparing resumes. The fact that Berea won that Collegiate Conference of the South is not part of the criteria, but there are only a handful of teams to consider, probably Berea, LaGrange, and Piedmont.
Anything stand out to you guys about one or the other?
Berea had the highest winning percentage, and there really wasn't another criteria to knock them below either of the other teams.
Yeah, we're kind of just walking through this the easy way because it's obviously Berea.
It wasn't too hard, yeah.
So Berea,
it's just that conference and a handful of teams like Maranatha Baptist and Trinity of DC, which aren't in the conversation.
Right. Well, and to be honest, kind of winning the conference sets that up. While they didn't get the AQ, they essentially get in automatically because they're better than the rest of their group. The only thing that would be a twist is, let's say a 6th seed went and won that conference. Berea may still have the better resume to get that at large as a Pool B, but in this case, they went and got the job done. So they will be the Pool B selection on the women's side. All right, now let's talk women. Regulars, the Pool C's, as it were. This is we have 20 selections to make, right?
19.
19, right, because of Pool B. Sorry, forgot about that. So 19 selections to make. We have primary criteria being winning percentage, strength of schedule in Division III, winning percentage in Division III, we should point out, Any non-Division III would not be considered. Results versus regionally ranked opponents, common opponents, and head-to-head. That's our primary. We'll see if we get the secondary. We can certainly talk about it. So we'll put it up on the board, as it were. And as you can see right now, we have redone the regional ranking. I should say these guys have done a lot of the heavy lifting. We've redone the regional rankings to reflect how we think they are sitting now. And as a result, we have in Region 1 the team that's sitting at the table, Trinity of Connecticut out of the NESCAC, Babson out of Region 2 in the NUMAC, Ithaca out of the Liberty League in Region 3. Region 4 is Stevens out of the MAC Freedom. Region 5 is Elizabethtown representing the Landmark. Region 6 is Mary Washington representing the C2C. Region 7 is Baldwin Wallace, who was a bit of a bubble popper in the OAC. Region 8 is Chicago out of the UAA. Region 9 is Oshkosh out of the WIAC. In Region 10 is Hardin Simmons. Again, another bit of a bubble popper there in the ASC. Gentlemen, anything that pops out to you? And by the way, if you're watching on our screen, the On the Board group is sitting in the lower corner, and then above them is where we will start announcing some of those selections as we go along. But anything pop out to you guys?
Well, just from personal interest, it's nice that Trinity is on the board first instead of last, which is where they were last year.
Are you supposed to leave the conversation for this, sir?
I don't think it'll make much of a difference this time around.
Fair. Obviously, we would compare everybody, see who's got the best resume, whether it be winning percentage, strength of schedule, results versus, and see who stands out. Anybody who immediately stands out is who should be probably the first pick in our Pool C grouping. Riley, any thoughts?
Yeah, Dave, I think immediately kind of you look at those Region 1 and Region 2 teams there with Trinity of Connecticut and Babson. They both have really strong win percentages, really strong strength of schedules. Those two definitely stand out because of those two criteria. On top of that, a lot of results for regionally ranked opponents. They fared very well in those contests. So I really think this first Pool C selection is between, Trinity and Babson right there.
We should point out, by the way, on the sheet, if I see this correctly, the lowest winning percentage and lowest SOS numbers are in red, right?
Correct. So that's just highlighting the lowest in each of those two categories, and the yellow is the highest. I would throw Chicago into that conversation.
I was going to say, I would also add Chicago there from Region 8.
Yep, 840 winning percentage with an SOS of 593. The yellow representing the best numbers there. Hardin Simmons got a great winning percentage, but their SOS is second to last, or third to last, considering there's a tie. And Oshkosh has got the best SOS, but they've got the worst winning percentage, so they kind of eliminate each other, at least in this initial conversation. And we're just going through the process here, folks, of talking about how we would select the first one. We're going to give you a bunch after this because we've already done some heavy lifting on the easy picks here. But out of this, who would you guys pick as your first one? I think I'm leaning towards, well, do we have any head-to-head between Trinity and Babson?
Yeah, Trinity beat Babson on the road earlier this year, right in the middle of conference play.
So in my opinion, that means it gives it to Trinity. Anybody else?
I would go Chicago here with this first pick. They are giving up a little bit on that strength of schedule, and that win-loss VRO doesn't look as good, but they've beaten number one. Trinity has not. Babson has. But if you look at that average VRRO regional ranking, 2.8 for Chicago. They are going out and slaying a lot of dragons in those regionally ranked opponents, and that is something that Megan said is an emphasis.
That's a good point.
I think it's extremely close. I would take Trinity over Babson between those two. I would take Chicago over Trinity. But whichever one you don't take first, I think you're taking second.
No, it's a fair point. Anybody else?
I'd agree with that assessment right there, Scott.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Let's go with Chicago then, being our first pick of the at-large teams for Pool C. So Berea got our Pool B. Now we're in a Pool C. So taking Chicago off the board, that puts Wash U on the board out of also the UAA conference. Interesting enough, their winning percentage becomes the lowest on the top board. Does not change any of the SOS conversations at all. So, okay, that's the process. We don't need to go through every single one of these picks because some of these are clearly going to be put through. Riley and Scott did some tremendous work on this. And, guys, I'll kind of leave it to you. Let us know where you think will be the next set of selections here.
Well, we'll put in Trinity of Connecticut and then Babson. Those are some standout resumes. Trinity probably gets the edge there due to the head-to-head, kind of using that as a tiebreaker because all the other primary criteria are so close. Want to pick it up at 4, Riley? I think we're going Baldwin-Wallace.
Yeah, Baldwin-Wallace would be the next one off the board there. My perspective, Dave, as you mentioned, Baldwin-Wallace, a little bit of a bubble popper. They were right there in that OAC tile conversation. They have a very balanced resume, well-rounded. And, on top of that, when you start to kind of look at the way that Baldwin-Wallace went, they have that high winning percentage, but also high SOS, which really helps them. And whatever they don't have a winning percentage, the few points they lose there, they make up for it with the SOS.
No, that's a good point. Gordon, any thoughts?
No, not beyond what they said. What they said makes a lot of sense.
So there you go. We got our first 4. Go ahead, Scott.
After Baldwin-Wallace, we went Hardin-Simmons and Ithaca. 2 pretty similar resumes that are both strong on the winning percentage, do not have the lowest SOS at the table, have good counts of wins versus region-ranked opponents, even though if you do look at that far right column, they weren't over the strongest in the region, so they might actually be on the board a little bit longer for the real committee. But I think that they're both safe Pool C picks, whether they're at 5 or 6 or whether they're at a couple spots later. So we are going to go Hardin-Simmons and Ithaca to round out our first 6.
I'm actually just going to try and bring this up a little bit fuller for everybody to understand what we are talking about here. Bear with me. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. So there you go. Take a look at the board as it were now. As you can see who we've selected in those 6 first spots: Chicago, Trinity, Babson, Baldwin-Wallace, Hardin-Simmons, and Ithaca. This is after we selected Berea as the Pool B, and it brings up to the board Amherst, Eastern Connecticut, SUNY New Paltz, Stevens, Elizabethtown, Mary Washington, Marietta, WashU, Oshkosh, and East Texas Baptist are now at the table. Again, after every one comes off, another one from that region replaces them at the table, and really you would reset the conversations. But because some of these were so obvious, we went through the first 6. Does this bring up, guys, any kind of interesting moment, as it were, or kind of consideration to be had with these teams that are sitting there now?
For me, it does with Washington University of St. Louis. They were ranked very well in the top 16 when that was announced by the committee. I believe at that time, Washington University had a 720 winning percentage, and they've taken, I believe, 2 losses since then. And I just don't know how differently the committee is going to view their winning percentage that is now below 700. Their SOS and their VRRO criteria are both so strong, and they had to be strong to get WashU to, was it 9th or 10th or 11th in that top 16? And I just don't know where they get slotted. They could have come off the board 2nd or 3rd. They could wait till 10th or 11th. And I don't have a good feel for how the committee is going to value this resume because it is so different, winning percentage to strength of schedule to VRRO.
Well, I think something else to consider too was rankings based on week 2, regional rankings. We're now technically through week 4, our final regional rankings incorporating week 3. So WashU's resume could easily change and could easily fall out of the top 16 with no problems. I think their win-loss percentage equal to Amherst is certainly. What's interesting is their number is 680 with an SOS of 630, like almost identical numbers for 2 very different reasons. I don't know. This is where the women's starting to pivot a little towards SOS is starting to become an interesting factor. Because if this was a women's committee of old, I think the win-loss percentage would keep WashU parked for a while.
Absolutely. But if you look, they've beat a region number 1, and they have beat a lot of really strong ranked teams in their regions with that 3.8 average ranking within a region. It really shines among the rest of the board. Marietta is strong as well. Paltz is strong as well, but with only 2 wins to account for that average. So WashU has so many things going for it. It just depends on where this women's committee is at with regards to that winning percentage of 680.
Yeah, and Amherst's schedule, since they announced it with the NESCAC spreading out their tournament as much as it has, Amherst only played one other game since then. They lost to Trinity in the first round. So the fact that WashU was in the top 16 and Amherst wasn't, it tells you that there's some kind of differentiator here. And I think even with the Bears losing 2 of 3 to Chicago and Case Western, I still think they have the win-loss versus regionally ranked is a major differentiator, and it's hard for the eye not to go to the 8-3 and the strength of schedule that you have there. I would go WashU next.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'd agree. That's kind of what Scott and I have been talking about earlier today as well. With the way that the committee is valuing SOS, or the way it seems this year, yeah, WashU would be a good pick there.
Should we put WashU on the board?
Man, it feels weird, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it does feel weird.
Yeah, it's knowing that they're in the top 16, which gives me,
Yeah, my only concern is knowing that they could easily fall out of that top 16. But I agree with you. It means that they were being highly regarded until late.
I think they could still be valued 22nd or 24th and also come off the board here right now.
Yeah, I was going to say
those top 16 are automatic bids.
The other thing too is they could easily go here, or they're going to go later. It probably doesn't hurt. I mean, we don't need to worry about the order we got these in. That's not the challenge, though it helps. But anyway, they come off as we put Augustana now on the board. Now they have the lowest winning percentage, much like WashU at 579. But their SOS is only at 560, and I say only. Women's SOSs are pretty impressive in their ability to be pretty high. And so I say we do this a little bit longer, because I think we got a moment here before we go take another break and talk to another coach and see where this maybe presents it. But anybody stand out here? Do we also should point out any common opponents and or head-to-head options between these two? But anybody jumping out at anybody here?
I'll check, but I think Amherst beat Eastern Connecticut head-to-head.
Because Amherst does not have as standout of an SOS or a wins v RRO, the best that they've beaten a region is a 4. We wanted to leave them kind of where they're at for a little bit longer. And so the discussion was Eastern Connecticut and Elizabethtown among your higher winning percentage teams, but then also Oshkosh with a lot of things going for its resume.
Oshkosh, yeah, similar to WashU, they're lower winning percentage, but very, very strong SOS right now.
I was wrong on Amherst. Eastern lost to a couple of NESCAC teams, but didn't play the Mammoths this season.
I was going to say, I don't know if they... I mean, Elizabethtown's had an interesting season. They're a really good team. Obviously, the I factor doesn't factor in here. Eastern Connecticut has had a really great season, kind of a breakout one for them. But common opponents would put them... Well, how's Amherst done about those common? They also lost to them? I would assume maybe they have, the way Amherst's season has gone.
So common opponents, 1-3 Amherst compared to Eastern Connecticut's 2-1. Small bit also in favor of Eastern Connecticut. And so I continue to not think that Amherst is in this conversation.
No, I don't think so either. It's just good to make that comparison.
Nothing between Amherst and Oshkosh. So if you're going to take a low winning percentage, high strength of schedule, I think Oshkosh would be the pick. But I think we leaned more towards the higher winning percentage with a well-rounded resume at this spot.
I am of the same thinking. Anybody else?
Yeah, that's
so
where
that would be E-Town?
We leaned Eastern because of that strength of schedule. Everything else is pretty wins via RRO, and the average win is basically the same, or is exactly the same. Right. Eastern did have more option or opportunities to get those 4 wins via RRO. So it could be splitting hairs here. We did go Eastern Connecticut and then Elizabethtown. It could obviously be reversed with the same outcome.
Yeah, those two are very, very close to resume.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Eastern Connecticut's a good choice.
Any common opponents, not that it matters, again, all that much at this point in the process.
1-0 for each. Eastern Connecticut to Elizabethtown.
And then you just immediately take Elizabethtown.
Yes, because they were so similar. Felt like we were splitting hairs between them. Whichever one we didn't pick, the other one was going to go right next.
Yeah, because Springfield comes on the board in place of Eastern Connecticut with a 667 winning percentage, though a 612 SOS. And Elizabethtown comes off. Hopkins enters the board with a 778 559, but 2-5 versus regionally ranked opponents, with 3 of those coming to Gettysburg. Those losses, we should point out, which is an interesting development with them. All right, so there you go, folks. We got, actually, we'll call that one up full, so everybody can get a better sense of it. There you go. So we've got Chicago, Trinity, Babson, Baldwin-Wallace, Hardin-Simmons, along with Ithaca, WashU, Eastern Connecticut, and Elizabethtown as our women's first 9 of the Pool C selections. Berea is already in as a Pool B, so that's 10 selections done. At the table is Amherst, Springfield, SUNY New Paltz, Stevens, Johns Hopkins, Mary Washington, Marietta, Augustana. Who else we got there? Oshkosh and East Texas Baptist. So there. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will continue this conversation. But first, we'll have a chat with Texas Dallas women's basketball. Brand new head coach there. A little reluctant and maybe a little emotional to leave his alma mater to take over the program where he grew up. It's kind of an interesting story, and he's got, after a rough start, thanks to Polly Thomason's scheduling, rough start to the season. The Comets are in the tournament. We talk to them coming up. In the meantime, we will work behind the scenes to start getting next few selections done. You listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC studios. It is Selection Sunday, and we're off and running. We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships, and we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had. And you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
Welcome back to the Hoopsville Selection Sunday Special. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. Don't forget, we're fundraising here. We got a little bit of a boost there at the start of the show, but we are still stuck at just over $5,300. If you could please be so kind. We can do it via Venmo. Venmo is Dave McHugh. Look me up there. It's just Dave McHugh. You can also find us on that QR code there through GiveButter. We've also tweeted out a bunch of information. We'll share it on YouTube and Facebook streams here momentarily as well. We're continuing to work behind the scenes to select the at-large teams on the women's side, but we had another conversation we wanted to have with a program that's punched its ticket to the NCAA Tournament. And in this case, it was UT Dallas, Texas Dallas women's basketball under new head coach Joe Shotland in his first season after Polly Thomason left the program to take over the U Hartford program. Just for the record, U Hartford finishing its regular season today, flying home as we speak. They officially become a Division III institution over the summer. Joe Shotland had a chance to take over the program, so we talked to him about really the start to the season and how they got to where they got and an ASC title along the way. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by Hudl, it is the head coach of Texas Dallas. It is Joe Shotland. No, not to be confused with the former Polly Thomason, who we love our Polly. She is wrapping up her their last D1 season. As you and I are speaking, they are wrapping things up. Hey, congratulations on the title here, because I'll be honest with you, I didn't write you off. But I admit that at one point in the season, I went, we probably won't be talking to the Comets. 1-3 start. Lost to Rochester, Johns Hopkins, beat Covenant, lost to Transylvania. Those are three names that have been in the conversation nationally. then lost to Sul Ross State, and then later on lost to Hardin Simmons. This was before Christmas. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, listen, not surprised. Polly left the program. Things are going to be in transition. We'll give him a little bit of time. You quietly came back, had a heck of a second half of the season.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know what to tell you, man. The kids in the locker room, when they had the chance to fold, they doubled down and they put the chips to the center of the table. And we talked about it the entire time. You know, you don't build trust overnight, and it was going to be a process. And we do a lot of different things, but there was just a lot of resiliency, and we took it day by day. And there were some good days, and there were some not so good days. But we just kept saying, you know, we're going to be consistent in our process. We're going to be positive. We're going to be tough, and we're going to stay together. And so, pretty fun to get to cut down the nets last night after that start, and you know, after some adversity for sure.
You won 11 of your last 14, but that kind of hides the fact that you had a second point where this season could have just been done. Lost 3 in a row to Hardin Simmons, McMurray, and Mary Hardin Baylor, 2 of those at home to get it going. Admittedly, and we've talked to a number of guests tonight about this, that's a point where this could have been checked out. That was early February. You don't have a lot of time to recover. Not surprising. Amazingly, you've won 6 straight, including the final, handful of games to end the regular season. Was that one of those moments again, put all the chips in and have a heart-to-heart conversation about things?
Yeah, and I think it's, as a first-year head coach, you have to evaluate what you're doing all the time. And I guess you could say that about, any juncture in your coaching career, is that you have to be an honest self-evaluator. And I think that I'd gotten a little loose with our practice routine. I had kind of let it get a little boring, and we had an ice storm, and so we didn't practice for a few days, and I was kind of in the routine, right? And sometimes it takes getting punched in the mouth to wake you up a little bit and say, hey, we're not going to go quietly. Everybody has injuries. Everybody has, finals coming up. Everybody's at the end of the season. And I just believed in our group, and, they rallied. Credit to the team, man. They did a great job.
Well, they certainly did, rallying to a conference championship game, beating East Texas Baptist, I apologize, in the title game. But I think what jumped out at me is you got the win over Hardin Simmons in the semifinals, the host, the top dog, the one everybody was keeping their eye on. You beat them by 2 to advance that game. So 2 things. One, congratulations on that win, but that can lead to kind of a letdown in the next one because you got the big one. How did you keep? Now, granted, championship kind of is a little carrot. It can work that way, but still, how did you guys get remotivated the next day to try and win that game and not be fully gassed?
So we talked about it a lot, being able to compartmentalize, and, it was such an emotional win. We win at the buzzer. It was an incredible shot. And we played the whole night. We just competed and competed and competed. And it was just, I don't know what to tell you. We were staying at the same hotel as ETBU, and I love those guys. I think they do a great job with their team. I think Blake is an unbelievable coach, positive guy. I'll give you a little bit of insight. They told me, and I don't mean this in like a mean way, their girls told me that morning, they were like, Coach, we were just so excited for you. We were cheering for you guys. We just were over the top. I couldn't believe you guys did that. That was amazing. And I know what they meant, right? Yes. They meant, we're excited for you. Congratulations. But we kind of took that as, you shouldn't be excited that you get to play us today.
Yeah. They didn't want to play them. They wanted to play you. Yeah.
Right. And so, you use whatever bulletin board material you can get at this time of the year. And again, I know what they meant to say, and I know that they didn't mean it that way, but that's how we took it, and that's how we used it. And again, it was just an incredible moment for our program. Some big time plays from some big time players.
No, absolutely. A 5th conference title. The AQ has now been clinched. The last time you guys won titles, 13, 15, 17, and 19. Again, get the automatic bid. That's certainly important. Get a 20-win season. That is a significant milestone as well. Tell me a little bit about this team. Jordan Max. Well, let me start first. There's no one in double figures on this team. You average 60 points plus a game, and you have no one in double figures. Jordan Maxwell leads the team at 8.1 points, 3.5 rebounds. Diane Hurst, 7.7 and 3.3. Sierra Trigg, 6.8 points. Amanda Crownenshield, 6.4, 6.2 from Lauren Fullwider. I'm not going to get anywhere close to a double figure here. And the same as in rebounding. There's nobody who's dominating the boards either. It's cliche, but looking at the stats, this is a true team.
You know, I don't know what to tell you. We've been talking about it literally since October. I think in the first day of practice, I said, hey, I don't care if we have a first-team all-conference player. I don't care if we have a 15-point-a-game scorer. We're going to do this collectively, and we are going to buy into the defensive side of the ball. We're going to be as good as we can there. We're going to hunker down. We're going to move the ball offensively, and it could be anybody on any night. And credit to the team. You know, that doesn't work with everybody, especially in this day and age. I think a lot of people talk about, you know, where can I get my touches? Where can I get my exposure? Is this program going to feature me? And, you know, our women in the program just didn't do that. They said, we're going to buy in. We're going to do it as a collective. And it's been fun. It's been fun. And there are moments on the sideline when you look and you're like, man, I really wish we could score a little bit more to give ourselves a break. But that just goes back to the toughness of this group. They do a heck of a job just kind of rolling up their sleeves and saying, all right, we're going to keep getting stops until our offense catches up. So it's been fun.
Let's date back again. You mentioned first-year head coach. Polly Thomason shocks everybody by announcing that she's going to U Hartford to help them transition to Division III. And admittedly, Polly and I had been talking days before that, and she let nothing on that this was coming. You'd been down at Trinity, where you had graduated, like Cam, the head coach there. You had played down there. Now you were his assistant coach for a long time. What drew you to this job and the decision to leave Trinity for this one?
If I told you the whole story, you wouldn't believe me, man. I mean, truly, Providence. It was amazing. It was amazing. It was the right time. It was so bittersweet to leave Trinity. I love Cameron Hill. I owe so much to him in that entire program. I literally grew up there, right, as a student, and then you get your first job and you have so much success, and you can get really comfortable, and you can stay. I met my wife at Trinity, right, and so I mean that's been such a great place for us. But my wife and I are both from Dallas. We found out that we were having a kid, and you know, despite what big media tells you, Dave, D3 women's assistant coaches don't make a ton of money. And so it was time. And, you know, again, it just happened to work out. Director Marin took a chance on me, and I'm so grateful for it, because getting back to Dallas, to a high academic school like UTD that had had success, it wasn't a full rebuild. This was a job that I believed in, and I was so grateful. And some things fell into place that, like, I don't know how it happened, but I'm sure grateful it did, because it's been a heck of a year, and it's been pretty crazy to learn and get these wins with these kids.
Did you have any words to Polly for the schedule that she left you?
No, you know, baptism by fire for sure. Yeah. You know, you're already drinking out of the fire hydrant when you're, you know, at a new job, and then I look at that and I'm like, doggone, like Jim got Katie Titus, like that's how we open up the year. We're gonna go and play an All-American at their place, and then you know, Johns Hopkins and Transylvania, and Julie was, you know, that was like their first weekend, because I didn't think they played in the first weekend. And you know, like I said, we could have folded right there at 1-3, and we just kind of kept staying positive and saying, hey, you know, to even have any success, you know, even in possessions is a sign that we're moving in the right direction, because those were real teams. And sure enough, you know, we just stayed the course.
Well, pretty impressive, as I said, to turn that around, especially after the second 3-game losing streak, but still 11 wins in your last 14, get the win over Hardin Simmons in the conference semis and punch yourself a ticket. I assume it doesn't matter where you head in the NCAA tournament. It'll probably be in Texas somewhere, but I assume you guys are just going to enjoy the ride to some degree.
Man, absolutely. And, the committee's done some different things the last few years with sending, Texas schools all over the place. My phone is always blowing up now because, Trinity won the conference title and they're first in Region 10. So, it could be, a mini homecoming type deal. Wherever we get sent, man, I can assure you our squad's ready to go and compete. And, at this time of the year, every opponent is the worthy opponent. And if you're a competitor, that just fires you up and you're ready for the challenge. And it's just fun. I think that playing in March is always the goal. And so I'm looking forward to doing that. And honestly, frankly, Dave, just getting to practice with our team for one more week. I mean, just getting to hang out and be a part of it and do it.
I was going to say, I assume that maybe you guys would try and avoid matches against Trinity in the regular season because, you don't want to go through that. But it looks like there's a chance at another baptism by fire, as it were, in the NCAA tournament. Go down to familiar ground, maybe. Who knows? We'll see where this all ends up. But it could be something funny. You would never know.
Absolutely. And, talk about a storybook. But like I said, we'll see where they send us. And wherever it is, I can promise you we'll go in there ready to compete.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. And congratulations. I'm sure Polly's probably pretty proud of what you've been able to do with the program as well. I'm sure Cam is pretty proud as well. Maybe even our good friend Pat Cunningham is looking on with a smile on his face. Joe, we always have a tradition on this show. We give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuned in?
Man, I just appreciate the support. It takes a village. And, I have been the recipient of a lot of good people in my corner. And Dave, as always, man, thank you for all your work. It's just awesome to have coverage of our sport. And there's so many good basketball players out there, man. And this is a great show. So we appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. Look forward to chatting with you somewhere down the road. Maybe we'll get you on a little more often than Cam just to try and balance some things out a little bit. But in the meantime, take care and enjoy at least Monday and that whole experience, and then enjoy the tournament as well.
No doubt, man. Thank you.
Here's Joe Shotland, the head coach of Trinity, Texas. Jeez, slipped right out of my mind. Texas Dallas women's basketball team here on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. Great conversation there with Joe, and congratulations to Texas Dallas. Listen, they are a hot, streaky team right now that I think's been flying under the radar. They could make some waves, and how we end up selecting teams and how the bracket comes together. He hinted at it. It could be Trinity against Texas Dallas, and at this point, I don't think you can count the Comets out. Could you imagine Polly Thomason was still the head coach, and it was Cameron versus Polly? Joe knows that Trinity team really well. If that ends up happening, and granted we don't know right now, mind-blowing in my opinion. Great interview with Joe. Really appreciated chatting with him. We'll take a break. When we come back, we have done a ton of work, and we will get you updated on that work on the women's side. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA and ABC studios. Hope you're enjoying our selections process. More on the women's. We left off at number 9. Halfway through our Pool C selections, we got a lot to announce and update you on shortly.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to the Selection Sunday Specials. We continue along here on this Sunday night on our selections. Last we left off on the women's side. As a hint to my brethren behind the scenes, you must clear our work, sir. Thank you very much. I waved my hand and it disappeared. Real quick, where we left off, I'll show it to you here on our screen. We had Amherst, Springfield, New Paltz, Stevens, Hopkins, Mary Washington, Marietta, Augustana, Oshkosh, and East Texas Baptist representing each of the 10 regions at the table. We had selected Chicago, Trinity, Babson, Baldwin Wallace, Hardin Simmons, Ithaca, WashU, Eastern Connecticut, and Elizabethtown in our first 9 picks. So that's how that all looked at this point in time. And so we go to the Hudl Hoopsville hotline, and my brethren, Gordon Mann, Ryan, I sort of say Ryan Scott. Who are you again, sir? You are Scott Peterson. That's who you are. And Riley Zayas join us on the line. And gentlemen, thanks for taking the time as always. And we've done some good work behind the scenes. And admittedly, listen, hats off to Scott and Riley who have come on board. Scott last year, Riley this season on this. Done yeoman's amount of work because I've been much more unavailable than I usually am. But they're breaking down the numbers in great ways. Now, we'll admit, guys, we are not getting all the data that the committee has. Yes, we have win-loss. Yes, we have SOS. You can dive into the results versus we are making up how we feel the regional rankings were done at the very end, if there were any changes. The advantage of the women's side was some of it went very cookie cutter, so it's easy to figure that out. They have a lot more information, so we are flying a little bit on our own here. But we left off at number 9. You know, which reminds me, I'm going to have to fix the screen here. But anybody want to make a case on who should be number 10 here?
Yeah, so I mean, as you said, Dave, there's numbers. There's also going to be some kind of personality to the committee, which we can't really account for. They're going to, even with the numbers, they're going to lean a certain way. They're going to like certain things, and we're really taking a lot from that top 16 where they had teams like WashU in their top 16 despite the lower winning percentage. We think that this is a committee, while they're looking for well-rounded, at some point you have to have a differentiating factor, and we think that differentiating factor is going to be strength of schedule and the number of teams you play against regionally ranked opponents. So we went with 2 WIAC teams back to back here. We went with Oshkosh, and then they clear room for Eau Claire, and then we went with the Blue Golds right after that. The winning percentage, again, your eye is drawn to that, but we've already we've already set a precedent. We think they did too by putting WashU in their top 16 winning percentage. You know, not quite as high regionally ranked. WashU, I guess at the time they were looking at them, was whatever they were, 8-1. But we think, again, the strength of schedule here for them is a little bit over WashU and a little bit under for Eau Claire, WIAC teams, because their resume often looks like this. They don't have a great winning percentage or as great as other conferences because they beat up on each other. They have a ton of regionally ranked opponents because they beat up on each other. And both of these teams scheduled very aggressively in the non-conference, which helps. So we went with the 2 WIAC teams next.
So the Oshkosh and Eau Claire come off the table in rapid succession, representing the WIAC pretty well. That means 3 teams in on the WIAC side now, because you obviously have the automatic bid. Congratulations. All right, so that gives us Amherst in Region 1 still sitting there. Springfield is in our Region 2 still. SUNY Paltz in 3. SUNY New Paltz. Stevens in 4. Hopkins 5. Mary Washington 6. Marietta 7. Augustana 8. Wartburg comes to the table at 9 now. And East Texas Baptist at 10. If you're just tuning in, the red, if you're looking at that lower screen, that's who the board is. That represents one member from every region must be there. The red represents the lowest number in that category. So for win-loss right now, Springfield at a 667, which we'll tell you right now, that is a danger spot in terms of a win-loss number, especially on the women's side. The highest win-loss percentage there is New Paltz at 852. Flip that over to the SOS. Your highest SOS, coincidentally, is Springfield at a 612. I don't know if they can get past the 667, though. And then your lowest SOSs are 545s out of Stevens and Mary Washington, who have been at the table here for a little while. As a side note, we have found on the women's side that sometimes when they're at the table a bit, they do tend to percolate in terms of getting off the table. We saw that with Washington and Lee last year, though there may have been other extenuating circumstances, and I've rambled enough. Pick number 12 is up here, gentlemen. Anybody jump out at you as to who you think's got the better, at least initial resume here?
Yeah, Dave, I think when we were looking through the numbers, Marietta really sticks out. You start to look at their numbers, and while they don't have the best win percentage or SOS on the table, they have a very well-rounded resume. They're right at 600 for SOS. They have a 741 win percentage. They also beat a region number 1, which we found that can count for quite a bit in the eyes of the committee. And so that definitely can help them. They're 4 and 5 versus ROs. There's a lot of reasons right now to take Marietta out of the OAC.
No, that's a good point. I certainly like how Marietta looks there. And their best win is a number 1, as you said. And by the way, that best and worst category, this will be important later, I assure you. The best win and their worst win, meaning they're the regionally ranked, lowest ranked team and the win. We're not accounting for losses necessarily there in any way, shape, or form. Sorry, looking at an email that got distracted. So any thoughts, guys?
We definitely thought about SUNY New Paltz at this spot because that winning percentage does stand out. The SOS is strong. The only 2 wins versus region-ranked opponents gave us some pause, and that was enough for us to stick with Marietta off the board here at the 12th Pool C spot.
Yep.
Yeah, Marietta's got an interesting resume. I can't disagree with that. And so they enter our Pool C selection. So we've got 12 done. We've got, 7 more to go. And taking Marietta off the table brings Trine to the table with their 778 and 552 resume and a 5-5 win-loss against regionally ranked opponents. And don't know why that was coming through the system. My gut instinct says, well, Trine looks pretty good, but so does some others when you compare them.
Right, and so we definitely leaned SUNY New Paltz here. They have better winning percentage and strength of schedule than Trine. We wanted to forgive a little bit of those just 2 wins versus region-ranked opponents. They were both over 3s, both the same team, Cortland. We don't know how much the committee will dig into the winning percentage and strength of schedule of those number 3s. Cortland probably is among the weaker regionally ranked number 3s across the 10 regions. We also thought about Stevens. While the 545 is the lowest SOS at the table, it is not very different from SUNY New Paltz's 563, Hopkins 559, Trine 552, ETBU 548. So we didn't really want to ding Stevens and Mary Washington for having that lowest SOS at the table because it is very close and in the conversation. And so it really came down to SUNY New Paltz, Stevens, and Trine at this spot.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and at this point in the process, if you've got one thing that stands really, really highly out above the group, and you're not anchored down by something like not to pick on Wartburg, but like a 1-6 regionally ranked record. It's at this point you're looking for reasons to pick teams, and that sort of thing just elevates, I think, the Hawks above the rest of the group here.
SUNY New Paltz off the board at number 13 for us.
Congratulations, by the way, to them. They've had a pretty great season. I was pretty impressed with the way New Paltz has played this year. So hats off to them.
Yeah, they have a. We're a long ways away from knowing All-Americans, but they have one in the making in Brianna Fitzgerald, who's a sophomore there and has played really, really well.
Good call. Very good call, sir.
Brings a fascinating Rochester resume to the table in Region 3 with a 640 winning percentage, 598 SOS, 6 wins versus regionally ranked opponents, albeit in 12 opportunities, but they also have beat a region number 1, which no one else at the table can say.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I was reading the tea leaves, and even though Megan did not commit to a Mendoza line on winning percentage.
No, she would not. Well, she did, and I didn't like the number. I really didn't. 850, really?
No, I'm talking about a previous interview with you. She vaguely said that you kind of need to be winning 2/3 of your games, which again, there is no firm Mendoza line, but Rochester did not win 2/3 of their games. And I think it will be tough to put a 640 winning percentage in, regardless of the other primary criteria.
Yeah, I think Rochester's in trouble. I think Springfield's in trouble.
Yeah, Springfield's stapled to the table by their very opening season loss, one of the very first games of the year played against Amherst. And Amherst stuck there because of kind of a similar story so they're kind of they're all kind of weighing each other down.
What do we say, Gordon? The games in November mean as much as the games in February?
Yeah, well, in that case, that was a very early and at that point, I think Amherst was 6th and Springfield was 12th or something like that in the country. So it was a really good matchup. And a game where Amherst went out big early, Springfield came all the way back and made it close. And it was a well-played game, and who knew it would loom this. I think both teams knew they'd be in the hunt for either an at-large or their conference tournament. I don't know that they knew it would be quite this pivotal.
Yeah, true. By the way, we're talking about 545 SOSs being the worst at the table. Those are decent SOS numbers in general. We're not talking about SOS numbers so far off the table that they're not in the conversation. So I'm impressed that, on the women's side, we at least have decent programs out there with decent schedules to compete against.
One point on that, Dave. We did make a change in the Region 10 regional rankings from week 3. Puget Sound was 3rd, Colorado College was 4th, and East Texas Baptist was 5th in the week 3 rankings that the committee released. We had to take our guesses, right, at week 4 because we won't be able to see them. We moved East Texas Baptist to 3, and we moved Puget Sound to 5. Puget Sound has a 527 winning percentage. If we did not estimate this correctly, they would be at the table right now.
You said 527 winning percentage?
Sorry, SOS.
Ah, yes. Okay.
527 SOS. It could be that Puget Sound is at this table right now instead of ETBU. I still don't think they would be a viable selection. But that is a possibility for a lower SOS to be at the table right now.
Good call, but yeah, I agree with you. They're not going to get picked. I actually kind of forgot our conversations, I freely admit now, on where we went here. But what is jumping out at me, Stevens certainly, with that 815. a win against a number 2, played 9 games against regionally ranks. Hopkins isn't horrible, except that they're 2-5 with 3 of those losses coming to Gettysburg. They also have a game against Mary Washington, if memory serves, because Mary Washington's resume is jumping off the table at me. And Trine. So it's kind of that group right there in the middle, those 4, with Wartburg on the bottom, but Wartburg being 1-6 versus regionally ranked opponents is kind of eliminating me from taking them seriously.
That was our conversation as well. And we really leaned Stevens here. We didn't see a clear reason to elevate Hopkins, Mary Washington, or Trine above Stevens. Their resumes are very similar.
That 815 just screams, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think we take Stevens here at number 14, sorry, jumping the gun. But boy, did that change the table. Means your recorded comes to the table with a 692 and a 544 SOS, and now your best winning percentages are 3 teams at Hopkins, Trine, and Wartburg with the same percentage, but very different resumes. And I think this is where it gets really interesting.
Yeah, we traded words for many minutes. That sounded like we were arguing.
No argument.
We had lots of back and forth conversations because you could go many, many different ways here depending on exactly how you want to value everything. We did like Trine having 5 regionally ranked wins, including one against a number 2. That kind of started pushing them up over Hopkins, who only had 2. But all the other criteria are so similar for those 2 teams. I think we kind of were leaning Trine first and then Hopkins. But if you went Hopkins first, you would take Trine next.
And we should point out, Mary Washington and Hopkins, initially you look at that, I leaned towards Mary Washington until we realized that Hopkins has a win over them, right? Or is it the other way around?
No, Hopkins beat Mary
Right.
Washington.
Which, because that 5 and 6 for Mary Washington kind of stands out to me, but Hopkins with a win over him, I think, carries some weight.
Right. So that's why we were comparing just Trine and Hopkins and leaving Mary Washington out.
Yep.
And then whichever one we didn't pick, the other one was going in next.
Probably true. So would you like to just do the honors, sir?
Let's do it. Trine from the Michigan Intercollegiate and Johns Hopkins.
Does that hurt you, Scott? Are you okay with that Trine went in?
I love other conference teams getting to the tournament, showing that we've got a strong conference.
Well answered, sir. Well answered indeed. So that will bring Catholic to the table out of the landmark in Region 5. But interestingly enough, a 1-7 versus regionally ranked opponents. That is going to hurt a little bit. Calvin comes to the table with a 769 winning percentage and now the lowest SOS at 529. This isn't surprising. At this point, you're going to start seeing that. And 2-6 versus region ranked opponents. And interesting enough, a win over a number 1 in the region this season. And granted, those regions are the last regions, week 3s that we saw, and what we consider to be the final ones. The last 2 are combined.
And there's no reason that would change for Calvin. They beat Whitewater. Whitewater held serve. I think Whitewater is still a number 1 win for Calvin.
And just quickly enough, we'll go full screen on this so everybody can see it. Just a little bit better detail in case you're curious about what we're doing here. Again, remember, Berea was our Pool B selection as a representation of those who do not have enough bids or have access to an automatic bid. And we had enough schools, a minimum of 9, to get that Pool B. So Berea was our Pool B. And now we're into Pool C. And we're 16 selections in. We got 3 more to go. I think it's probably safe to do 1 more, guys, and then we'll take another break and have a chat before we try and figure out the final 2. But that's what it looks like so far on our tote board. All right. Curious where you guys' heads are here, because I think, obviously, we're down to the last 3. It starts to becoming a little bit of splitting hairs, but...
Yeah, it does. It starts to become really, really tough here because you have some varying resumes and a lot to be looking at and some very narrow comparisons. We were talking about Mary Washington a second ago, and I really think Mary Washington stands out here. They got those 5 regionally ranked wins in 11 opportunities. And, at the end of the day, they were very, very close to both Hopkins and Trine. They were in that conversation. And I think when you start comparing them, Mary Washington has that well-rounded resume, win percentage above 700, and a pretty decent SOS at 545 right now compared to the other 10, other 9 on the table. Again, Mary Washington was right there in that conversation with Hopkins, did lose that head-to-head to Hopkins. And so, Hopkins got the advantage there, but I think Mary Washington comes on the board right after them and comes onto the is selected for Pool C.
Yeah, I mean, we're at a point now where nobody has that kind of differentiating factor like New Paltz or Stevens did with the really high winning percentage. So nobody has that head and shoulders above anybody else. So now you start to flip it, look the other way. Okay, who do you rule out because of whatever? Who has the most well-rounded resume? And it's Mary Washington, and this is not a criteria, but that means every one of the 10 regions now has had an at-large bid. That, again, is not the criteria. Region 4 was left out. Stevens was at the table the whole time, we think, last year. So it's not a criteria, but it just happens that Region 6 might have to wait a while. But now every region does have an at-large bid.
And with Mary Washington getting selected out of Region 6, that brings Emory to the table from the UAA. And I think they have a tremendous resume, both in quality and in interest value. 696 winning percentage, not the tops at the table, but they do have the best strength of schedule by far. Well, not by far over Springfield, but really over the bulk of the table. 4 wins versus region-ranked opponents. And they beat a region number 1. The quality of those 4 wins is very high. And I would have a hard time picking against Emory at this spot.
Just for the record, we're going to do this one last pick, get this one done. Yeah, we're going to do a TV trick to you and make you wait on the last one because we do have a conversation to be had on the women's side with Knox. Prairie Fire, by the way, one of my favorite new mascots in Division III. Love the furry. Great conversation there. But we're going to get this one done because I think the last one's going to be tough. And so we're going to spend some time behind the scenes before revealing that. But let's get this one done. And I agree. I think Emory is a difficult conversation because they leap onto the table with a SOS that removes Springfield's yellow marker there. But they're 4-7 against regionally ranked opponents with the win against a number 1, and their worst win is against a 4. They make it a difficult conversation here with a decent win-loss. I don't love their win-loss, but it's not horrible either. And beating Rochester was key. And obviously eliminates Rochester from getting off the table because there's no way they're getting off the table ahead of Emory.
Well, they split their regular season series, right?
Right, but I think that's what happens.
Right, they lost, and it was like Rochester had a layup to tie the game at the end of the game yesterday. Yeah. It was that close. I mean, but yeah, I think for Emory, they actually do come to the table. We were saying nobody has something that elevates them head and shoulders about everybody else. When they come to the table, they do. With the 627.
And again, if they had lost, Randolph.
This is the place we almost always get things wrong. It's
Yeah.
because of Region 6, and it's often because of Emory and an ODAC school.
Yeah.
Where we think, and I think even this time, we moved Emory in front of Randolph-Macon. If that's not right, if Randolph-Macon is at the table here instead of Emory, then obviously Emory can't go next.
Right.
Correct.
Yep. No, it's a great point.
That is a good point. We moved Emory ahead of Macon in our guesses at the Week 4 regional rankings because Emory went 1-0 on the week versus Rochester, and Macon went 1-1 on the week with a loss to, it is escaping me.
Shenandoah.
Shenandoah. Which didn't help their resume.
So the UAA teams have seemingly a natural advantage because they play each other and they also play out of region, so they can book strong records, and they always have a ton of regionally ranked opponents. Do they have a disadvantage here? Because I don't think Emory's head coach is on the selection committee, right?
Mm-mm.
So the ODAC has somebody to kind of argue their case, and Emory, not unlike every other UAA team who doesn't have a committee member on there. I wonder if that becomes a factor, and the national committee can overrule the regional ranked committee, but I wonder if that is a natural disadvantage for Emory because whoever the ODAC rep is there, might have a natural inclination for their team over the Eagles.
It's a good
Maybe
point.
I'm overthinking it though.
No, I think it's a good point.
It sounds like they are deep in the numbers. So I think what the numbers say and the consistency that they've shown and what they've ranked, I think would still win out here.
Yeah, I think you got to take Emory.
I agree.
Yeah, talk about it.
Gonna put our necks out.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's just an interesting development with Emory kind of appearing on the table. And now ODAC Nation can see Randolph-Macon show up, which makes it a little bit more interesting. But again, I think we're going to keep this one at where it is now. Take it full screen again for you to take a look at what we've done. We have one pick left, but we also have one interview left. But I think this last pick is going to be the most difficult, because if we're trying to go perfect 20 for 20, we're going to want to discuss this one if we haven't missed any of the others. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, you're going to hear from Knox women's basketball coach, Coach Mowen. Apologize, it's Mowen. And hear her perspective on things and the team's first ever trip to the NCAA Tournament. And then you'll get to find out who we picked last on the selections for our mock women's bracket. You're listening to Hoopsville Selection Sunday Special. Back with more after this.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're d3hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. As we continue our mock selections, a reminder, actually, I can probably show it to you here real quick because we haven't changed anything on the screen. This is who we got for selections, as you see me moving around on the backdrop. On our women's side, again, a reminder, Chicago, Trinity, Babson, Baldwin Wallace, Hardin Simmons, Ithaca, WashU, Eastern Connecticut, Elizabethtown, Oshkosh, Eau Claire, Marietta, SUNY New Paltz, Stevens, Trine, Hopkins, Mary Washington, and Emory are the teams that we have selected, along with Berea, to the NCAA Tournament, and we're now debating who that last one is, but we're not quite there as to deciding who that will be. because we're working on it, but we also have another conversation I'd love to bring to you. Knox women's basketball punched its ticket to the NCAA tournament for the first time ever. Pretty impressive, to say the least, for a program we don't normally talk about, which gave me the perfect excuse to talk about the Prairie Fire, which now is one of my favorite mascots as well. It's a great-looking mascot. They've got a coach who's got a wealth of experience in D1 and has helped turn things around. It was something I wanted to discuss with her. And so Kira Mowen joined me earlier today. Please bear with it. There are some breakups in her conversation due to some internet hiccups on her end, I'm suspecting, but you still get the gist of the conversation. It was a nice one to have with her. Joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline, it's the head coach of the Knox women's basketball team. It is Kira Mowen. And Coach, congratulations. This is huge. I mean, we love celebrating the fact that teams, first off, just clinch. That's just the fun thing about this time of year. This is the first time ever, as we mentioned, for the program. This is another level for all of you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think our conference is really good, playing Ripon conference champions this past season. So it was like the epitome of the biggest game ever, right? The rubber match between the two of us, and being able to go up to Ripon, get the win, and come back and bring that trophy back to Knox for the first time ever. Like our kids are ecstatic. Right. I'm ecstatic, but in my coaching mind, that's just how we change culture. That's how we build programs. So like, I'm all on board. We're ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll with what's next.
So what's next is the NCAA tournament. Just for the record, I want to clarify that. Who you'll be playing, who knows? But I'm going to go out on a limb and guess you're going to get a bit of a dandy of a team. But let's talk about the season, because the second half's amazing. Absolutely bonkers. First half, not bad. You had 4 losses before the end of before the year. I'm doing quick math. 8-1, 9, something like that. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, 8 and 4. Yeah, not bad. You got some conference games in there. You got some good results. But you guys, I mean, heck, Chicago certainly thumped you. That probably a little bit of a reality check there. But you guys are playing for your own thing. Those things, in my mind, from my perspective, those weren't really. You're not like striving from some national schedule, right? You're just playing to be yourselves and get your jobs and your accomplishments. So really, to be 8-4 at the turn into the new year, you had been thrilled.
Yeah, I was definitely excited. When I took this job, it wasn't a matter of where Knox could be. It was a matter of how quickly can I get them there. So as much as you say, like, I wasn't playing to get nationally known, I was, right? Like, I set up U of Chicago for a reason. I did. I've come from the Division I level. I know strength of schedule. I know how that works in my favor and not. Now, some of those losses you saw, Principia, Westminster, no, they weren't supposed to be losses in my mind. So the U of Chicago, I might have counted that as something that was like a building and a stepping stone for our program. When I went into the locker room, I used the term, it was a marquee game for us. I had to explain to my team what the hell a marquee game was. So right then and there, I wasn't sure that we were going to do well.
But no pressure either.
Yeah. But we played U of Chicago tough for the first 5 minutes. We got hit and smacked in the face harder than we've probably ever been smacked. And not for nothing, Maria does a great job with U of Chicago, and we just couldn't come back from that. We made a nice push, but like that 20-point deficit was just rough to come back from. So,
yeah,
no, I do pay attention to the strength of schedule. I am trying to make notes. I know our conference isn't well thought of in the Division III ranks, so I've got to do something outside of the Midwest Conference to get us nationally known.
Well, you finished strong, overlapping by a game. You won 15 of your final 16, dating back to that turn at 12-31 against Mount Mary. Your lone loss was to Ripon. It happened at the end of the regular season before the conference tournament, which of course meant you had to go to Ripon for the conference tournament. But more importantly, all right, so you knew what Ripon was. It was a 10-point game. Feels like all the pressure was off at that point.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, right? The Cornell game in the first game we played in the conference tournament was a tough one, and I think Cornell is very well coached. But we kind of had an idea of what they were going to do, and so we actually executed very well in that Cornell game. Then facing Ripon, I think the beautiful thing about that game is this: We played them a week before that Saturday for either sole champions of the conference, or co-champions. And so my kids knew what it meant. And I don't want to say that we took that loss easier, but it was an easy loss. The coin flip was probably the worst loss we had because in our conference, they went to a coin flip. So no, in my mind, we weren't a number 2 seed. We were the number 1 seed that lost the freaking coin flip. So going into Saturday's game, we knew what we had to do. And I guess however the Midwest Conference wanted to set it up, ever so bittersweet to win it on their floor.
Just a little extra motivation can't hurt. Whatever you need to find out there. And yeah, the coin flip, I saw that in a D1 tournament. I saw a video of a team after they had won a game, literally sitting there watching the coin flip on a phone, trying to see, and they ended up going their way. But unfortunately, you can't sometimes get all the tiebreakers to work out in your favor. Tell me a little bit about this team, because let's be honest, we don't know a lot about the Knox Prairie Fire, by the way. Really awesome mascot. Kristen Herndon leads the team at 13.2 points per game, 8.5 rebounds per contest, gets a ton of blocks on top of that, about 3 per contest, steals on top. Contessa Duran, 7.5 rebounds a game, 10 points per contest. Kylie Callahan, basically 10 points a game as well, 3.5 rebounds. They also, she hands out nearly 100 assists a game. She's got steals. Those 3 certainly are what's stirring the drink, but there's a lot of players that make up the drink.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking over this team last year, I had great buy-in, and I think that's the biggest thing. Contessa Duran, she was first team all conference last season, decided to come back for her 5th year with me. I love the kid to death. I've poured everything into her, and she's done very well. She is one of my stretch 4 players. And then Kristen had all these abilities last year, and just needed to learn how to take coaching and to learn how to be in the correct positioning. So it wasn't like she grew 4 inches over the summer. It wasn't like she did anything else. She just really bought in and owned into what I was telling her to do, and she came back better for us. Kylie Callahan, believe it or not, is a freshman. So she is my only sole freshman this year. She should be, put this out there on Midwest Conference, she should be freshman of the year with her stats and what she has done for our program. 4 clutch free throws last night to win it for us. 2 clutch free throws against IC to give us the co-championship. So she's a great kid out of Arizona. I've got her sister on the team as well. The other pieces are everybody else that bought in. Since day one, it hasn't always been easy, but I don't know if you look back to last year's record, we were 2-9 to start. We were terrible, atrocious. I didn't want to coach anymore. Then we took a turn. And we went on
10-4 after that.
Yeah, we went on a nice I think 8-game win streak last year and ended up finished tied for 2nd in conference with Monmouth. And from that point on last year, after my COVID sit out for the game, that's what I told you about. I sat out with the Luther game. We were just a different team. We were a different program. We were bought in. We understood that I was looking out for them, and they bought into what I was doing and what I was saying and what I was coaching and preaching to them. So we are just completely different. And we rolled that into this year. They help me out a lot. When I can't be on the floor, they can be helping and doing things. And I mean, we're just way different, and we're way bought in, and we're family. We use the word Mudita for our team this year, which is vicarious joy in other people's successes. And I think that's really stuck with us. So, cool. It's my family. It's my Knox family. It's my Purple family. We are one.
Team led the conference in scoring defense at under 59 points a game, led in scoring margin at 11.5, opponent field goal percentage at under 34%, rebounds per game at 42 plus, block shots at at 4.5, and assists per game at nearly 16 per game. There's a lot of things you guys are doing well as a team to that point of buying in.
Yep. Yeah. And all of those numbers, and I love it, Dave, right? All of those numbers are mostly defensive numbers minus the assists. And I'm an offensive coach, so it drives me crazy, but dang it. If it's the defense that's going to get it done, then that's what's going to get it done. No, like we had a really good preseason leading up to our defensive efforts. We changed a little bit and fine-tuned what we were doing defensively. And then between Kristen Herndon and Contessa Duran in my blocks, one of them plays volleyball. The other one is just a phenom in terms of how she can reach that ball. She helps us out a lot. And then not for nothing, I came from, and in my offensive mindset, right? Like I'm a share the ball, shoot the ball type of coach. And so when we don't hit the above 15 mark in assists, I get upset. because I don't think we're helping our teammates out, right? That's the vicarious joy in other people's assists. So it's not about me scoring. It's about how can I put my teammate in the best position to score.
Makes total sense. I couldn't disagree in any way, shape, or form. I want to give everybody a little bit of a sense of your background because I don't think anybody appreciates it. You played for the Illini and Youngstown State and in D1. You then were at Davidson in multiple capacities, including interim head coach, assistant coach, recruiting coordinator. You went to Monmouth after that, where you were an assistant basketball coach. You're also at, not after that, but you're also at Wisconsin, Milwaukee. You have all of this D1 experience, playing, assistant, interim head coach. I understand a little bit from your from the Youngstown State and from the Illini and from Wisconsin, Milwaukee, the idea of coming back a little bit towards the central part of the country. I get it. But what drew you to Knox as a head coaching job? Because I'll be honest, yes, it's D3, and I want to know why D3 intrigued you. But Knox isn't necessarily a stepping stone back into a D1 job. And I'm being honest, that's not where I would expect that to happen. We've had other schools like Chicago and some others where that's taken place. What drew you to Knox? What drew you to D3?
First, I think the biggest thing is my relationship with my coach at Davidson. My coach at Davidson knew my AD at Knox College when the job came open. And I had been kind of poached or talked to about other jobs, and I stuck the Division I level for most of my life. Well, when I started to get older, and I call myself old right now in terms of coaching, like the biggest thing I kept hearing is you don't have head coaching experience. You don't. Yeah. And I was losing out on jobs, or whether or not that was the real reason. I felt that in order to get a Division I job, if I wanted one, I needed some experience elsewhere. Sure. So that's the step. That is the step. And I love Knox. I love Knox for it. I need to. And in all honesty, they're making it a very comfortable place to be right now in terms of how my players react to me. Other things. So again, it's not a stepping stone in maybe many people's eyes, but in my eyes, from the trajectory that I've been on, it is a stepping stone. And I thank the Knox president, and I thank my AD who got me here because of my past relationship at Davidson College. But it's one of those colors that, you have to kind of have a feeling and a niche to want to wear, but I love it. And I got it on, I wear it proudly. And the Prairie Fire, as you mentioned earlier, it's a most unique mascot probably in the NCAA.
Yes.
So
I love it. And purple's not a bad color.
Yeah.
Hey, my family's all about the Baltimore Ravens, so it's all about purple.
Yeah, well, there you go. And I'm from Pennsylvania, so the closest city for me is Baltimore. So
there you go. I am curious though. It's been only 2 years. D3 isn't bad. You don't have to go on to D1. Just saying.
I don't. And again, I don't think it's about the Division I level is such a great level, and I grew up with it. I played it. Right. I lived it for majority of my life. Division III is very comfortable. It's absolutely very comfortable. That's how your school feels about you. That's the end of the game. And to me, my players right now, I've got the buy-in, I've got the lock-in, I've got everything we need. Now, granted, we're going to face, this selection show tomorrow, and who knows where we're going or who we're playing. But at the end of the day, I know I've got a strong family, and that's the word I love to use most. We are a strong family. The Prairie Fire right now is a strong family, and I've got plenty of support. So.
No, great. Well said. And Furry, by the way, come on. I mean, it's nothing beats that mascot. It's adorable. And I know it's not supposed to be adorable, but I think it's adorable. Congratulations. More importantly, on Monday, you get to enjoy the fact that Knox's name is going to pop up there. Warning you now, you're going to see this ugly mug say something about your team, but we'll have fun doing it in the meantime. But with that note, we'll let you go. I appreciate the time you've given us. Congratulations. Tremendous season, tremendous championship. We always have a tradition on the show. We give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who might be tuned in?
Yeah, just appreciate it. It's always in my job responsibility to grow the game of women's basketball. So shows like this, people listening, that's the best thing we could do to grow the game. And you said it earlier, Division III is not bad. So we've got to understand that we've got to start looking at the great coaches at the Division III level and giving them the same clap and camaraderie that we give all the Division I coaches that do the same thing. Sometimes, and some would even say, our job is a little bit harder. Not the same staff, not the same budget. So again, I appreciate you for what you're doing and how you're growing our game. And Knox. We're going to knock some out.
Oh, I love it. Hey, and you nailed it totally about the level and the coaches at this level. So thank you for saying that as well. Hey, good luck. Enjoy it. And we'll look forward to talking to you somewhere down the road.
Thank you, Dave. Have a good
She
one.
is Kira Mowen joining us here on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. Great conversation with Coach Mowen. And I liked the reality. She said, yeah, listen, I needed some coaching experience. I came to Division III. I was guided here, talked a little bit about how that could be a stepping stone, but also talked about how great D3 is and what she's liking about it. I'd say I'm on the fence on whether she continues to stay here or tries to move on to Division I. I'd love to see her stay there and continue to turn Knox around. I'm really impressed with what she has done there. Congratulations to the Prairie Fire. They know they'll hear their names selected come Monday at 2:30 Eastern Time. Who will be the at-large? Well, we've got our last pick. We'll take a break, come back, and let you know who it is and how we got there. You're listening to Hoopsville Selection Sunday Special, presented by D3Hoops.com and Sport Tours International from the WBCA and ABC studios.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person, and things that I've learned, I was able to apply it in another field, putting them into everyday life. Developing comprehensive learning helped me prioritize certain things to make sure I get to where I want to be.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I believe sportsmanship is a mutual admiration and respect for your fellow competitors. We all go through a lot to reach the point where we compete against one another. It's important to realize that. So once we're finally on the field or on the court or on the starting block, we look at each other as fellow human beings and not just competitors. Being able to recognize the hard work that other athletes are putting in creates a more positive and inclusive environment.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault. Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back to this Hoopsville Selection Sunday as we continue along. We're done with the women. We're about to show you who our final pick is. Don't forget, men are coming up. We'll do our mock selections with Bob Quillman, Ryan Scott, Matt Snyder, and maybe Drew Pasteur. I'm not positive about that. Before we get done with the women, though, we've got a surprise. We'll bring you that in just a moment. In the meantime, I want to show you our full board. Where we left it last, a reminder, there are your 19 picks. It's the Pool B selection of Berea, along with the 18 picks in Pool C, and who is left at the table As you can see, in Region 1, we have Amherst. In Region 2, we have Springfield. In Region 3, we have Rochester. Region 4 is Misericordia, easy for me to say. Region 5 is Catholic. Region 6 is Randolph-Macon. Region 7 is Calvin. Region 8, Augustana. Region 9, Wartburg. And Region 10 is East Texas Baptist. We bring our gentleman back in on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline. And, all right, guys, this was an interesting conversation to be had because I'll admit, I didn't know where we would head here. And, well, let's start with this. At some point, we have to start eliminating teams from the conversation. They just can't be, we can't be looking at all 10. How do we get there?
So you're right. I mean, at this point, we try and remove people from the table, and we look for things that they're kind of obvious disqualifiers. And when you're down to just one spot, the most obvious disqualifier is you lost to one of the other 9 teams, right? So if you lost to one of the other 9 teams, we don't think you're getting in ahead of them. And the only person who's at the table with that distinction is Springfield. So we removed them from the table. They lost to Amherst. I know it was the first game of the year, but the pride or the first one set aside. Next thing, if something's glaring in red, that's a bad sign. Even if you're just joining us, you intuitively will know that that's not a good sign. So we strike Rochester, who's got a sub 2/3 winning percentage, despite the 6-6. We put Rochester aside. We also put Calvin aside. The 529 strength of schedule is significantly lower than everybody else who we're going to take a close look at. So Calvin set aside. We think that if you only have one win against regionally ranked teams at this point, we think that's a bad sign. Again, if we could format that in red, we probably would, and that takes 2 teams off the table. Catholic, we didn't really talk a whole lot about because they did not have as strong a strength of schedule or winning percentage as the other team that has 1 win. Wartburg is the second one we took off. And if this is, again, where we don't know the personality of the committee, if the committee is not inclined to say, well, it's 1 win, it's over Loris. Loris is, we think, a number 2 in their region. Maybe Wartburg has already come and gone, but, to be trying to do this in a way that's kind of intellectually consistent, understanding that this is not a logic puzzle, we take Wartburg off. And then the last one that we set aside here is there's 2 of them. I'm sorry, because their resumes are kind of similar. It's Misericordia and Augustana. Nothing for them stands out in their resume. Their strength of schedule is generally lower than the teams we're going to talk about. Their winning percentage is, with the exception of Amherst, lower than the teams we're going to talk about. So we take Misericordia and we take Augustana off the table. So that leaves us with 3 teams: Randolph-Macon, East Texas Baptist, and Amherst. And I'll let somebody else take it from here.
So the next place that we went is between Randolph-Macon and East Texas Baptist. They have the same winning percentage, no differentiating factors there. They don't have any common opponents or head-to-head, no differentiating factors there. So we're down to 2 of the primary criteria. Potentially secondary criteria. We're not really looking at those for any of these. So if the committee deemed the primary criteria to be close enough and went to secondary, that would be something that we would be a little bit off from. But between Macon and East Texas Baptist, Macon has the strength of schedule by 17 points. They have the same number of wins versus region-ranked opponents in fewer opportunities, 7 games instead of 10. And they also have the best regionally ranked win over a number 3. East Texas Baptist best one is over a 6. And so because of that, between Macon and East Texas Baptist, we said of these 2, we would choose Macon. And so because of that, we also struck East Texas Baptist from consideration.
It's an interesting conversation, to say the least, because I think something that I have in the back of my mind was a few years back when we went the route of, hey, listen, let's talk about the full resume on the women's side, and we made a couple of selections based on the full resume. When they came out, it turns out they went down the win-loss category and took 2 teams that we missed on because of that. I'm not saying that's happening this year. I'm just looking at Wartburg especially, but even East Texas Baptist. because I think the trick to all this year is we're seeing more of a evolution with the women's committee towards a full balance of the resume. But Gordon, to your point, we also don't truly know who's in the room and what they're thinking when it gets to this point in the process. And here we are. We are down to Amherst and Randolph-Macon, which fascinating conversation to be had here because they both have their pluses and minuses. But Riley, there's some interesting twists with Randolph-Macon that jump out here, aren't there?
There certainly are. You know, when you start to look and you say, okay, well, Randolph-Macon's win percentage is quite a bit better than Amherst when you're comparing these two, which I think gives Randolph-Macon a pretty solid advantage here. Now, what we've been talking about in our conversations behind the scenes is that the strength of schedule for Amherst is a little bit better, but when you really look at it, it's 16 points better, which when we start to weigh things, that's not such a significant factor that I think it could put Amherst ahead.
In the old days, that would represent one game. You know, the old .03 equals 2 games measure. It's the difference of a game, and Randolph-Macon's got more than a game here.
And now here's the other thing, too. Macon also beat Wisconsin-Oshkosh, who we consider to be third in their region, Region 9. That is a huge win, and I think it is maybe one of the biggest factors here in putting Macon ahead of Amherst. Amherst has some decent wins, but they beat Williams twice, who's fourth in their region. New Jersey City, who I believe will end up fifth in their region, and as well as Rowan is the other one there for them. So, you know, you could kind of give or take those, but I don't think when you boil it down, you know, Amherst's resume is so convincing in terms of the quality of RO wins and strength of schedule that puts them ahead of Macon and makes up for the advantage Macon has from a win percentage standpoint.
All right. So unless I'm hearing otherwise, it sounds like the Yellow Jackets are getting our final pick, correct, boys?
That was the final consensus.
So there you go, folks. Our final pick, in our opinions, is Randolph-Macon as number 19th Pool C, making 20 at-large picks. And again, this is how we're reading things. Interestingly enough, Guilford would come to the table with a 769 and a 520 SOS, but a 1-4 results versus regionally ranked. And I'm glad we're not making this decision because it just gets a little bit more muddy. As we get a chance here, I'm gonna come back to us. I was just showing that fully on the screen. We're going to hear from Pat and them in a moment because, believe it or not, we were cheating. We were getting our information to them a little further ahead than you. And Pat and Ryan cheated and got a bracket already. So we're going to hear from them in a moment. But, guys, final thoughts on all this. Riley, let you go for it.
Yeah, I think, Dave, as we were talking about kind of our conversation off the air, this is a very difficult thing to do, and I think the deeper you get into it, once you get past maybe 10 or 11, so it becomes less clear kind of who really stands out. As Gordon said, you get into a lot of situations where no one stands kind of head and shoulders above the rest, and so it forces us to make a lot of decisions and maybe frankly assumptions based on the way the committee is going to see things. And we're like Gordon said a couple minutes ago, we're basing a lot of this off the top 16 reveal and trying to figure out, okay, they had Whitewater in there, which probably means they're evaluating strength of schedule a little bit more than they have traditionally. And so I think that's something to remember here as we kind of evaluate, our 19 Pool Cs is, we're trying to figure out how the committee is going to go. And we did our best to kind of mock select the way that seems they're kind of seeing things right now.
Scott, your thoughts?
I love how much we wanted to dig into, felt like we had to dig into results versus regional ranked opponents, the specific results, and how that can contextualize the winning percentage and strength of schedule numbers. Sarah talked about validating the SOS, and I believe Megan made references to kind of that full resume and contextualizing what you're seeing. And it was clear the Women's Committee was doing that, and I think it made our job a lot harder in really good ways. I think I feel a lot less confident about these 19 picks than I did about the 20 last year. But I love the process that we went through to say, like, what do we think a 900 winning percentage means in context of this strength of schedule, or a 650 winning percentage? I think that's really useful work when you're trying to figure out what team should be most deserving in an 18th or a 19th spot.
Gordon? You're muted, my friend. That's not me this time. That's definitely not my audio this time. Are we gonna we lost Gordon? That's weird. You there, bud? I know this feeling. I know this feeling poorly, unfortunately.
Is he ceding his time to Pat?
Maybe he is. Let's see if he can try again. He mentioned earlier he speaks quietly and carries a big stick, so. See.
Yes, that's
there he is. He's back.
Yeah, sorry. But...
Nope. Lost you.
Lost him again. I will say this, though. Gordon carries about the biggest stick as it comes to our women's basketball coverage here on D3Hoops.com. So you are not at all wrong.
No.
One more try?
Yeah, there you are. You're back.
All right. First, most of the thanks here goes to Riley and Scott, who did a lot of the heavy lifting on this beforehand. I'm kind of along for the ride and just really appreciate everything they've done. This is hard, but I'm guessing they got a lot of these right. The second thing I would say is there's a big part of the process. We always highlight this in our picks that we can't duplicate. We're trying to do. There's 4 of us trying to duplicate the work of whatever there is, 10 people plus the liaison. We are not trying to duplicate the work of 100 people, which is about what you have if you take the regionally ranked committees in there. If, Puget Sound stayed up higher in the rankings or something like that, that's something we're just not going to get right. But for what it's worth, I feel good with our picks till you get to about 18. The last two are where it gets hard, and really almost anybody that's on the board at the end, I could see being in the tournament, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions who I won't call out because I'm not trying to pick on them. But I could see, Rochester, who's 6-6, or Wartburg, who has a very good winning percentage, or Springfield, who maybe we're putting too much stock in that loss to Amherst in there. I could see any of those teams getting in and representing their conference very well in the NCAA tournament.
All right, well, we have Ryan Scott and Pat Coleman joining us because, surprise, surprise, and a twist. Not only were we cheating because we were getting them selections ahead of time, but they were cheating because they were doing their work ahead of time. But believe it or not, I believe you boys have a bracket.
We do. We have a bracket for you. Dave, I would love to share my screen if you can enable that.
Good call. That's a very...
What we did in the background, yes, the time from release to bracket is like totally 10 seconds. That's exactly how the committee does it.
How long it takes.
That's not true at all, but we have been working in the background while you guys have been debating these 19 Pool C and the 1 Pool B pick. And because we have Ryan here in the background on this call, we're like the 2 chief actually creating the bracketologists here. Like, Ryan is the guy who drives all around the country and knows where everything is, and that sort of thing. So he knows the map, all in all directions. So what we have done is we have taken this group and put together a bracket. So I'm going to share my screen. It's like any other Zoom call that I take part in over the course of a week, right? Are we all seeing here
There we go.
We're seeing a bracket. So first off, let's see. The teams that are bold are hosting. And you see in order here, these are your first round matchups. So you got your number 1 seeds here on the top line. Your number 4 seed in each of these pods is on the second line. So Smith versus Mitchell in the first round, Loris versus St. Norbert, Whitewater versus Knox, NYU versus Brooklyn. We know, of course, that NYU cannot host. We have placed this pod at SUNY New Paltz.
Well, Pat, we should point out, I don't know if we clarified that. NYU has stated, at least through a broadcast, that they are not hosting because they don't think they've got gym availability. I don't know how many people listening to the show are aware of that, but just real quick. So NYU apparently is not going to host. So go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why we have done that here. what am I trying to say here? Let's see, you guys were throwing names at us at the last minute. We got the right 19 in, I believe. Emory is able to drive to Transylvania, so we love that. That's a great pick from the for the geography gurus. The 3 teams that are in orange here, Dave, I don't know if that's a thing that you can see, but Redlands, Whitman, and Hardin-Simmons are the ones who have to fly. Scott, Ryan and I had a lot of discussion about, since Hardin-Simmons could fly anywhere, where did we want to send them? Typically, these things are then solved by where is a hole or a problem that we have to fill. So in our mock bracketing process, Hardin-Simmons sat on somebody else's line in somebody else's pod for a long time before they ended up going to Loris. There's lots of little things to like about this bracket, and I have monopolized the last couple of minutes, so maybe I'll let Ryan spotlight a couple of the other things.
One of the things we really like, so the other part of that is across going horizontally would be then your quadrants. So then we would expect, if everything goes to seed, the second round would be Smith, Loris, Tufts, Trinity at Smith. Same way Transylvania, Hope, Whitewater, Chicago at Transylvania. So that's the way those are set up. We know we'd have to fly whoever wins the Loris pod out. But we figured intentionally creating a second weekend flight was better than maybe randomly throwing them into other places. The one I like, if you look down at the bottom, we've got UW Oshkosh playing Gettysburg in the first round at Ohio Northern.
Yeah, that's cool.
This is the sort of thing that we like to do when we bracket, to get teams from very far apart together in the middle to be able to make those matchups work. So we weren't able to do it as much as we liked this year. A couple other highlights: Washington University and Webster playing each other. They are near neighbors. They won't be able to be playing at either of their homes. But
they're both going all the way up I-55 and then some.
Yeah.
Eau Claire and St.
Another good
Vincent's.
one, Berea can get up to Hope. So we're able to move them out of the south a little bit to get them up to Hope is a good one. And St. Vincent out to Chicago is another one that was really beneficial with the mileage for us. Always hard moving teams across Ohio in one direction or the other. But we were able to do that. We think we avoided first round repeats, but that's always hard to check in the time that we have.
Right.
Who would host the third one in this? So Christopher Newport, if the men are around, can't. NYU can't. I guess you're flying either way. Would DeSales or Trinity have... DeSales would add NYU without a flight, and probably Christopher Newport without a flight. So DeSales would host.
I assuming Ithaca will host that second weekend out of here. But
the other thing that's sad is CNU the men may not be able to host the second weekend just by geography, because Randolph-Macon is so close. We may not be able to have 2 sectionals in Virginia like that.
So Christopher Newport women could still host that way.
They may actually be able to host both weekends. I mean, it's sad to
That'd
say.
be a way of paying back for last year.
For the Christopher Newport fans out there, but that may be a reality geographically. So we'll figure that out when we get to the next bracket.
And I will say this about the next bracket. Since you have Ryan on the air for the selection call, we're not going to be able to do this. Have the bracket ready at the end.
Well, and this also does illustrate one of the problems, because I think right now we would have CNU men slotted to host that second weekend, but we're going to run into some geography issues that we're going to have to work through, which is just going to take us much longer than is typical for making these brackets, because we're going to have to move teams off of positions they have earned specifically because of geography, and that's a hard reality of Division III. So
yeah, and it's one of the hard realities of bracketing basketball brackets specifically. You don't really think of Christopher Newport as an island team, but they are pretty geographically remote from a lot of schools in Division III. So there's not a ton of teams that could drive to Christopher Newport. As I was looking at, just for example, number 4 seeds, right? Teams who we would send to play there in the first round. The only ones that could get to Christopher Newport in the first round were La Roche, Merchant Marine, Brooklyn, Notre Dame, and Greensboro. So that's just a good example of how difficult it is to get teams to Christopher Newport. They're way far east. Obviously, they are, they're adjacent to Virginia Beach. They're basically on the ocean. It's a little more difficult. There's not a ton of teams south of them in Division III, and the teams west of them are pretty far west. So it makes it a challenge to get teams to Christopher Newport in either of these brackets.
Yeah, almost no one from New England can get there, and almost no one from Ohio can get there, which is,
But Marietta, in our lovely southeast corner of Ohio, can get to Christopher Newport for the first weekend.
Right. That's one of the few Ohio teams that can do it. So they are.
Well, I appreciate it, gents. Obviously, we'll have this up on d3hoops.com as well. I like it. Obviously, I also like all of our picks. So, it works out nice. But I will say that Transylvania Rhodes Trine Emory pod is fascinating.
It is. It was one of the ones that we just kind of knew we have to do the island teams first, basically because of travel. And then it's like Transylvania is kind of the glue that can bring together teams from a bunch of different places, right? We talked about it on Twitter with Ohio and Indiana schools. Transylvania, obviously, in Lexington is pretty close to those to that area as well. Very cool. Thank you, guys. I think we'll end it on that. I want to thank Gordon Mann, especially Riley Zayas and Scott Peterson for their heavy lifting. I'm going to end. Pat, do you mind unsharing so we can see faces just before we let them go, if you don't mind? There we go. And of course, Pat Coleman and Ryan Scott for doing all that heavy lifting. You're going to see from at least one of those guys here coming up. But guys, thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the hard work, and we'll look forward to seeing if we're right tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern time. Alexa's decided that she wants to talk to me. Sorry about that. All right, guys, thanks so much. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll let you go. Strange. Alexa just thought apparently that I said her name and to play a song, but I didn't. Anyway, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll shift gears and do men's mock brackets. Running a little late, so we'll see if we can how good these guys did at getting their selections together. You're listening to the Hoopsville Mock Selection Show here on Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com and Sport Tours International.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Cheer for the stumbles. The he shoulda had that's. And the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love.
Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had, and you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Selection Sunday special. Reminder, we're raising funds for this lovely show. Our goal is inching up closer, but still not making much headway. But thank you to all of you tonight who have donated to the show. We've got our Venmo information on there. The QR code is to our Give Butter campaign. We have tweeted that out. We've shared it on social medias elsewhere. We put it everywhere. Help us move to our goal. By the way, our goal is that number because John Krikorian said it should be, and I do what John Krikorian tells me to do. Because he is Coach K, after all, right? If you got questions for us, you can tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can email us hoopsville@d3sports.com. You can also join us as we're simulcasting the show on facebook.com /Hoopsville and D3Hoops, or youtube.com /D3Hoopsville. Lots of you tuned in, so I really appreciate that. The women's mock selections, thanks to those guys for their hard lifting. Time to talk go from women's to men. And actually, I'm going to do something real quick here before we have a disaster on our hands, like we did on the women's side. We have a new selection group for the men's side of this. And to talk about, whoops, apparently that didn't want to take. Hold on a second. That was interesting. We bring in our of course not. It doesn't want to work now. Well, of course not. We'll do this. We had problems with the women's side. Why would the men's side work, right? It doesn't need to be helpful in any way, shape, or form. This is how we do things live on the air and see if it works now. It does. Good. Nope, lost it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, folks, and figure out why now this one wants to fail, too.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had, and you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
And welcome back. We figured out that tech issue because, whatever. Anyway, moving on. We are going to overhaul some things in the offseason, I promise you that. It's time for mock men's selections, and joining me on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline, across the top from left to right, is Matt Snyder, who may be licking his... No, you're celebrating. That's right. You're not. You're not celebrating. I'm sorry. My bad. Got a little confused there. Ryan Scott had no aspirations for anything, so he's certainly not licking his wounds. Bob Quillman, I don't know where he stands on the postseason this year, but I know he's a little disappointed in his
I've been out since like January.
Yeah, exactly. I'll have a moment on that. Drew Pastor joins us, sir. Welcome to have you back on the Hoopsville show to do selections. And, of course, myself. By the way, no career postseason aspirations whatsoever because my team was pretty much out of it after the second week of the season.
I'd just like to say that the Eastern Nazarene College women were in the NEC
That's true.
championship game.
That's true.
And it was pretty even at halftime, even though I didn't really have any right to be. Mitchell is better. So.
All right, so due to technical issues and other things, we have lost some time here. So let's try and pick up the pace. Not that we will, but we'll get going. We're going to do men's mock selections here. We'll get the screen ready just like we did on women's here in a moment. But let's remind everybody of the process. If you're just tuning in, especially if you didn't see the women's side, we have main criteria of D3 win-loss percentage. D3 is the emphasis there. Your D3 strength of schedule, your results versus regionally ranked opponents, your head-to-heads, if you have any common head-to-heads, common opponents if you have any common opponents. We'll talk about secondary criteria if we have to wade into it. Bob, we'll start with you. Anything else you want to keep everybody in mind with, or something you've learned in the process, et cetera, that you think will be key today?
I think we've learned from all the conversations with the committee that they're digging deeply into the quality of regionally ranked opponent wins. Whatever that means, we'll have to get into, but they don't just look at a 5 as a number. They dig into that 5. So I think we'll want to pay attention to that. It's also clear that they, I've heard the term outliers. If there's an outlier, we do this. So that's something I'm sure as we look at some of these resumes on the board that we'll want to pay attention to.
That's a good call, sir. Ryan Scott, any thoughts?
No, I think it'll really be interesting as we get down. I think we've got maybe half the teams that we're picking that we're all relatively agreed on, but I think there's going to be some interesting and heated debate as we get down towards the bottom, because there were so many top teams losing in these tournaments that you're going to have really, really competitive resumes not getting in this year in a way we haven't seen in quite a while.
Yeah, that's a good call. Hey, Drew, do you want to add, or sorry, before Drew, Matt, any thoughts?
Just to piggyback off of Ryan, we saw so many upsets Sunday and Saturday that teams that we thought were safe are probably going to be our bubble conversations now. Teams we thought were going to be the bubble conversations, some of them might not even see the board, and it was just a crazy weekend, and we'll probably see that here as we go through.
Good call. And Drew Pastor, any thoughts on yourself?
I think these other guys have said everything there is to be said before we jump into it.
Good call. All right, quick question. Anybody want to explain who's on the table? We'll get it on there first, but did we, or I should say, a better question would be, did we have to make any changes to regional rankings? I'll admit right now we were not able to glean information like I have, and admittedly, I think there's a few reasons behind that, including the fact that we were starting to glean information that maybe things have gotten tightened up a wee bit. But have we been able to try and figure out who's in the regional rankings, in what order, or have we made decisions already that need to be at least stated out loud?
Yeah, I was given the regional ranking task on this one, and because, like you said, the gleaning machine has been shut down, in recent years. The past years, we'd come to this show, and it seemed like we kind of knew what was going on in the regions. We went through the regions. There were some changes here and there. I think in some regions, more significant than others. In a region like Region 1, it was a matter of moving the order of a few teams around. I don't think we added anybody. An example I can think of where a change is fairly significant is like Region 9, where Whitewater moves all the way up to, I believe we moved Whitewater up to 2. Let's see, we moved Whitewater up to 2, and they were 6 before. Feel pretty good about that. The order of Region 3 on the men's side is really significant because there are a bunch of Pool C competitive resumes in Region 3. And the order last week of those teams, which I left alone, but it makes a big difference here. Like Rochester, Utica, Nazareth, Brockport, they all have good Pool C resumes. But because of the way this process may play out, it's possible one of them gets in or none, right? So like if Rochester were to just sit here, Utica might never get to the board. So those are just some high level things, Dave. We've incorporated the the projected regional rankings into the data that we're going to share. So like we added Hope to Region 7, and that gave an RRO win here or there. So our RROs reflect the new rankings.
That's a good way of putting it. Thank you, Bob. That was very helpful. We should point out, by the way, we have no Pool Bs on the men's side. There were not enough teams. So unlike on the women's side, we're not going to have that conversation to get a bid taken off the board. That's
one thing too, Dave, I forgot to mention Region 6. We flipped an order at the bottom. At the bottom of Region 6, it was Maryville and then Guilford last week, and we reversed the order. So we put Guilford ahead of Maryville, which what we're probably saying is Guilford's the last one that's got any chance. There's probably a cutoff there where at the end, Guilford's probably going to be sitting around. So that was a big change. As we get to different teams, I'll try to mention where there were regional ranking change implications, but that was a big one.
I've now put up.
There are some that aren't likely to matter as much. We could probably debate, like the end of Region 5 and who dropped out and who came in, but that's probably not going to make a huge difference. There are a few of those. Babson probably jumped quite a bit, but they won the Pool A, so it's less applicable to something like this.
Good point. Yeah, good point. I've got who's on the board and who is not selected so far on the screen. We will eventually get a cool little feature called Key Wins put on there as well. I'm just moving some sponsorship logos around because they must be put on the screen if you understand how this all works, folks. All right, guys, let's move forward. Let's get this on, as it were. We got to make a pick, and on the table we have, we'll try and make this screen maybe a little bit bigger. St. Joseph's of Connecticut, who surprisingly lost in the GNAC Championship to Albertus Magnus, part of the carnage this weekend. They were maybe the last bits of that carnage as they lost their first and only game of the season in the GNAC tournament. WPI is on the board, another team that I think many thought would win the AQ. Rochester's on the board in Region 3 out of the UAA. Stockton out of Region 4 on the board, no surprise there. Johns Hopkins in a turnabout, maybe is not fair play. Swarthmore did to Hopkins what Hopkins has done to Swarthmore for the last 2 seasons. Mary Washington's on the board at Region 6. Region 7 is John Carroll, who got pretty much surprised by Marietta in the semifinals of the conference tournament. Wheaton, who got surprised in the CCIW. Oshkosh, tell me if you heard this theme, got surprised in the WIAC, and St. Thomas, and hold on, got surprised in the SCAC. And that's why I think this on the men's side is going to be fascinating, and why Sarah has challenged to say she doesn't think we can get this done right. She doesn't think we've got the capabilities, gents. So the game is on. What's the argument for pick number 1? Let's go.
Well, to me, whenever we start off, I like to look at the highest winning percentage and then see if it's supported by good SOS and good RROs. So I gravitate in this case, obviously, to St. Joseph's in that .964, and I start going to the right, and I see a .543 SOS, which is strong. It's certainly not bad. It's on the strong side, and then 4 wins. And if we dig into that, one of those 4 wins is against a team that's sitting on the board, which is Oshkosh. That game was played in South Dakota of all places.
Yeah.
So as I look across, we can start to pick off some teams and say 640 is an outlier at this point that we wouldn't consider. 704 is probably an outlier. So I start across, like, that first row I'm looking at is like, wow, that's a pretty good one. And I start to see if anyone can beat that. I'll let some other folks jump in here.
I think there's, I mean, I don't know that St. Joe's has the best total resume on this board, but also we don't want to spend too much time on these early picks because we know a lot of them are going to get in anyway. And St. Joe's has been near the top of the rankings that we've seen through all the year. And so I think that's a good pick to start off with.
I'm with you. St. Joe's was number 1 on my board as well, given even after the surprise defeat this afternoon.
Yeah, and if you looked at similar resumes like a St. Thomas, maybe their winning percentage is not as high. The strength of schedule is in the range. 3 regionally ranked wins, but none of them are as good as St. Joseph's regionally ranked wins. St. Joseph has a win against UW Oshkosh, who's a number 1 on the region on this board, and a win against WPI, who's a number 2 in the region and on this board. I think that's a good resume for St. Joseph.
Yeah, 2 wins against teams sitting there on the board. That's got to be pretty rare. And so I suppose what the committee does is probably what we're doing, which is saying there's no drama here. We could hash this one out for the next 6 hours, but it feels like really safe pick to just put St. Joe in, and then we'll move on and put another team in Region 1 there.
All right, so I will type in St. Joseph, and that brings Middlebury to the board in Region 1.
So St. Joseph, despite the loss, gets off the table quickly. And interesting enough, we had a lot of conversation about St. Joseph's or Middlebury, but Middlebury made it easy a couple weeks, or in the last 2 weeks, to stay ahead of Middlebury, but Middlebury goes there to replace them. Anything jump out at you guys here? Because there's some good winning percentages, and there's some pretty solid SOSs, but I think unlike the women, the SOSs are all over the place.
I think I think we can eliminate. Well, we don't need to go 640 or 704 yet. There's some really good cases there that we're going to get to, but I don't think we're there yet. So to me, what can I cross off? I'm looking for like strong in those 3 columns, and I've got it with Middlebury for sure. I've got it with Stockton. I've got it with Oshkosh. I've got it with Wheaton. We have all kinds of great picks here, right? So there's a bunch of just outstanding resumes. Matt, what do you think here as you look at round 2?
Yeah, I mean, Middlebury just popped right on the board. Their winning percentage isn't the highest of the group, but they have 6 regionally ranked wins, including a number 1 against Keene State. Some other teams that have really good wins on the board are Johns Hopkins has a win against Swarthmore, who is a number 1. So I'm kind of looking at who's got maybe some of the best wins that could set them apart, and those 2 teams kind of stick out to me right away.
And John Carroll has the win over Wheaton, and John Carroll has a win over a top 2 seed in a region of Mount Union. If you at this point we have the luxury of being really picky, and we can look at some of those, like who's got great wins. The one thing, is it true, Matt, that like what's Oshkosh's best regionally ranked win? There's not like a wow win, is there, on Oshkosh's resume?
Not super wow. If we put UW Whitewater number 2, then I think they have 2 wins against Whitewater during the regular season, so those are their best wins. But Whitewater's like probably not the best 2 around the country if they're looking at it into that type of a depth.
Ryan, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I would like to do. We're going to have a lot of debate later on. So you mentioned Middlebury, Stockton, Wheaton, Oshkosh as teams that are strong in all 3 categories. I don't know if we want to just pick the 4 of them right away. I know we're not allowed to do that in the way that this normally works, but we want to kind of move along so we're not doing this for 4 hours, right, Dave?
Yeah, that'd be preferable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just, people get what we would have done, but I think Middlebury, we all agree with Oshkosh. Again, this
Stockton, for sure.
Stockton is a lock, whether they're here or a couple spots later.
And then Wheaton, and then we can sort of reevaluate the board now that there's 4 new teams on it.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, those
Mike Shower will be
for us. Yeah.
Mike Shower will be relieved that he's in the tournament.
McHugh's just relieved that he's not in charge of this year.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. So you got Williams in the first region, WPI in Region 2, Rochester in Region 3, Montclair in 4, Hopkins in 5, Mary Washington in 6, John Carroll 7, Wash U in 8, La Crosse in 9, and St. Thomas of Texas is in 10. And we're at picks number 6 here. And so, yeah,
You've got a really strong SOS there at Williams right at the top, the 584. And then the 846 winning percentage is also really, really high. And so I guess I'll throw them out on the table. I think Williams is maybe the next one that we need to pick here.
I'd push back a little at this point, just out of the quality of some of the wins. If you look at who their best wins are, we're talking about Hamilton, Wesleyan, Trinity. The part of the resume that's the lightest is the quality of those regionally ranked wins.
That's where I've been.
You want to throw Wash U up then?
Wash U is a consideration for me here. I'm in the mix on John Carroll at this point, based on the wins over Mount Union and Wheaton, 846. I don't know if they're the pick here or not, but they're in the mix for me. I think Wash U has everything you want. 760, 574, 6-6, and certainly they've got some good wins in there. Remind me, who's like Wash U's?
They've beaten Emory twice. They've beaten Rochester twice. NYU and Carnegie Mellon. So maybe, I guess, number 2 of Rochester is their best win. So okay, regionally ranked wins.
And we've heard the committee refer to, we've heard Sarah talk about, like, did they beat a top 2 in a region? Williams, no. I think Williams' best win is against like a 4 or 5, somewhere in there.
A 5.
Yeah, I think that's kind of dicey at this point. So I think I would take Wash U here, and then we're going to keep talking about Williams.
I'd throw Hopkins.
I'm okay with that.
Too.
Okay.
Are we comfortable making a pick with Wash U, or do we want to go further?
Drew wanted to talk about Hopkins, and I think that's a fair point. Is Hopkins is 852, 554, 4-4. You know, to me, they're going to come off the board quick. I still like Wash U over Hopkins, but Hopkins has a win over Swarthmore. They also have 2 losses to Swarthmore, right? So 1 and 2.
Yep. And John Carroll has a 1 and a 2 in Wheaton and Mount Union.
Yeah.
We could also again take this group to say out of Williams, Hopkins, Wash U, John Carroll, all of these are going to get in fairly soon. We could take that quartet, and now we're up to 9.
Yeah,
I mean, does anyone disagree with
good
any?
with that.
Yeah,
Well, the only risk being who comes to the table that might throw a monkey wrench into that group.
For what it's worth, I've got the comparative picks among Bob and Matt and I, and these were the only 9 teams to all be in our top 10 for everybody. So I think these were pretty strong consensus ones, and then we may start to get into a little bit of disagreement at that point. But your show, Dave. We'll yield to how you like to.
No, I understand it. I think maybe let's go one at a time, just so we can see who pops up, just so we don't just kind of group it.
It's a good point. Let's put Wash U in, and what we see here is Elmhurst hits the board, and so we're in one of those moments where we've got a 643 that we're going to stare at for several rounds.
Yeah.
You know, Elmhurst has a better resume than I would have expected, but they're going to be sitting here a long time. We may be talking about them like round 18 or something, but it's a good call, Dave, because it shows you what pops up on the board.
Yeah, it's not going to change who we're going with next.
So then if we put in John Carroll next, Worcester pops up.
Worcester pops up, which is a good resume, but maybe not as many regionally ranked wins as you'd like to see. And those are going to be a little bit lower, right? That's going to be Wabash.
Yeah.
It's
Emerson,
a
Heidelberg.
Conversation with like Williams versus Worcester conversation is similar in that the issue is going to be finding the best win. Not that that's a make or break, but similar conversation.
So then the next one we were going to do was Hopkins.
Yeah, Hopkins was the next one that we just no brainer. 852. Yeah, no drama with Hopkins there.
And then Muhlenberg hits the board, and that's a resume that's more like Elmhurst and less like the other top teams.
It starts to get easier now because we're starting to find outliers that we can say we're going to pass on them. I think we're back to.
Curious, who was behind Muhlenberg?
Who's the
Let's
next
see.
team, you mean?
In the Region 5, who sat behind Muhlenberg?
Alvernia.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I just want to make
Alvernia.
sure there wasn't one that maybe came above and made it more interesting. Because remember, we had that Roanoke Guilford conversation last year.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it seems like it's Muhlenberg sitting here. Alvernia,
Yeah.
Catholic.
Oh, God. Man, shot themselves in the foot. But I digress.
I think we're back to a Williams conversation.
Drew had mentioned Williams as the fourth of that quartet. Are we okay putting them in at this point, or do you still want to have discussion, Bob?
Who's Williams' best win?
Their best win in the region is, who is it?
For Williams, it's Hamilton, who's at number 5.
Is that where we rank them in the adjusted ranking though?
Or is Colby, where do Hamilton and Colby compare
Let me pull that up.
Yeah, we had Hamilton 5 in the adjusted ranking.
That's the issue here with Williams. They're going to get picked by us at some point. I don't know. We're about at that point for sure because we have to pick someone, right? It's a matter of who we're picking, but
Who's St. Thomas's?
Start to have some arguments, but I don't see one that's
Who's St. Thomas's best one?
like screaming at me.
St. Thomas doesn't have a real jump up and down. Tell you what, let me give you one that I like, and it'll give us something to talk about. Mary Washington, 704, okay, low. 578, 3-6. The 3 includes a win over the number 1 seeded team in this process, Randolph-Macon. The overall one, and did they beat Hampton-Sydney?
They did.
Yep.
Who will be in this process? Hampton-Sydney will be regionally ranked. Is it 4?
I think we put them 4.
So, like, for me, I mean, talk about different resumes, but Mary Washington beat Randolph-Macon. That's a big gold chip.
Yeah. But now you're
point,
having
so-
the question of, does that big gold chip overcome 140 points of winning percentage that Williams has advantage of, and not a good RRO, but an extra RRO on top of that?
Yeah.
That's the conversation, right?
I think that's going to be the committee conversation based on the regional rankings we've seen, is just how much one win is going to play. You know, when you're looking at, what's 140 winning percentage, what is that, maybe 4 or 5 wins difference?
Probably close to 4, yeah.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
those 4 games against nameless opponents going to mean less than 1 game against a really, really good one. And that's the committee discussion. And I think they're talking about that in ways we haven't seen, at least in recent years.
I suppose the flip side of that, I'm not sure that we need to take Mary Washington at this point, but if you look at who are some of those losses to, they have 3 losses to Christopher Newport and 1 to Johns Hopkins, who are elite teams in this process as well. So maybe the 3-6 doesn't look as bad as what it might in some other situations. That said, I think we may be at the point where Williams at some level is getting hit a little bit by the balance within the NESCAC, that there aren't the number of elite teams, but there are a lot of really solid top 100 kind of teams there, and they've got some quality wins. I would still be leaning toward Williams at this stage, but I can understand why Mary Washington's already coming into discussion.
I think it's Williams. We can break a tie when we get to quality of ROs, but it's probably not a tie. 846, 584, 4-3.
Yeah.
It's probably not a tie, and so I think you put Williams in here. And
in this case, I think there isn't a difference in the SOS to make the win-loss not a part of the conversation, and Williams is going to take that to the house.
I think we're going to be having similar. Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
Tufts on here, which has a lower winning percentage by quite a bit than Williams did, but a very impressive SOS still, and they've got 6 RROs on there. They played a really strong schedule, and they won a good number of those games.
Yeah, Ryan and I were debating this one earlier on Twitter, and I honestly, I didn't do it at the end. Ryan talked me out of it. I wanted to regionally rank Tufts higher than Williams because Tufts won at Williams. Tufts has a win over Middlebury. Williams lost to Middlebury at home. I guess all I'm saying is, to me, Tufts hitting the board here, 765, 74, 6-4. The wins include Williams and Middlebury. That, to me, that's the leader in the clubhouse until someone convinces me there's a better one up here.
I agree.
I don't have a strong argument against Tufts. They have a win over Middlebury, win over Williams, several other RROs in the mix. Their winning percentage is, is playable on this board, and their strength of schedule is up above, most other teams. So I think they're kind of a solid across the board resume.
Just to be fair to lacrosse, by the way, is the reason I haven't brought them up yet is because you could argue their resume isn't that far from Tufts, but when you look at lacrosse's 5-5, this is another one where, like, what are the best wins? And it would be, did they win one against Whitewater?
One against Whitewater, and then a couple against Eau Claire and St. John's and Guilford early in the season.
So St. John's has turned into a crazy, not a valuable win, and Guilford is on the bubble at best here, and they didn't beat Oshkosh. They had 2 cracks at Oshkosh. They didn't beat Oshkosh. So to me, lacrosse is not viable yet. Whereas Tufts, we have some good wins to validate that strong. So to me, it's Tufts.
And this is also where we start to see the SOS difference. So a 550 SOS is really, really good. But at this point, it maybe is not enough to make up for a lower winning percentage the way that it was, that if it was a 580 or a 590 would make a big difference in overcoming that winning percentage deficit. So, and that's what you're seeing with Tufts, right? They have a 760, which is not all that different than 731, but that 574 that's a significant jump from 556 to 574. You add in the regionally ranked wins and who they're over. It seems overwhelming to me that Tufts going to win that one.
I certainly don't disagree. I think Tufts has got a pretty strong resume there. It's interesting. I almost wonder if Tufts got ahead of Williams. I know I probably didn't, but
it wouldn't surprise me if we see the rankings. But either way, it's like.
But right.
They're one spot in a 64 seeded tournament. They're like one line away from each other.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Either way,
Well, I'm fine if you guys want to go with Tufts there, and then maybe we take a bit of a pause. We have some great chats to come up with Arcadia, North Carolina Wesleyan, and Co. men's basketball. Will give us a chance behind the scenes to kind of dive in and have our arguments. But if you're good with pausing there, gentlemen, we will take a break, and when we come back, we will hear from the aforementioned Arcadia men's basketball team. Went from being on the show about a twin coach to getting the win over the rest of the conference and clinch a bid to this tournament so they don't have to be even part of this conversation. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC studios. Thanks to our partners also at Sport Tours International.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
for the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division 1, more fans than Division 2, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Great moments.
Sorry to cut that off, Ad. We're just getting out of control there. Welcome back to Hoopsville as we continue to argue behind the scenes about what's happening next on our rankings. In the meantime, we got a chance to hear from some of the coaches that we talked to, though much later than we told them they would be on. We apologize to everybody. We'll start with Arcadia. Remember, we had them on around Thanksgiving. 2 coaches who were twins going to face off against one another. Great conversation to be had with the Van Zelst brothers. Well, one of them's on to the NCAA Tournament. Adam Van Zelst and his Arcadia squad got the automatic bid in the MAC Freedom thanks to a tremendous run late in the season. We talked earlier today with Adam. Now join us on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline. It's the head coach from Arcadia. It's Adam Van Zelst back on the show, but for different reasons. We had a lot of fun. I'm half expecting your brother to be next to you at this point when we had you on earlier this season. Now it's all about the celebratory side of things. You guys got it done in the conference, the MAC Freedom title. I'll be honest, I don't think I saw this coming.
I mean, if you would have, watched our team play in December, I don't think anybody saw this coming. But really proud of the group. They really stuck with us, stuck with each other, and believed in themselves. And we finished the season strong. And you know how it is. You got to play your best basketball at the end of the season, and we really did that. And we got a big win yesterday at the Sales on the road in a hostile environment. I couldn't be prouder of our guys. We're just really enjoying being around each other. And again, season's so long, it's such an important thing. So really having a lot of fun.
We'll talk about the wrap up, the title here in a moment. But you talked about the beginning. You lost 9 of your opening 15 games. To say that things could probably be over would probably be an understatement. At one point, you had lost 6 of 8. That's tough to come back from sometimes, especially when you enter the conference, and the conference is going to chew you up a little bit as well, especially teams like DeSales, Lycoming, and others. How do you guys, I don't want to say turn the ship, because I don't feel like you guys turn the ship, but how do you right yourselves, clear your minds a bit, and focus on trying to just improve when it seems like nothing's been going your way?
It's just day by day, right? You got to have belief. You got to just keep grinding away. And it's, we had some change in personnel as well. We had 2 student athletes who were missing from our rotation earlier in the year, joined us, one of them towards the end of December, and then more so the other one in January. And that really made a difference, and the pieces just kind of fit, right? That was a huge help. And, I think you just got to believe in what you're doing. You got to just work at it and, never give up. And I think that's part of it. College basketball is crazy. I thought we were talking about this yesterday. The biggest game of the season for us was we were 0-3 at conference, and we're going 2 Kings before conference plays over until we start the new year. That was pretty much a must-win game for us. And, we were able to scrap it out and do what we have to do and buy us some time to kind of figure things out and adjust the pieces a little bit more. And, we look back and it's crazy. We were 1-3 in conference, and, here we are today.
Yeah, that was that win during that 6-game streak. You lost 5, and one of 2 wins, the other one being a win in conference against Misericordia. Of that 8 we were talking about, and we could extrapolate out beyond that. It was 7 of 10 losses. The other one coming to DeSales with a win against Stevens. What's interesting, though, is how you finished. We talked about that start, but 9 wins out of 11 games to roll out the conference. That included an overtime win against DeSales to end the regular season at home. How important was that win to give you the motivation, momentum, whatever, into the conference tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of reasons. Number one, this group of guys, we've never beaten DeSales. That was the first time that, anybody in our program has gotten a win over them. So that was monumental for us just to know that we can beat them, beat a good team. Then also, we really wanted that game so we could play in the 2-3 game.
Yes.
The MAC conference, the way it's scheduled, the playoffs this is the last year with 5 teams in the Freedom side, but playing in that 4 or 5 game on Monday and then going Monday, Wednesday, Saturday is a grind. And, we don't play a deep rotation. So we knew that was going to be really important for us because, that's just a very challenging thing to do is, say you lose that game Saturday, you got to come back practice Sunday, and then we're most likely on the road Monday. That's a really hard script to flip and be ready to go. So, we thought that was we really approached that game as a must win for us in a playoff game. And as you were talking about earlier with our record, the last month of the season, every game was almost a playoff game for us. So we were really prepared and the guys were really focused and we knew what was at stake and how it could benefit us going forward winning that game.
Well, the other interesting thing, by the way, the 2 losses were to Misericordia and Stevens, the 2 that you had gotten wins over earlier. But what's more important is you avoid DeSales because by beating DeSales, you're now a 3 instead of a 4. As you said, you're not playing the 4 or 5 game, but more importantly, you're not playing DeSales in the next round. You can avoid them until the title game. And then you get that win at their place, and it relatively wasn't close. 13-point game in the end, 74-61, held them to 61 points. What was clicking so well in what is a difficult place to play, especially conference tournament time, because I know that place was absolutely jam-packed.
Yeah, Coach Koval does an unbelievable job. We can sit here and talk about him at great lengths of what he's done with that program over years. Really hostile environment, awesome small college gym. Students, their student body turned out. But you know what? Really proud of the Arcadia family too. Our student body turned out, and we're really proud and happy for that. But no, it's just, it's funny when you play a team a week later. You don't really have to change much. It's 1 or 2 adjustments here. Your guys are familiar with their guys. You're going over the scout and you're just repeating yourself. It's a couple tweaks, but, we've really felt like we could guard them. The big thing for us was we just had to finish stops. They're a really good rebounding team. They were +9 on the season on the glass. So we figured if we could hold them to 1 shot, we could really have an opportunity to go in there and win the game. And I also, like to think we had the best player on the floor as well in Jalen Watkins, our senior big guy. It just stabilizes us. We could throw the ball down low when things get crazy, make them adjust a little bit and get some other guys shots. And I thought our younger nucleus guys really stepped up and the moment wasn't too big for our guys, which I thought was great. And, we kept saying to them, just, hey, let's get, win 1 possession at a time. Don't worry about the result. Win 1 possession at a time and enjoy the moment. Just have fun. Like let's not be so serious. And I thought my first year when I coached in the conference championship, when we hosted Lycoming, I thought it was so serious and we were so tense. Where it's just like, let's try and have fun with it, and something you're going to remember the rest of your life. So,
talk to me about this team. You've got 4 guys in double figures. And that seems to be the core, almost 19 points a game from Jalen Watkins. He also averages a double-double, 11.5 points or 11.5 rebounds per contest. Sorry. Nearly 14 points from Nas Johnson and Justin Money. Of course, Johnson is the one you mentioned, missed a little bit of time, and 10.5 from Dom Vasquez. Those 4 certainly are the kind of bread and butter of this team. They all find ways to contribute, whether they're all handing out assists, as Vasquez is the leader there, but they all hand out a good chunk, or they're rebounding, or they're getting steals or blocks. Watkins has quite a few this season, averaging about 1.5, 2 per contest. Tell me about this group.
Yeah, I keep saying this to them as well. And I don't mean this any disrespect to any team that I've been a part of before. This is the most fun I've ever had coaching. They let us coach them. They love each other. They battle for each other. No one is above anybody else, and they just want to win and they want to sacrifice. And that's really been the big change of our season. Jalen Watkins, I can't speak enough about him. He's been unbelievable. How much growth he's made, not only as a basketball player, as a person in 4 years. He's been terrific for us. And Justin Money is doing more of the little things. And things he needs to do. Everyone knew he could score and guard the ball, but he's doing everything else. And they're being great leaders. I can't speak enough about them. And then our other senior who does not play, Sean Raftery, off the court, does so much for us. And then we have two tough Catholic League Philly guards, and Naj Johnson and Don Vasquez. Love recruiting the city of Philadelphia. We always will. They're winners. They just compete at a high level. Naz was terrific yesterday. He can score. He guards. He's just, I can't say enough about him. He was the best guard on the floor yesterday, in my opinion, and I thought it was a huge difference in the game for us.
This is the first MAC Freedom title, second MAC conference title of any kind, obviously coming from the other side. It's not a lot of hardware in the bookcase, as it were, to show off. What does that mean to the program to get that title, get the chance to now play next week, no matter where, and bring a bit of spotlight to the program, even if you were, 15-11?
No, it's great. This is what it's about, right? When I first got hired, I was lucky to take over after Justin Scott, who did an unbelievable job in his last year. He took them to the NCAA tournament. I said, we want to make this a national program. And I think the way to do that is you need to make the NCAA tournament year after year and then eventually make some noise. So, this is part of the process. And, talking about our record, it never goes the way you think it is or you want it to. And that's gets back to just staying with it and just, day by day. But, yeah, it's a great opportunity for Arcadia men's basketball to showcase the type of student athletes we have. We have a lot of local guys in the Mid-Atlantic region and show what we're capable of. And, obviously in this situation, we're happy to be in, but, we want to show what we can do, and we know we're going to be on the road. So it's going to be an awesome atmosphere. I was fortunate enough to play in the tournament, coach in the tournament before as assistant coach. And, I think it's really an awesome experience. The NCAA does a great job. And I hope our guys, I'm just happy they get to enjoy it and, something they'll always remember.
How do you approach it? You say enjoy it and certainly and have fun with it, as it were. But how much do you also want to put the screws in to say, hey, we are competing. We are going to have a tough opponent, most likely. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's on their floor, who knows, but we want to compete. How do you balance enjoying this with trying to also go out there and do what you just did in the conference tournament too?
That's a great question. I think it's always tough. I think it's a really a feel out thing with the type of student athlete you have and the guys in the locker room, right? I know our guys, we can say we're happy to be there. They want to win. They want to win everything they do. They're competitors. So I'm not too concerned about that. I do think it'll be a little new to them. So I'm a little worried about that, how we start. I think it'd be important, but they're going to want to compete. Our student athletes are, they're warriors. They love to play, and they just want to have fun. So I think the balance, I think they'll take care of that on their own.
Do you even talk to your brother? Did you even broach this topic? They missed out on getting out of the conference with the AQ. They aren't going to get the chance that you're getting. How do you approach that with your bro?
Well, let's start with this. We got to talk to both conferences. We played at 4:00. They played at 4:00. Put my dad in a really tough situation.
Oh yeah. Good point.
So he went to their game on Friday, and then he came to our game yesterday. And, during the second half when, it was like 5 minutes left, I thought we were in pretty good shape. I actually, was looking up at him. I was like, hey, give me the score. So I was trying to figure out how they were doing. He did an unbelievable job in his first year, set program records for him. I know he's going to, build that thing into something special. So, absolutely. I'm going to say something to him. He beat us when we played earlier in the season. Yeah. So I think that's only fair. But no, he was over last night with some family and friends, and, I know he was a little down, but he'll in a couple of days, he'll be good. They had a great year. So
no, they did. It was great to have both of you on. I know he got the better end of that one, but it looks like you got the better end of the end of the season. Well, hey, Adam, really appreciate the time you took to join us. Appreciate everything you guys have been able to accomplish. So congratulations and enjoy it. I know you'll enjoy the name being announced on Monday. As you know, though, as always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those tuned in?
Thanks, Dave, for having me. And, as always, you do a great job.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Take care. Enjoy the week, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road. Adam Van Zelst joining us here on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. Thanks very much to Coach Van Zelst for joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by Hudl. Great conversation with him. Congratulations to the Knights on making the NCAA tournament. When we come back, we'll get back to the mock rankings. We've made a handful of picks. We'll get you what our decisions were there. and move along in the process. Still to come, though, we'll talk to men's basketball and North Carolina Wesleyan. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC studios. Thanks to our partners at Support Tours International and very kind donations from many of you. We'll update the tote board. You might notice we have crossed over 6,500. Thanks to the donations out there. We have a little bit more to add, and we'll see what our latest total is when we come back as well.
Comprehensive learning is being able to adapt to experiences and apply the things that I learned. Being an athlete and juggling academics helped me grow as a person, and things that I've learned, I was able to apply it in another field, putting them into everyday life. Developing comprehensive learning helped me prioritize certain things to make sure I get to where I want to be.
Coach of the Year, Administrator of the Year, All-America Team, Wade Trophy. The WBCA doesn't just honor coaches, but players, administrators, and much more. The WBCA strives to honor those who have contributed to the advancement of women's basketball. Celebrate the present, honor the past, look to the future.
I believe sportsmanship is a mutual admiration and respect for your fellow competitors. We all go through a lot to reach the point where we compete against one another. It's important to realize that. So once we're finally on the field or on the court or on the starting block, we look at each other as fellow human beings and not just competitors. Being able to recognize the hard work that other athletes are putting in creates a more positive and inclusive environment.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Gotta unmute myself. Welcome back, everybody, as we continue to roll along a little later than we planned, but we're going to keep things going. We're on the mock selection show. Tote board's been updated, over 6,700 now. Thank you very much to all you. We're closing in on our ultimate goal of 10,000, but we're not there yet. Hopefully you'll consider helping us out. We're going to continue going along on our men's selections, and we will pivot, as it were, over to our guys. Yep, we're all set up and good to go. And joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline presented by Hudl, it's once again Matt Snyder, Ryan Scott, Bob Quillman, and Drew Pastor. And where we left off, we were at pick number 10. We had selected St. Joseph's of Connecticut, Middlebury, Oshkosh, Wheaton of Illinois, Stockton, WashU, John Carroll, Johns Hopkins, Williams, and Tufts. We have done some work in the meantime, and let's talk about where we went from here, gents.
Okay, so we got done with those 10, which were easy. We felt like those were the easy ones, no problem. Now, before I move forward, we did make 5 picks, but it was at number 11 that Ryan Scott started to talk about Rochester. And he continued.
Yes. And the fact that he's on the call still is ridiculous.
Well, I think the rest of the panel is way more interested in talking about Rochester than our host, Dave McHugh. but we weren't willing to do it here at spot 11, 12. But Ryan has been on us the whole time we've been on break. I just wanted to let everyone know.
Should I make the case now, or we wait a little bit?
Stop.
Just hang tight. You got vetoed on Rochester and they're 640, but folks, this is going to come to a head. Stay tuned on Hoopsville. This is going to get good. So we picked at 11 Mary Washington. We felt like they had a really solid overall resume. The winning percentage is low at 704, relatively speaking, but 578. And that 3-6 includes a win over the number one team in this whole process, which is Randolph-Macon. They have a win over Hampton-Sydney. Really impressive schedule played by Mary Washington. So we felt they were a very easy and kind of safe pick here. We had a lot of debate. Our next pick then, in that region 6, when Mary Washington got picked, Hampton-Sydney hit the board. And after a lot of debate, we started to compare similar resumes on the board. You start to get to a point where there's some low SOSs that we kind of steered away from, except Ryan, who continued to batter us about Rochester. Here at round 12, we were getting battered about Rochester. The rest of us said, pump the brakes. We picked Hampton-Sydney here. We picked Hampton-Sydney. It's just a strong overall resume. 778, 567, 3-4. Hampton-Sydney has a win over, remind me, someone help me out. Did they beat CNU?
Who?
Hampton-Sydney. Did they beat?
Yeah, they beat Christopher Newport and Guilford and Alvernia. They're 3 regionally ranked wins.
The big one that we're kind of hanging the hat on there is the Christopher Newport win was the kind that kind of breaks a tie at this point. It's a great resume. It didn't need much help. But then when you say one of those wins was Christopher Newport, we put Hampton-Sydney into the number 12 spot. We looked at the board at that point, and in that region, Emory hits the board. And we had a lot of conversation about Emory. It seemed like the rest of us maybe had a mental block about 640 that we didn't have about 680, but we still weren't quite willing to go there yet, not quite yet with Emory. And we debated Montclair State, a lot of conversation, and we debated St. Thomas. And we ended up making a decision that the overall resume was better with St. Thomas of Texas. So we put them on the board, and they have an 875, 560. Our one challenge with St. Thomas, there isn't a hang your hat on win there. There's not a win over a top 2 in a region. There's not a win over a top 16 in the process. But 875, 563, and 1. When you look at that across the board, that's a really strong resume. So we picked St. Thomas. In that region, Mary Hardin-Baylor came to the table and had a lot of good conversation. Montclair State continued to be front and center in our debates at this point. We were a lot of Montclair State versus Mary Hardin-Baylor, but this is where we zoomed in on Emory. And we looked at that 615 and then the 6 and 7. And remind me, guys, Emory's best wins include.
Case
oh yeah, they've got a win over Case,
and Rochester twice.
And we think Case is a number 1 ranked regional team in Region 7. They were last week. I can't confirm that Case stayed number 1. They didn't lose. You can make a case for Mount Union, but either way, Emory has a lot of great wins. And we were willing to go to 680. And we thought overall, the totality of the resume, we've heard the committee say over and over, the totality of the resume, we thought that was Emory. And so, Dave, we put Emory on the board, and we made one final pick while we were gone there. A lot of Montclair debate versus Mary Hardin-Baylor. We're trying to compare Montclair to Mary Hardin-Baylor. I'm also going to say this. People are asking, why not WPI? Here's our issue. 846, 530. 530 is a little bit low. When you look at their RRO wins, the 3 and 4, there just isn't a lot there that jumps out. Remind me, guys, WPI, those 3 wins, those are against who?
Babson twice.
Twice, and then Emerson.
And where is Babson regionally ranked?
4. We think
Well,
4.
we're not sure. They probably jumped up a little bit because they won the AQ.
But not. It's not.
Third or
There's
fourth,
no.
maybe in one of the weaker regions.
Yeah.
There's no top 3 regionally ranked wins. So WPI, we have right now. We're waiting to another round to where they look attractive, but they haven't been yet. Ryan has been hammering us on Rochester still. The rest of us have said not yet, not yet. And we debated Montclair versus Mary Hardin Baylor. And we felt that we went to the secondary criteria for the first time. And we looked at non-conference SOS. And Mary Hardin Baylor went out and played an amazing schedule. If you recall, the season started with them in California playing CMS, Redlands, Pomona-Pitzer. They made another trip, bad break, and that Whitworth didn't end up being as great, although they're the AQ. They played a great schedule. And their non-conference SOS is 654, and Montclair's is 551, which isn't great at all. So we used non-conference SOS to break a tie, and we picked Mary Hardin Baylor. And Dave, that's where we're sitting. And what I'm going to promise you is, although you hate it, Rochester is going to start to be a serious conversation.
I'm just going to
getting you up to speed.
I'm just going to mute Ryan every time he brings it up for the rest of the way and make him struggle about it. Listen, I'm just going to get this out of the way now because I know it's going to come up. First off, I have an issue with a winning percentage. At one time, we had issues with winning percentages below 700. Then it moved to 667, and then Oshkosh broke the mold with their 630 winning percentage. So I have an issue with 640, and that's why, listen, nothing against Luke Fulkertsy, who's probably next year's chair. At some point, you got to win your schedule, even if you schedule the toughest schedule in the country. And so that's why I have issues with even considering Rochester too heavily. I get that they have a lot of part of their resume there, but at some point, you got to win more games, in my opinion. You can't win just barely above us, 6 out of 10. It feels odd. But I agree, especially with the Oshkosh breaking the mold that one time, that they're gonna be in this conversation. There's nothing about me that says otherwise. So I'm still gonna mute.
Now?
No,
Right.
hold on. Oh, he's been
Right,
muted.
make the
That is awkward. That is awkward. He's been muted. Oh, that's too bad. See, he's been muted. It's just, poor Ryan. He's going to have to unmute himself. You can't unmute
myself. I have to unmute myself.
Yeah, but I
was going to wait for you to let me back in. But...
Ryan, make the case.
Okay. So first, we can all see 10 regionally ranked wins. That's more than any team in the country.
Like a lot.
One of those is over Case, which is a number 1 in a region, which we've talked about as being a really big deal. A number of the other ones are pretty good. Middlebury, a 1 or a 2, depending on how that region worked out. That 629 SOS, we put this in perspective. That is 0.04 ahead of Oshkosh, or Middlebury, who's won. They were the shoe-in first candidates in. 0.04 is a huge differential. I mean, that SOS is even better than the astronomical ones that are going in first on our board. And 640 is not good, but it's still winning a lot of games. And what we've seen throughout this regional ranking process is that they're willing to let a slightly lower number in this year. I think that fact that Emory stayed ahead of Guilford all through this whole process is evidence of that. And I think Rochester has all the numbers to get in. Whether, if I was doing an eye test, do I let them in right now, given what they've done? I think that's more of a question. But with the numbers and the criteria that we have, they need to be considered.
It's still about the totality of the resume. That's I think the middle ground on this thing, where I could see Dave's side and Ryan's side, is we can't rule them out, because every round we get to look at the totality of the resumes. And the group consensus was that the totality did not favor Rochester yet. But I'll bet you, as we get deeper here, we have, 5 picks left? The totality of their resume is going to become more and more competitive. Whether it's round 16 or 18, we're going to have to talk about them, but doesn't mean we're automatically going to take them. But I don't think we can just say no because of the 640. And I was on the train a week ago on Hoopsville, I said, no way a 640 should get in. I said that over and over again. But here they are on the board, and you're like, okay, so we got to look at the big picture, I guess.
I agree with you.
So then Matt or Drew, who do we compare him to?
Boy, it's tough to say. At this point, when you look at that number in the mid-sixes for a winning percentage, I'll say this. If there was ever a team that was going to be taken with that kind of number, this 2023 Rochester team would be it. The SOS is just astronomically high. The number of quality wins that they have is incredible. This is not a resume that you see every year of that SOS and those RROs. And it's going to be apples and oranges, right? If you put them against somebody like Montclair State, that's just a really different type of resume overall. Maybe that's the next one I'd be thinking about along with it.
You know what? The one thing I'll add on this is a non-criteria comment, but just I get where people's head is. I've watched Rochester's 2 last games and win a home game. They lost at home to NYU and they lost at home to Emory. And they knew they had to win one of those and they lost. Now, nothing I'm saying is part of the criteria. There's not a subsection that says win your final 2 home games. But I think the struggle that the optics of this are like, gosh, it was set up for them to close the deal and they didn't do it. But this is their resume and this is what we have to work with.
And to that, I guess it gets at a point of there are different ways to think about this. Are we looking for the best teams or the most deserving teams? Maybe the answer is neither. We're looking for the ones that best fulfill the NCAA criteria. But there certainly are different philosophies in terms of selecting teams for any type of competition.
Dave, do you want us to make a pick on the fly, or are we taking a break and making picks? Or you tell us what you want to do.
We can do a pick on the fly here. If we think we got a concession, then we've got 2 more interviews. Obviously, we can still run here, so we could do one at least having talked through the process to everybody to explain where it is. I think, again, my problem with Rochester is the simple fact that I think one thing we got to consider is, yes, they've got the wins, but they've also got losses. You talk about, okay, they got a win over Case. Yeah, they also have a loss to Case. So the part of that resume needs to be maybe revealed a little bit more. And I think that's, listen, if they swept Case, I think we have a different conversation here. But then again, they also wouldn't be 640.
Yeah, the losses are reflected in the 640, and the reason why we're not picking them so far, right? Is that's the issue.
I guess my question is, if they were 658, would we be putting them in? If they were 6, is it 1 game difference?
I think it's
it could be, but I mean, this is where I have a problem with that Oshkosh became the outlier, and where I have a problem where, and I'm taking a random number of 667 being anything below that's okay, because there's a couple of factors here. I think it sends a tough message to those who have no capabilities of ever having a 629 SOS, that they have no chance of making this tournament.
There's how about Barry? Compare Barry's resume to Rochester.
Well, Barry had a chance to improve that number. They played Huntington twice. They played a couple teams with 2 or 3 wins on their entire season that were not conference opponents.
They also won at Emory and at Maryville.
I don't disagree. And listen, we had this conversation with Lancaster Bible when they were going to lose in 2016, potentially in the conference tournament, and be left out. I don't like that. I think there should be a bell curve.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying the 2 polar extremes.
You're absolutely right.
Rochester versus Barry.
My only argument on Barry is they had 4 or 5, maybe 6 non-conference games that they could have done something better with than just one Emory, one Hampton-Sydney type game that is absolutely killing them. Rochester, for the most part, yes, went out there and scheduled well, and the UAA is helping a ton this year. I mean, it's doing a lot of heavy lifting. I just worry that you reward a team that didn't win a good chunk of those games. Barry lost what? 2, 3? Rochester lost a lot more than that. I just think at some point you got to win more. That's all.
So are we putting Montclair up against them? Are we doing this debate?
I would say this is, I'm not willing to put Rochester in. I'm still in the Montclair is our top. Worcester, we've talked about. There is the RRO. There's not a top 2 regional win there for Worcester. I'm big on Montclair here. 815, 535. The 5 includes a win over number 1 Region 4 Rowan. Is it? Yeah, Region 4.
Yeah.
Before we go on, can Matt, can you let me know what the Pomona RRO wins are?
Yeah,
They've got a similar SOS
They're at the
to
bottom
Montclair and a better winning percentage. So.
And they won at WashU.
Oh, that's a great call.
WashU, Claremont twice, and Redlands.
The WashU one would
So
be.
they've got a WashU
top
win,
one.
which may be not quite as impressive as Rowan. So maybe Montclair is still the.
I think Montclair's resume is better than Pomona Pitzer's, but Pomona's going to be in the conversation.
But barely, right? I mean,
it's very close.
This one is super, super close.
I do think because of the win over
we got
Rowan.
Drew and Matt to weigh in. I'm still voting Rochester. Where are you guys?
My vote would be Montclair. Drew, Matt, where are you guys?
Yeah, I wanted to bring up Pomona as well, but I can see taking either Pomona or Montclair at this point. That Rowan win is a nice one. Pomona won a little higher percentage of those games, but some of those are not at the same level as having to play Rowan and Stockton. So I can live with Montclair.
Yeah, I'm fine with Montclair.
Matt, where are you on these two?
They're very close. If we're valuing like a high quality regionally ranked win, like we think the committee might, I think the number 1 Rowan win is going to stand out drastically here. So I would think the committee might be more inclined to go Montclair State.
I think Montclair.
We got a winner.
So Montclair is our pick at number 16. Probably a good time to take another break. We got more interviews so we can have chats. We don't need to bore people with the same conversation constantly over. And I think 17 and 18 are going to be fascinating as we get closer to 20. And remember, Sarah's put out there that she doesn't think we can do this. She thinks it's too difficult. And I think it's because of Rochester. I'll be honest. I think it's because of that dynamic that either she doesn't know where her committee was sitting when she said that, or she just doesn't know how we're going to read between the lines on that. At least that's how my read was on it. But there you go. Those are our picks so far. We'll take another break. When we come back, we will hear from Co's men's basketball coach. How about Co-Hawks making the NCAA tournament? Part of that carnage that gives us this conversation. Back with more after this.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had, and you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
Welcome back to the Hoopsville Selection Sundays. We continue to do the work on the men's side. Remember, women were already done with all of our selections. You can go to d3hoops.com to see what they were, and you can find out how we even bracketed. Not we, Pat and Ryan, bracketed those teams that we selected. We're in the middle of our men's, actually past middle on our men's selections. We've gotten through 16 selections. We have 4 more to go. We're talking about them behind the scenes, but we had another great conversation in men's basketball action with a team that has not been in the NCAA tournament since I was born. 1976, last time we saw the Cohawks men's basketball squad in the tournament, and Brian Martin got them there as they're winners of an absolutely crazy American Rivers Conference Championship tournament. We talked to him earlier today about how they pulled it off. Joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline is Brian Martin, the head coach of the Cohawks, as they are NCAA Tournament bound. Coach, let's be honest, you're probably playing just to get into the tournament at the end of the regular season. I'm talking about the conference tournament. Just to get at least one more game under your belts. Did you guys have any thoughts that, you know what, we can go win this conference title?
Actually, yes. I know that sounds crazy, but that was kind of one of the driving forces for us, I think, kind of through we had a 5-game skid there late in the year. And, but we were playing pretty good basketball, just kind of struggling to make some shots. We lost on 2 buzzer beaters and, things just weren't quite going our way for a stretch there. But we kept talking to the guys really the whole year. That's been our thing is like, we want to be playing our best when it matters most. And our league is so balanced. We just got to get in the darn tournament. And it just worked out amazingly for us. We won our last 2 regular season games. Timing is everything. We beat Nebraska Wesleyan at home on senior day. And, I think that game was pivotal because we have to turn around and go play them on the road. If you lose at home to them, it's going to be a pretty tough trip to go down there and beat them at their place. But our guys were confident. And, at that point, we were kind of telling our guys, we're playing with house money here. Nobody expected us a couple of weeks ago to even get in the tournament. And, but it's just been a roller coaster of a season. I mean, we've had really good stretches. We're young, so it was kind of a struggle at the beginning. We got hot. We had a chance to beat Johns Hopkins down in Nashville at the Christmas tournament. And, so our guys knew we were capable and, just timing was everything. We got hot at the right time.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is an interesting start. You start the season 2-2, and you technically ended up starting at 4-2 with some wins over Luther and Edgewood to extend that out. Then you hit your first slide as conference started against Laura Simpson and Central, and they all said, well, thank you for starting your season. Here's a loss, 0-3 to start that campaign. Then you turn around and won 3 straight, and you're right. You took Hopkins to the wire, got a 78-77 win in Nashville. That's got to breed, or loss to them. That's got to breed some kind of momentum because you come out of there winning 4 of the next 5 in conference play, including Dubuque. You got a tight game with Nebraska Wesleyan. You beat Simpson. Everything's looking good. And then you hit that 5-game slide. And it's like, that's the kind of thing that can absolutely derail the season. Luther, Central, Loras, Buena Vista, Dubuque get you back. Absolutely could unroll. But you've now won 5 straight. How do you talk about the team being young, but that 5-game losing streak in particular, how do you kind of get the guys refocused? Not only was that win against Nebraska Wesleyan key, but so was the win against Wartburg right before that.
Yeah, no question. I mean, we don't win that one, we probably don't beat Wesleyan. And, Yeah, to answer your question, all the credit goes to the kids, and we've only got 2 seniors on this team. Greg Hall, who starts for us, and another young man, Boston Ferry, who's been injured all year. But their leadership and then our our junior class is strong, led by Cale Schmidt, who, I'm biased, but I think he's one of the best point guards in the country. Those guys they refused to let our locker room go the wrong direction during that 5-game skid. And it's funny, but like I don't think where we're at today had we not gone through that. It's kind of like you lose one, okay, you lose a couple, you lose 3, and now you got all this pressure on yourself just to get back in the win column. And so we kind of felt like we've been playing in tournament mode for 2.5, 3 weeks, and then we get to this point, and like I said, that the message was kind of, guys, we're playing with house money. All these guys, this is the first time they're in this position where it's win or go home, and we've kind of been in this mode for a couple of weeks. And so again, the credit goes to the guys. The real test was that 5th loss in a row was at home to Dubuque. We trailed the whole game, stayed in it, took our first lead with under a minute to go. Cale Schmidt hits 2 free throws to put us up 1, and Dubuque's point guard Sam Kilberg hits a 30-foot fadeaway 3 at the buzzer to beat us. So that's our 5th straight loss. And there's not much you can say to cheer up the guys after that one, especially when it's 5th in a row. But again, to their credit, they just kept believing, and they knew it was just like we just got to get over the hump and get a win and get it going in the other direction. And that's exactly what happened. We got a huge win in dramatic fashion at Wartburg, and that kind of started the good streak for us.
Tell me a little bit more about these guys. You got Schmidt, who's leading the team at a little over 18 points a game, 3.5 rebounds, 3.5 assists, and about 2+, somewhat around 2 steals per game. You also have TJ Schnur. He's got 17 a game, 6.5 rebounds to lead everybody in that category. He's one of your top shot blockers. Greg Hall, another one in double figures at 10+ points per game. He contributes in other factors. Obviously, those 3 jump out on the page because when you look at stats, they're the top ones on the page. But what are those 3 doing, and how's it all working with the rest of the group? Because you play quite a lot of players.
Yeah, we like to play a lot of guys, and we feel our depth is a strength of ours. But definitely starts with our 2 all-conference players. I assume will be a first-team all-conference guys, and Cale Schmidt and TJ Schnur. They've just been tremendous all year. I mean, like you said, Cale's averaging a little over 18. I think TJ is right around 17 now. Those guys have just showed up every night, and it continues to amaze me because, when you get in a league play, everybody knows if you can limit those guys, you're going to probably beat us. And they just continue to step up. And last night was another great example of that. But Greg's been just a steady hand too, as a senior, averaging about 10 a game. And then the other contributions for us to keep us balanced offensively have come from a lot of different guys, like you said. And, and that's kind of one of our biggest strengths and something we really shoot for is to have a balanced offensive attack. And, I don't know if you saw the stat line last night against Loris, but TJ Schnur was incredible. 14 of 15 from the field. He's scoring from all over the court. This is my 11th year here at Co. I don't know if I've seen a more incredible individual performance that he put on such a big stage as last night. So those guys have really been, the leaders for us, but we've been getting a lot of positive contributions from up and down the roster all year.
Yeah, he had 36 points for a career high with 8 boards and 3 assists, along with some huge moments from Schmidt and some others to help you guys. What's crazy was the ARC tournament was absolutely bonkers because it ended up being 4v6 for the conference title game. First 6 seed to win the conference title since 2017. But more importantly, this is the first time you guys are heading back to the NCAA tournament since 1976. I will not date myself, but I may have been alive when that happened, but barely. What's that mean to this program? What does it mean to the school to get that kind of opportunity, not only to bring home the hardware in the conference, but to know your name's going to be on, the billboard Monday, as it were, and you're going to be playing a game next weekend?
I don't know if I can put into words, Dave. It's thrilling, it's exciting, it's special, all that stuff. And we've had a lot of good teams. I've had 3 teams that have finished second and we've just been knocking on the door. And Pat Yuckham is the guy I took over for when I got hired at Co. He had a couple championship teams. They didn't happen to win the conference tournament. So there's been a few cases like that. And 76 was the year I was born. And back then Co had a remarkable run of teams, but I think that was prior to the actual start of what is now D3, if I'm not mistaken. So
partly, yeah.
They were D2 or small college, whatever you want to call it, and but they had some remarkable teams that made some tournament runs. But yeah, it's been a long time coming. I'm thrilled for our players and our coaches, obviously, but really happy for our college and our campus community. And to do it in the fashion we did, going on the road 3 times when, as a 6th seed. But I think if you'd ask any coach in our league, are you shocked that Co won the tournament? I don't think anybody would say yes. I mean, our league was just so balanced this year. We beat a couple of the top teams. We lost to teams that were at the bottom, and everybody just kind of beat each other up. And so like I said, it was just the Cinderella story. We got hot at the right time, and again, credit to our guys for having the toughness it takes to get it done 3 times in a week on the road is pretty phenomenal. But back to your point, it's just special to be able to represent our league and get Co College back to the NCAA tournament for the first time in whatever that is, 47 years or whatever, and to win our first school conference tournament, is just awesome. So we're very excited.
Yeah, it's definitely 47. You and I should know that number pretty well, considering. Yeah, top 6, all within 6 games of one another. It was definitely tight. It was literally a game-to-game scenario for the most part. So pretty impressive that you guys were able to pull off the victories against some tough teams, all of them on the road, which you will do next weekend, most likely. I can't imagine otherwise. But I know it doesn't matter to you guys. You're just getting a chance to play in March.
Send us anywhere. We're just excited to keep hooping. So
yeah, I hear that, and I can appreciate it, to say the least. Brian, so thanks so much for coming on the show. Really appreciate it. Congratulations to the team. Tremendous opportunity, and we'll look forward to seeing where they get placed officially on Monday. In the meantime, we always give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuned in?
I just appreciate all the support from Cohawk Nation and our administration. And again, I'm so happy for our guys, and it was a great day for Cohawk Nation. And Dave, thank you for having me on and for everything you do for D3 Hoops. We certainly appreciate you, man.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it very much. Thanks for coming on too at short notice. Enjoy the heck out of it. We'll talk soon.
We will. Thank you.
Here's Brian Martin joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. Great conversation there with Co's coach. That's it. Cohawks. Congratulations. Absolutely astounding. But it's wins like those that are putting us in this craziness. There are going to be great teams left out of the NCAA tournament because there were so many bubbles burst with so many crazy results in the conference tournaments. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we'll go back to our mock committee, see where we are, and see what we still have left to do. And we still have to hear from North Carolina Wesleyan's head coach, John Thompson. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. Tote board. Love to see it go a little bit higher. Don't forget to donate as well.
These are your teams, your players, your community of fans. This is where they play, where they practice, where you cheer. At every meet, every event, every game. Your community is passionate, dedicated, supportive. You know the tension of a close game and the thrill of the win. So while you're cheering, keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary. If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
I used to never really talk. Ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.d3hoops.com. Welcome back to the Hoopsville Selection Sunday Special. As we roll along, a reminder, the men's bracket will be released at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. We'll have it all at d3hoops.com. Women's bracket at 2:30 Eastern Time. And as I look at the clock, I realize we better get a hustle on because I got a lot of work to do ahead of tomorrow's bracket shows. Brendan Gulick will be in Indy, and I will be here at the Hoopsville Studios to present that. Looking forward to all of that work coming up tomorrow. Of course, we'll have the bracket show at 7 o'clock Eastern Time as well. All right, we're going to return to our panel of experts, as it were. I think that's what we call ourselves, is joining us back on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. Ryan Scott, Matt Snyder, Bob Quillman, Drew Pastor, and myself. And we are looking at our selections. We left off with Montclair State on the board as our number 16 pick. And we have a couple more that we have chosen and some fun conversations. Who wants to do our recap?
We picked Montclair in large part, just a good resume all across, and then kind of a kicker with a win over a regionally ranked number 1 in Rowan. So we picked Montclair before the break. We made 2 selections since. Once when we picked Montclair, NYU hit the board, and we discussed many of these teams, again, including Rochester, who the heat continues to amplify in Rochester. The whole group still said no on Rochester. Ryan Scott wanted Rochester here. I think the group said we're not ready. And we started looking at NYU very heavily, 720, 580, 4-6. Someone help me out. The NYU wins. I know that at home at the end of the season, they beat WashU. That was a huge win. They beat Rochester at Rochester. What other standouts there do we have for NYU guys?
It beat Emory once.
Yeah.
And Carnegie Mellon, who had been ranked.
So what the WashU one on is probably your nationally best one there. We picked NYU here. We picked the 725, 84, and 6 on the board. So it was 2 quickies from Region 4, and then DeSales hit the board. Lots of great debate at this point. So we started talking a lot about. Remind me, guys. It was, first of all, we came back to WPI, and every time we come to WPI, we struggle with the blahness of the RRO wins. There isn't anything that in this process stands out, and so we kind of eliminated WPI in this round. Rochester, we still weren't, as a group, we didn't have consensus on Rochester here. We started talking about that Guilford. How does Guilford compare to Pomona-Pitzer? And we said Pomona-Pitzer we like. Pomona-Pitzer won at WashU, which was really a standout win for us. And then we said, how does Pitzer compare to lacrosse? We looked across the board. We did lacrosse beat, and we said we like Pitzer. How does Pomona-Pitzer compare to Worcester? Same thing. We like Pomona-Pitzer. We went through our process, totality of the resumes, and we picked Pomona-Pitzer in this round, which then brings Claremont Mudd Scripps to the board with 2 picks. And Dave, I'm telling you this, it's heating up, seriously heating up right now.
So we got Colby in Region 1 out of the NESCAC. In Region 2, WPI out of the NUMAC. Region 3 is Rochester out of the UAA. Region 4 is DeSales out of the MAC Freedom. Muhlenberg out of Region 5 out of the Centennial Conference. Guilford out of Region 6 in the ODAC. Region 7 has Worcester out of the NCAC. Elmer's coming out of Region 8 from the CCIW. Region 9 has UW Lacrosse out of the WIAC, and Claremont Mudd Scripps, as we just mentioned, coming out of SCIAC in Region 10. Just a note here, already from a bracketing perspective, there's some hurdles they're going to have to deal with, which will be fascinating to see if this list holds up. I'm wondering, kind of reverse psychology, anybody we can eliminate from consideration for sure.
We just had that conversation, Dave, and I'll ask everyone else to chime in here. The one that I believe we just had consensus on was Elmhurst. And let me be careful with how we say this. At 643, the difference between Elmhurst and Rochester is for us to talk about you at 640 something. You have to have the world's greatest SOS of all time and the craziest number of RROs ever. And Rochester does and Elmhurst doesn't. So when we look at Elmhurst's resume, at this point in rounds, what are we at, 19, we eliminated Elmhurst from consideration at this moment, whereas Rochester is very much in the conversation. Anyone am I saying that correct, guys?
Well, so I think that's generally true. And I do just want to point out, the committee is sending a little bit. They've got Elmhurst sitting here in the regional rankings ahead of Carthage, who has a 667 winning percentage. They're not just drawing a hard and fast line. So obviously Rochester has much better criteria everywhere else. And so it makes sense, Elmhurst is well below them. And I think it's okay to eliminate them. But we are getting messages from this committee that they're willing to consider some winning percentages that maybe they haven't been willing to in the past.
That's a big theme for us in these during break conversations is like all we can do is try to assess how this committee has handled regional rankings and the top 16 reveal. And the learnings seems to be that this committee is definitely willing to look at a lower winning percentage with great SOS, tons of RROs, but importantly, like standout. I go back to the top 16 reveal. I thought St. Thomas, Texas was like a no-brainer for that thing, maybe at like number 13. And if you recall, they didn't make it. If we go back to Region 7 last week, Carnegie Mellon got ranked at 625 when you could easily put Wabash, Heidelberg, Calvin. There were options there. I'm not saying any of these decisions were wrong, by the way. What I'm saying is we're trying to figure out what this committee is going to do, and we believe that they're willing to look at a lower winning percentage if the totality of the resume is all there.
Rochester is a unicorn, to say the least.
Hey, the other point here is this is where we're kind of playing a game with our arms tied behind our back because we had to guess the final regional rankings. And I don't know if is the screen sharing, if we put Rochester on the board just for fun, could we show everyone what resume comes up right behind?
Or can we just put that resume on there? I don't know how it works with the system. Can we put the resume behind Rochester on the board instead?
Yes. Yeah, I could do that.
So, I mean...
Because I don't want to confuse anybody that we selected. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying that Utica is a no-brainer here. There's a lot to talk about with Utica, but my point here is that, like, I believe that Rochester was the highest ranked Pool C in Region 3, but I can't confirm that. So if it was different and Utica's been sitting on the board the whole time, this is where what we're trying to do is very difficult. But I still think we had the order right. But Utica's got a really strong Pool C resume.
What's interesting too is how much did the loss to Rochester? Let's just say, for argument's sake, that Rochester had a handful of committee members who were really bullish on them, but maybe right on the fence. And suddenly that loss to Emory, they lose the capability of still making that argument. Because, a win over Emory, they got a 680 winning percentage. This is probably a no-brainer. They're in the tournament already. What were they going in? I don't remember what they were going into the weekend before the win-loss.
667.
They were right at 667. So they're probably still borderline. And so maybe those committee members are like, listen, 667, I'm okay. That's fine. They got a great thing. We're good. Now they slip to 640 because they've lost yet another game to Emory. In this case, it's to Emory, I should say. And it's another loss. And now maybe those committee members change their mind. That's the part we can't figure out. That's the part we, aren't in the room, or as Ryan was saying earlier, something about, understanding the context of the committee. We don't know if those who were fine with it are now no longer fine with it. And that's the tough part, because I think there's an argument by a significant amount of winning percentage, 20%, that Utica gets ahead of Rochester potentially, because otherwise Rochester is blocking Utica from having any chance at all of making the NCAA tournament here.
But here's the challenge with Utica, just if we're now kind of redoing the regional rankings, which we should, Utica's wins, and this may be a week old, Hamilton, Nazareth, Alfred, Nazareth, Alfred.
St. John Fisher.
There's nothing. Yeah. I don't mean to disparage. There's nothing.
There's nothing huge there. No.
Yeah. So I
agree.
I still think Rochester. If I was looking at the criteria, totality of resume, I would have put Rochester ahead of Utica in the region.
I think the argument being is if that win-loss finally was too much to stomach, for lack of a better description.
But why wouldn't they have done it the week before?
10 people
because it was
voted,
at 667 the week before. It was at a point where it was still 2/3 of their games. That's what I'm saying is, I wonder if that equation changes, and suddenly the committee is like, okay, I just can't keep making this argument. It's total curiosity from my perspective.
Yeah,
I have
agree with
a hard
you there,
time believing. Go ahead, Drew.
I agree with you, Dave, on the point of maybe should they be ranked at that point of, is there some sort of floor of what's realistic, but based on the committee behavior of what they did with Carnegie Mellon and Emory and others, I think at 640 they probably still might very well be ranked ahead of Utica. It's really apples and oranges.
And by the way, yeah, I agree. But by the way, quick note: Luke Flakertsy on the committee, he's not partaking in any of this. I think that's the other twist here. Someone else from the East region comes on board. Do they make as strong an argument for Rochester to be
nightmare scenario, by the way, because if you're the vice chair or whatever Luke's title is, this thing's coming down to a decision on your team, and
you're not in there, and the longer it goes, the longer you're sitting there.
Just from an optics standpoint, no one wants this to play out this way. This is not fun.
From moment one. I mean, Rochester's been on the board the entire time. He hasn't been on this call.
Good point.
So I just have a very hard time believing a room full of mostly basketball coaches is going to say one loss completely eliminates a good team from at least discussion. And I think when we discuss the criteria,
the one thing we know
Rochester makes a strong case.
The one thing we know about basketball coaches, it depends on where they come from in their perspective. If you're talking about basketball coaches who are the UAA, CCIW, WIAC, and I'm just choosing some randomly, not being purposeful, they may be strong SOS, individuals. But if you're talking about those who know how tough it is to try and schedule like that in their own life, they're not going to be as strong on the SOS. They're going to be much more on the on the wins and the losses. I think that's where that dynamic is rather interesting. And I don't know where it goes because we haven't been able to.
We do believe Rochester's on the board ahead of Utica, though, right? We should put them back up here.
We just did that for illustration. I think as a group.
I think that 20% difference in win-loss is staggering.
I'd rather go down. I'd rather be wrong having Rochester ahead than if we put Utica ahead.
If you're a Utica fan, you are hating this right now.
Yeah.
But if you were a Roanoke fan last year, you were hating it. Granted, it was a little different with 2 losses to Guilford.
I also wanted to mention we eliminated Elmhurst from this round. There's, I'm going to call it the blah resume issue here. No offense to our friend Drew, who's sitting here. We have a group of us that have all kinds of issues. We've got Matt Snyder, whose team lost last night. That was rough. Drew's sitting on the bubble. My team, I don't know, we had like 18 or 19 losses this year, something like that. So we've got some issues here on the call. But Worcester, 778, 553, 3-4. They're just there isn't a lot to get excited about in the RRO wins, and Guilford's in the same spot. Like, we keep coming back to Worcester, Guilford, and La Crosse as well. Like, La Crosse's resume, I've never seen a WIAC resume that looks like that isn't an immediate pick, because the 5s are always like they've beaten Platteville and Oshkosh, and La Crosse just doesn't have a ton there. I don't mean, let me ask the group. I mean, is that group in play here at all?
Well, I'll also point out that because we had all the carnage over the weekend and so many at large had to go to teams we swore were going to be AQs, maybe a resume like La Crosse's jumps out at us in a normal year and they're done. But at this point, they're sitting there because there's not enough room.
One on the board that I like. So go ahead, Ryan.
We've basically eliminated Elmhurst at this point, because their resume is not as good as Rochester's to consider from that skewed perspective. If we're looking at this, the next best win on the board is Muhlenberg's win over Johns Hopkins. Their winning percentage is not where you want it, but they have a strong SOS, and they've got the best win on the board. Do they come up in this conversation?
I just can't see that when there's such a gap in win percentage between them and some of the other teams on the board, when they're giving up over 100 points to Guilford, for example, with a comparable SOS and identical SOS and VRRO. At some point, the 100 and some points of winning percentage has got to count more than the one key win.
So then can we eliminate Muhlenberg then from this?
I think so. For me, I think Muhlenberg is not competitive in the process. To me, at 667, there's got to be more going on to the right. And they're just, I know the Hopkins win is awesome, but there's got to be more. There's got to be a couple of those, you know? And
so we've eliminated Elmhurst, and I think we've eliminated Muhlenberg. My next question is then, is DeSales SOS too low to consider?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the absence of other stuff, like if DeSales had good stuff to the right, so let's just check it out. What's DeSales' best? Is there anything?
Muhlenberg and Montclair State.
Montclair's on the board, but they're not a top 2. They're not a.
They're a 3.
Mm-hmm. I think we can eliminate DeSales.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, at 504, that's not going out there and trying to schedule anything. I bet their non-conference SOS isn't all that great.
Now CMS at 800, 523, 3-4. The 3 includes a game
UMHB,
Mary Hardin Baylor.
Mary Hardin Baylor.
Where did we have Mary Hardin Baylor ranked in the region? Is that
2?
They're number 2, I believe.
Yeah.
I think CMS is very much in the conference. I'm not saying they're a
they have 1 win against Mary Hardin Baylor, and then they got 2 wins against Redlands. They didn't get any wins against Pomona or anybody else.
So 1 win, bubble or better, and they have the second lowest SOS on the board, ahead of only DeSales. That 8 looks nice on the winning percentage, but that's.
I'd take WPI before I took Claremont.
Tell you what, if as a group we're not in on Claremont, I look at Rochester.
I think that's got to be the next pick.
I mean, 629 with the totality of the resume. Now, again, in the next round, I would still come back and want to talk about Claremont Mud Scripps more, but then we have a whole bunch of stuff to sort out. But for me,
what about
here?
What about Guilford jumps out at me.
To me, that's in the block category, though. What, like, they needed to.
Well, 551 SOS.
Also, once you start talking about Guilford, lacrosse has beaten Guilford, so you have to have that conversation too.
I think lacrosse having beaten Guilford, to me, eliminates Guilford. You know, like if we're struggling between like those Worcester, Guilford, lacrosse.
So maybe I can chime in here because my top 25 ballot has and will continue to, even when I turn it in tomorrow morning, Guilford number 3 in the country. I believe Guilford is one of the very best teams in the country. I do not think they have the resume to get in here. I'm happy to eliminate them for all the reasons we've said, and there's no bias there because I think it's absolutely insane that this team will not be playing, but they just don't have the numbers for it.
I have 19 or 20 from last week, and to be honest with you, they didn't blow me away this weekend.
I think this is where like real life basketball and the criteria are worlds apart. This is one of those. I have others, like I've said this for Carleton. I think Carleton's fantastic. The criteria says they're a middling seed.
Well, that's where the MIAC needs to get its head out of its rear end.
Sure, but just the point of the criteria is the criteria. So I agree that Guilford doesn't have it.
I just meant to say I'm the biggest Guilford fan outside of the Palumbo family, and like I can't justify keeping them in this conversation. So
it's interesting. I'm in the same position too. Their strength of record, based on what would an average bubble team have done against their schedule, they are in the top 10 in the country that way too, and that's a pure wins and losses kind of. Just they don't match up well with the criteria.
We haven't talked about Colby much. 741, 552. I don't think there's, with all those opportunities for Colby and the NESCAC, do they have any kind of win there?
Number 3, Williams.
And Williams is
they were 3.
A 3, right? And
Williams and Hamilton.
I don't think you can straight eliminate them, but I don't think they're up here right now.
They're not a bad resume.
I think
they look in some ways inferior to some of the other teams that have a higher winning percentage and about the same SOS.
Right.
Here's we have to bring this one up. So Worcester lost at home to Rochester.
Yeah.
We can't pick Worcester over Rochester if it's a tie, and I don't think it's quite a tie.
Well,
but if there's a head-to-head that has to break that tie.
I don't think that if it's a tie, right? If it's a tie, yeah.
Well, it's not even a tie. I mean, I think we all agree that Rochester's. I think we think Rochester's a little bit ahead of Worcester.
I don't disagree. I think the win-loss percentage is screaming out loud.
I think we got to put Rochester in here, and then we really dig down for the final pick.
I think it's Rochester. I think we just need to.
If we don't go 20 for 20 and Rochester's on the way out, I'm firing all of you people. I'm just joking.
Like this for 20 years. We get to this same point in the show every year for 20 years.
I just think I think we have to have a serious conversation. And I mean as a division. I don't mean as us. I mean as a division. About, listen, it's great that we're boosting SOSs. It's great that we're going out there and challenging ourselves. That's wonderful. But at some point, it's like the example I've used numerous times of the lacrosse coaches who still think that a team that went 500 is a top 25 team because they played in a tough conference. Still didn't win enough games. I don't know what the solution is. I've heard of rumors, but I don't know what it is. But if we keep taking teams into the NCAA tournament because their SOS is through the roof and unachievable, honestly, for vast majority of the division, I just think it's the wrong message.
Do we look at this also the other way? Rochester's unique in a number of ways, but their regionally ranked wins is not because of the UAA. They only have 4 in conference.
They played Middlebury.
They have Texas Dallas they brought in. They brought Middlebury into town. They went and played Worcester. Like, this is not just a benefiting from their conference schedule. Like, they did poorly in the conference overall.
Yeah,
let's
like
say
these
that
wins
again. Are coming outside.
But Texas Dallas is a late ad 7. St. John Fisher is a 6 in Region 3.
They beat Middlebury.
Nazareth, right. So they've got 1. If I look at the totality of their schedule, non-conference, they've got 1.
No, I know that this year
Worcester?
they went to. Here's my point. They scheduled Worcester. Like, I know Worcester isn't a top 10 team this year, but when you schedule Worcester, that's good. And they brought in
I'm not
this isn't just about
disagreeing
the
with
UAA.
that. But I'm not talking about the UAA either. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm not disagreeing that they went and scheduled themselves. I have no qualms about what Luke did and what they did and who they played. My point is to allow them in based only on that. Because we're dismissing the fact that they lost that many games. There's a vast majority, I'd say at least 3/4 of this division, that cannot, for a variety of reasons, come close to doing that kind of scheduling, and we're eliminating them if they lost 3 games.
But let's think about this, Dave. The flip side, we put Williams in pretty early. If Williams had Rochester's schedule, well, where would we be in this conversation?
It's still the same conversation. I'm not talking about Rochester. I'm talking about putting a team in that went and scheduled great, and I have no problems with that, but didn't win enough games.
But our task is still to evaluate the resumes, right?
And again, my point is, if this happens, if Rochester gets in, I think the division needs to have a conversation about SOS having too much influence and overriding win-loss to some degree when it's known in the division a vast majority of those schools cannot in any way, shape, or form, whether it's conference limitations because they have so many conference games, it's financial limitations because they aren't at a school that can afford that kind of money, if it's simply just restrictions academically because their presidents or whatever won't let them, travel at a certain time or whatever the case. There's a host of reasons. But more than 3/4 of the division cannot put a schedule like that together. Let me rephrase that. 3/4 of the division can't put a schedule close to that together and be in a serious conversation with that many losses. They're being rewarded on only the schedule. They're not being rewarded on the totality of their record because their win-loss is being dismissed. And I think that's...
The question isn't whether they should get in. I think out of the 5 of us, 4 of us think they shouldn't.
No, and
but
again,
they are going to.
Again, not my point. My point is, I think the division, the SOS is rearing its head so much. I don't think this happens in other sports either, by the way. But even in women's basketball, tamps down a little bit. We've got to find somehow a way of saying, listen, great scheduling, but you didn't win enough games because name me a school that can go out there. You talked about Barry. Great example, only because I wish Barry had a better resume. Barry should have a better resume. But if Barry went and, let's say, improved 5 of those games and still had, let's add 2 losses. So they had 4 losses on the season. They're probably still out of the conversation compared to Rochester. And yet they have a pretty good resume. Rochester's only being considered because they have an insane resume that a lot of schools just can never achieve.
Well, they're being considered because they beat a lot of great teams. That's why we're talking about them. Is
number 7 Texas Dallas, number 6 St. John Fisher, number 4 Nazareth, number 2 Middlebury. I'll give you that one. Number 8 Ithaca, number 5 Worcester. There's only one non-conference win that's of note.
All right, so I'm just saying, though, if Rochester came to the table...
I said there's one non-conference win of note.
I think, though, a lot of the teams we've taken, maybe St. Joseph is a big exception, a lot of their RROs are in conference games for conferences that have a lot of... I think
we got to rewind the whole process.
There's only 1 or 2 out of conference for most of these teams anyway.
But they also have losses.
For example, we beat anybody in non-conference.
So what I would say is we're spiraling down a road that has nothing to do with the criteria.
I'll stick to the criteria. Win over Case Western Reserve, also a loss to Case Western Reserve. So when my book gets wiped out, A win over Carnegie Mellon, but also a loss to Carnegie. No, they beat them twice. I apologize. A win to NYU.
That's not how the committee does it. They don't.
No, I know. My point is, I think they
wipe
do.
out for a loss.
Ryan, I don't think that's true. It's a regionally ranked opponent, so they beat a
but the
regionally
committee
ranked.
doesn't interpret it that way. They never have.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
But
They're going to look at
Rochester
originally ranked and said you beat one and you lost
They
to
don't
one.
count it as a win.
They're going to look at a regionally ranked opponent and say you beat them and you lost to them. You beat them and you lost to
They're
them.
more going to say you beat them, though.
Are they? I don't think that's true.
Yes.
I don't think that's true.
It's true.
In conversations I had, the losses against regionally ranked opponents do come into play.
Here's what I would say is just to sum this part up is I completely agree with you, Dave, that we need more definition. We need more parameters. I mentioned Carleton earlier.
Yeah.
To me, that's the best example I have of like a team where they probably weren't going to get in tonight if they needed to in Pool C. But because of their league, they can't have a good SOS without the craziest, luckiest non-conference scheduling of all time. They'd have to schedule the perfect programs and hope they had the perfect season. So I agree with you. Now, we are here to evaluate these teams' totality of the resume. I believe we're like Claremont Mudscripts or Rochester is what I've heard. I think we have to make a decision between those two. I support either one of those. But that seems like where we got down to.
Yeah, and I think if Guilford's 2 wins were Middlebury and Case, they would have been in already. I think some of the times we're getting distracted by some of those other things.
Wait, say that again? I didn't follow. What'd you say, Ryan?
I'm saying that the 2 wins that Rochester has are better than any of the other wins that we've got on the board here. And I think we're getting caught up in a way that I'm just not sure the committee will.
Oh, no, I think they're going to dive
But
pretty
I've been
damn
the big
deep.
proponent. I'll let you guys vote through whether you want to do it or not.
I would vote for Rochester here.
I would vote Rochester here too.
I likewise think the committee is going to pick Rochester, whether I would or not at this point.
I'm going to abstain because I actually wonder if there's a twist coming.
And there could be, like we said, it could have been that Utica could have been on the board the whole time. We have no way to know. We think we made the right decision. Maybe we didn't.
And so we come up to this last section and we have essentially eliminated DeSales, Muhlenberg, Guilford, Elmhurst at this point. Yes?
I think so.
We got to look at Utica. Do they have a viable resume?
Definitely just on the surface they do. 846, 526 is low-ish, but not a killer. 6 and 4. Now, what's within the 6? Like
it's the Empire 8 for most of that, and teams that are not bubble level. That's the challenge here. They've won a lot of games, but when you look at those wins are over Nazareth, Alfred, and St. John Fisher, that's the downside.
What I'd like to propose first, since we only have one team left we can pick, let's go down and just start. If we compare Colby and WPI, which one of those do we like better?
By the way, just a reminder, we got one more interview we could go to here.
I think we just stay with it, man.
I got to get the interview aired anyway tonight, so.
It's your day. This is your show, Dave. We do not make this decision.
Let's take a quick break because I do want to get the interview done. I don't want us to finish this. No one's going to listen to the interview if we're already done with our work. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dive into this as we, because I think it's going to be tough, but we also want to hear from John Thompson, who got his team into the tournament. So we'll take a break. Be back with more after this.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
I used to never really talk. ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
A good citizen is someone who wants to make a positive impact, both in their communities and in the world around them. The Division III approach is absolutely the best approach out there for amateur sport because it wants student athletes to explore all parts of who they are. Be successful in the classroom, be successful in competition, be successful in the community. So our student athletes learn what it means to strive for and attain success, but doing it the right way and being good citizens.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well. But it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that. And it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. We'll quickly go to our next conversation we have with John Thompson, the head coach of North Carolina Wesleyan, the battling Bishops into the tournament for the first time in quite some time, out of a revamped USA South conference. By the way, don't forget, we got our last pick coming up. The guys are working hard. We'll join that in just a moment. But here is our conversation with John Thompson earlier today. Now joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville hotline, it is the head coach of the Battling Bishops of North Carolina Wesleyan. It is John Thompson. Coach, great to see you. Congratulations on a victory in the USA South. We'll certainly talk about how that's a little bit different, but more importantly, you got it done. That's all that matters. You got an AQ. You're going to be playing next week. You know, on Monday, your name will be announced. It's just a matter of where, when, and who. You got to be pretty thrilled with how the team's gone because the season's been great.
It has. We've got a tremendous group of young men, and they've been a lot of fun to coach. And obviously, we couldn't be any happier with the way the season has gone. And yesterday, we knew we had to get it done. There was no guarantee that we were going to get in if we didn't. So the one way we could assure ourselves a bid was to win, and the guys really played well, really played hard and well.
A little bit of a different USA South, something we really haven't talked about this season, probably something we just should have, is obviously it wasn't the big behemoth that it's been over the last few years with the new conference spinning out of that and you guys then being more of a traditional conference. It allowed a lot of factors. First off, not as many conference games to beat you all up, a little bit of more non-conference affair, but also a little bit of kind of a moment to breathe, I would assume. What was the season like versus what you've been used to for so many years?
Yeah, you said it. It was more of a traditional league. I'm old enough that I was in the league when it was a traditional league.
Yeah.
And then saw it become, as you said, this behemoth. And that was an adjustment. And we probably had just become accustomed to that behemoth when COVID hit. And COVID changed the way that we scheduled. Our cross-division games were eliminated. And so we had been playing more of a traditional schedule anyway for the last 2 years. So for me, it seems more natural. It seems more normal. These teams, and no matter what level you look, the leagues with 15 teams, 16 teams, really just seem too big to me. And so this felt natural and normal and appropriate for college basketball to me.
Sure, makes sense. Let's talk about the opening part of the season. You went 3-3, but you had some really interesting results in there. You got a win over Randolph to start the season. You got a loss to Mary Washington, of course, a team that is likely to be in the NCAA tournament, had knocked off Randolph-Macon, had some really good battles with some other programs, so they've been in the mix. You then beat Guilford. They're in the conversation. You then lost to Virginia Wesley and then beat Eastern and then lost to Christopher Newport in a pretty good battle there, enough to get Ryan Scott talking about you guys in December about just where you guys might be as a program. What stands out, though, is from there, you went 20-21. You won 20 games of the last 21. Obviously, most of that coming in conference, but that was a bit of a battle at the beginning, but it feels to me like it maybe prepped you for the rest of the season pretty nicely and maybe is going to have you understanding March a little bit better.
Yeah, I do think that it helped prep us for the rest of the season. There's no doubt. And, as I looked at the start of the year schedule, I began to question who was in charge of scheduling here. And unfortunately, I had to look at the mirror. But I thought when we left Christopher Newport, I felt really good about our team. I felt like we proved to anybody who was interested, and most importantly, I think to our guys who maybe didn't know exactly where on the spectrum we are, hey, look, we can play, and we can play. Eastern in that tournament at Christopher Newport, they came in undefeated, I think.
I believe you're right, yeah.
5 or 6-0 or something coming in there. And so, I think the early season really helped us. The win at Guilford was great, and obviously that game could have gone either way. It came down to a final possession, and we were able to score on a follow shot. The Mary Washington game here was a tremendous game. It was low scoring, but I thought it was a really well played game by both teams, and it came down to a 1 possession game. So I think those games helped us, and I hope that they will help us here in March.
Sure. 6-0. Yeah. Eastern was 6-0 coming into that one and having a pretty decent season, actually finished with 18 or 19 wins this year. Your one blemish was William Peace, who nipped you 80-78, kind of a bit of a thorn in your side. You beat him 73-67 in the regular season. So honestly, the conference tournament game kind of surprised me. 80-61 wasn't exactly the spread I expected there. Tell me a little bit about Peace, because to be honest, I think we're still getting used to them a little bit. They seem to have kind of emerged a little bit this season.
Yeah, absolutely. No, the game there was a tough game and well-deserved win by Peace. The game here was tough throughout. I couldn't have quoted the score to you, but a 6-point game. I mean, it was probably not much more than that in either direction for the entire game. Felt very fortunate. I certainly did not foresee a 19-point win yesterday coming, but they're very good. They had the 3 top scorers in our league, 1, 2, and 3 in our league on their roster. So those guys could really score, could really play. They're good, savvy basketball players. They're hard to guard, and they're a team that will be very good. I think just about all those guys are back.
Yeah, no, that could be a fascinating team to watch moving down the road. By the way, we should point out they had a 12-game turnaround in wins and a 9-game turnaround in losses. They were 6-18 last season, 18-9 this season. Tell me a little bit about your team. You got 4 guys in double figures. 2 of them are seniors. 2 of them are juniors. You got Isaiah Lewis leading the way at 15.8 points a game. He also has 7.5 rebounds per contest and a block and a half. You got Braden Dixon, the senior, also 12 points per contest, 3+ almost 4 rebounds a game. Hands out 2 assists per game. Khalid Chavis Hines, 11.7 points per game. While he's got about 4.5 rebounds, he hands out nearly 4 assists per game and gets 2 steals per contest. And Austin Manley, 11.5 points a game for him as well. He certainly helps dish it out. You've got a lot of weapons there, at least in those 4. I know there's more guys, but tell me about that quad.
Yeah, well, all very good basketball players. Isaiah, interestingly, was very lightly recruited as a high school player. We were actually recruiting another kid on his team and just kind of looked at him and said, hey, he's long, he's 6'5.5", 6'6", maybe pretty athletic. Maybe we should take a shot and see if he can develop. And every time we watched him, we liked him more and more, and he's really developed. He's been incredibly coachable, and he's gone from playing not a tremendous amount early on to being the player of the year in the league as a senior. So, very, very nice player for us. Braden Dixon, we loved. He came to our elite camp as a high school senior, and was a kid that we recruited early on and has been kind of a combo, played a lot of point for us, played off the ball when Khalid arrived, and has really made big shot after big shot here down the stretch. He made a shot to send the Brevard game on the road to overtime. He made a game-winning shot at the buzzer to beat Mary Baldwin. He made multiple big shots in the game yesterday. So he's a very savvy veteran guy. Khalid Chavis Hines scored 10 points yesterday and was the MVP of the tournament.
Yeah.
But to go with those 10 points, he had 8 rebounds, I think, 6 assists, a blocked shot, which he never gets, a couple of steals, and he is also the defensive player of the year in our league. So his defense really sets the tone for us and helps our attempt to control the game on that side of the ball. And then Austin Manley, I don't know what he is right now, but at various times he's been among the top 2 or 3 3-point percentage shooters in the country. Had multiple, 5 or 6 3-pointers made in a game. Really, really can get it going. And he got sick late in the year. He missed our home finale against Mary Baldwin, and so just came back this week. Had been a little under the weather, didn't really have his legs under him, so he wasn't probably at full strength in the tournament, but really outstanding shooter and a very good rebounder for a guard. So those guys are really, really good. But the other starter in the lineup, Marquise Eskew, made the all-tournament team yesterday at 18 points. And Kyron Kelly, 6'6" athlete, who really is a great finisher and is constantly developing. He's getting better every day. So we do have some different guys available.
And a team that's 19th in the country, by the way, in field goal percentage defense. You guys certainly want to try and slow down your opponents, and it seems to be working pretty well that way too.
Yeah, I think defense has been our calling card this year. I think that we've been able to put good pressure on the basketball. I think we've been able to rebound pretty well, and that's where things start for us: defense and rebounding.
It's a program you've been around for quite some time. Your 28th season, I believe, at the helm. You've got 430 wins almost. We're almost there. Maybe you get one in March. You'll hit that mark. What does it mean to you? I mean, because you have absolutely been the epitome of the battling bishops. Everything in the department. You've been an AD, now you're director of compliance. You've been a coach for a long time. You've seen the ups and downs of NC Wesleyan. As you said, you were there before the USA South became the behemoth that it is. What does it mean to get your program once again back in this national conversation, back to the tournament, and who knows, maybe even make some waves here come in March?
Yeah, well, obviously we're very proud of this team and what we've done. I think that, it's just like making the tournament is really hard. I mean, there are very few teams who enjoy the ability to go year after year, or, like it's a really rare year when they don't make it. There are very few of those schools. And we appreciate how hard it is to get there. And while we think even in years where we're absent, we think we've put together a really good program, and a program that year in and year out is going to be competitive, and that we're going to have a chance. And then, as we all know, at this time of year, there's a little bit of a roll of the dice to it. And this group has been on a mission, and they've They've really bonded. We've got really outstanding senior leadership, and a lot of things have fallen into place. And it's fallen into place in large part because of their commitment level and their discipline level.
You all clinched the conference championship 2 years ago. Unfortunately, COVID had already canceled the tournament by that point in time. So really, this is the first time you're dancing since 2011. Is there any buzz on campus yet? Has everybody kind of appreciated the fact on Monday we know your name's popping up and you guys get to play at least another week?
Well, I know there was a buzz in the gym yesterday. Our crowd was tremendous, and we really appreciate the support that we have. I haven't been on campus until I drove in to do this, and I know baseball's going outside, and but I don't know what the buzz is on campus. But I know that there's a buzz among our players. And I think the buzz on campus will be good this week, yes.
I am sure. It'll be fun to see the name pop up, as I said, on Monday's shows. And congratulations, Coach. I know you guys have felt like you've been knocking on the door often to be in this position. It's nice to see you break through and be there and talk about you. And thanks for coming on the show to talk about your program. I appreciate the time you found us. In the meantime, we always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who might be tuned in?
You know what? The main thing I want to say, Dave, is thank you. I want to thank you for what you do for Division III college basketball. And, year in and year out, you talk about perennials, teams that make it every year or frequently make it. You're always there, and you're an advocate for all of us in Division III, and we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, John. I appreciate it. It means a lot coming from you. Congratulations again. Good luck come next week, wherever you might be and whoever you end up playing. We'll look forward to watching the game. In the meantime, take care of yourself. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
John Thompson joining us on the Hudl Hoopsville Hotline. Thanks to John Thompson for joining us. Great conversation to him. Congratulations to the Battling Bishops on making the NCAA tournament. When we come back, our final pick of the men's selection, mock selections, remember, and then we'll start talking about what to expect tomorrow. You listen to Hoops Hopes, presented by D3Hoops.com and Sport Tours International from the WBCA NABC studios.
We've got more schools than Division I, more fans than Division II, and more upsets than March Madness. There's nearly 850 programs with over 11,000 games leading to 2 national championships. And we've been covering it all for over 2 decades. From Eastern to Occidental, from Puget Sound to Piedmont, from Southwestern to the University of New England, and from Hope to Calvin. Nobody covers Division III basketball like we do. We're D3Hoops.com at www.D3Hoops.com.
Responsibility is being accountable for your words and actions, first and foremost. It also is an obligation to be a positive influence in the communities around you. Being in a D3 program, you're going to have lots of different opportunities. You're not just an athlete, you're also involved in student life. Your academics are extremely important. We give a lot of our student athletes responsibilities right from the start by giving them leadership opportunities, by having them engage in the community, be a positive influence. That's being a responsible person.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
Cheer for the stumbles, the he shoulda had that's, and the tears that linger. For in those moments, greatness lies. There, you will find the provoked, the determined, the unified. It's in those moments that champions are born.
Passion's love. Passion is love for what you do. Because I think when you face challenges, it comes down to how much you want it and how much you love it. Passion is what keeps you going forward. Seeing so many people that were like-minded and so hardworking in their sport and academics, being surrounded by like-minded people makes you want to be more passionate. I think it pushes you to a different level that maybe you didn't think you had, and you can do the best of both worlds and love all of it.
And welcome back to the Selection Sunday special here on Hoopsville. A reminder, we'll be back on the air at 7 o'clock Monday night for our brackets breakdown special, if I'm awake. We still have our brackets to be announced tomorrow, men at 1 p.m. Eastern, women at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll have it all at d3hoops.com. We'll see also how accurate we were with our selection process. More importantly, are we done on the men's side? Take a quick look at where things stand as of right now. There are 19 of 20 picks so far, and you can see who's on the board. Colby, WPI, Utica, DeSales, Muhlenberg, Guilford, Worcester, Elmhurst, La Crosse, and Claremont Mudd Scripps are the ones remaining on the table. And you'll notice the big unicorn, Rochester, was picked 19th. So where does this all go from here? Well, joining us to discuss it all is our selection crew. And then some, and I clicked on the wrong thing here. Bear with me. I'm clearly very tired at this point. And there we go. Pat Coleman joining us. He's behind the board there. I just can't move too many things. I'm going to have to move some things around because I just noticed Drew Pastore's got a big basketball over his head now. So we'll fix that a little bit. But, gentlemen, all right. Where do we stand with everything?
Well, the long story, or the short story, and by the way, you know it's a big deal, like when Pat Coleman just rolls in randomly on the Zoom. All of a sudden, you're watching the board, and there comes Pat Coleman. He's like,
he popped in. You boys done yet? Because I'm done with the bracket. Let's go.
Right. Everyone, you could sense it. You know, it's a big moment. So we're down to 3 teams that are on this board. We're down to Utica, La Crosse, and Claremont Mudd Scripps. We've for a million reasons that we could replay, we've eliminated everyone else and have gotten ourselves down to Utica, La Crosse, CMS. We have different options here. Utica is kind of the anti-Rochester pick, high winning percentage pick, but also 6 RROs, big number, not a lot of like meat behind the 6, but 6. La Crosse, steady Eddie resume, 731, 556, 5-5. A win over Whitewater, 2 losses to Whitewater, and a win over Guilford, who's sitting on the board. And Claremont Mudd Scripps, 800, 523. The 523 is on the low side. 3-4. The 3 includes Mary Hardin Baylor. That's a good win. So, gentlemen, where do we stand on Utica, La Crosse, CMS? Because it's nitty-gritty time, and we'll have to make a decision.
Well, I'll jump in on this one. Last year, this group picked Utica in a similar situation as a high winning percentage, lower SOS RRO pick, and that was the one that we got wrong. It was the very last team we picked last year in the 20th round. And with this committee being SOS driven, I'm sort of loath to go that way again. CMS is interesting. What sticks in my head is that in the top 16, the committee put St. Thomas out of Region 10 a lot lower than we expected that they might out of that. And some of that has to do with perceived scheduling things. And that makes me lean a little bit toward La Crosse, despite the low win percentage, even at least if we think that Whitewater might be a number 2 in the region now, and that becomes a substantial win.
And the Guilford win. I think the Guilford win becomes pretty big at this point.
Yeah,
Snyder?
Looking more into I know the 6 and 4 looks big for Utica, but those are not good numbers on either side, right? 2 of those wins are Alfred, who was barely ranked last week and probably fell out for this week. Obviously, they still count because they're in for number 3. But also when you look at the losses, Utica has 4 losses. 3 of them are to teams ranked lower than they are. Whereas you look at CMS, they have 4 losses, but 3 of them are to teams ranked higher than them.
Right.
You know, and it's the same thing. Lacrosse has losses that are to teams, you know, there's Oshkosh in there.
2 to Whitewater.
Right? Whitewater is in there. Like, most of their losses are to teams ranked higher than them. I feel like we need to eliminate Utica. Even though those numbers look good, you know, as Drew said, we made the mistake last year of kind of being fooled by a similar resume. I just feel like those numbers are kind of weak.
The difference is Utica has 2 wins on a 4, right? With Nazareth? So, you know, you compare that to Lacrosse, who has 1 win against Whitewater. It's great, but they've got 2 losses to them. I don't think that's...
Well, Utica went 1-2 against St. John Fisher. You know?
Who's the
They
6th?
lost to St. John Fisher twice and only beat them once.
Yeah. I just don't...
And we think Whitewater's ranked higher than Lacrosse, and we think Nazareth is ranked lower than Utica.
Yeah, we think Whitewater. We're confident Whitewater's 2 in Region 9. That it goes Oshkosh, Whitewater, 1 and 2. So that is a tough one. You know, for Lacrosse, for me, it is again, it's so strange. We're looking at a WIAC resume like that and not putting it in because usually there's so much substance behind it. I don't love that Lacrosse didn't beat Oshkosh once. Home game against Oshkosh. You know, that gets you in.
By the way,
I don't.
Quick note: Utica's ahead of Nazareth because they beat them twice.
Right.
Sure. Yeah. True. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying they're ranked below them, but because they beat them twice. So I think that's part of that conversation. Sorry,
but we're double counting criteria all over the place here, so we can't stop now.
Right.
Fair. Sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
I'm probably Lacrosse or CMS here.
Devil's advocate, how fun would it be? Let's pick CMS. Let's get 3 SCIAC teams in here. Let's have some fun with the bracket. Is what they wouldn't be doing.
It would be fun. It would be fun if we picked Claremont Mud Scripts because the big thing is the Mary Hardin Baylor win, and that was like an opening weekend game, and so it'd be fun if that was a big factor in the determination.
Well, we can bring up the other fun theme about this.
There are no more.
If Nazareth was on the board right now, I think we'd be taking them.
Fair.
And they are being blocked by having lost twice to Utica.
Yeah.
Fair point. Wow.
I mean, I think Nazareth would be the pick if they were here.
Could be.
That's that we've discussed that throughout the season a few times. The whole like the head-to-head thing, it's a tricky deal because, I mean, Nazareth probably has a better resume than Utica in this process, don't they?
Well, it's what happened last year with Roanoke. Again, I'll bring it up. Roanoke-Guilford. Guilford did not have a better resume on the national level as Roanoke did, but Roanoke went 0-2 against Guilford. If they had gone 1-1 against Guilford, Roanoke's ahead of them and probably in the NCAA tournament. Nazareth goes 1-1 against Utica. They're ahead of them in the rankings probably and in the NCAA tournament.
Well, Nazareth has an SOS of 5-16, 5-1-6. That's the problem. They beat Oswego. So if Nazareth is on the board, we'd be haggling over all that stuff, right? The .516 versus the Oswego win. I don't think it'd be any easier if Nazareth was on the board.
All right, so are we doing lacrosse?
Are we
comfortable with lacrosse?
No.
Well, are we down to a vote? I think, which is almost the entire reason I came on here, was to suggest that we go to parliamentary procedure here.
I'm almost leaning towards CMS, to be honest.
Well, you can have a vote.
Yeah, I think we should have a vote and make our pick and be done with it. How do we want the vote to play out? Who's our parliamentarian? Who's going to run this thing? Pat, you just rolled in here. Tell us how the vote's going to work.
Well, I mean, I think we'll just do a show of hands.
Are we doing Robert's rules?
I think we've already had all of our discussion. I don't think we need to talk about making a motion or having a second or anything like that. I think if we're just down to lacrosse and Claremont, let's see a show of hands. First, for the team on the board from Region 9, UW Lacrosse.
Oh, interesting.
And then a vote for Claremont Mud Scripts.
Oh, you're not voting, Pat.
I'm not a part of your committee. I'm just here to parliament.
I just thought maybe we were going to get a 3-3 split there for a second.
Yeah, are you like the vice president, tiebreaker?
I would rather have CMS in, but I'm just that SOS is scary to me. I just have a hard time believing the committee is going to take that SOS.
I think that we just had a vote, and we 3-2 wins, right? Lacrosse.
I think so.
Lacrosse just won the vote 3-2.
All right. I'm waiting to...
There's our field.
I want it to be CMS. Please know all there, especially the SkyAC conference that always is subtweeting me. Like,
You're a hedging hard, sir. You're a hedging.
I don't trust this committee to take that SOS.
I'll tell you what, as hard as the last pick was, I'm going to say this. I feel way better about Rochester right now. Like, I feel way better about their criteria. Their totality of Rochester's resume was way better than what we just went through. I feel pretty good about
also
Rochester.
to just talk about this, when Saturday morning started, I was convinced that every team with a 700 winning percentage and a 550 SOS would get in. There were only 16 of them in Pool C at that point.
Yeah.
And now we're just rejecting a number of them right here on the board, plus some that haven't even made it yet. You know, like it's
because you have a 964 winning percentage and a 543 SOS enter the board, right? That's what this weekend was like.
And the thought was that this process might be easier because of all the craziness. It's still at the end. You're still splitting hairs. The margins are so thin.
I think it got harder.
20 either way.
I think it got harder at the end because you didn't have the ability to eliminate so many teams right off the bat with bad resumes.
Yeah.
To have some of the good ones shine, you had a bunch of good ones sitting there.
So I was just looking at last year's final board because one of the things I do in writing, the story on our projected bracket is start from the framework of what we wrote last year. And last year at this time on our board was Brandeis, who had a 625 winning percentage. Whitewater had a 600 winning percentage. Claremont had a 667. Otterbein had a 680. There were a lot of teams, as you alluded to, Dave, that we eliminated right away in this process. Those teams don't even come to the board this year because of all the upsets.
Right.
We're talking 741, 846, 778, 667, 786, 643, 630, only because Eau Claire comes to the table now, and 800. I mean, we didn't have those numbers at all at the table last year.
Last year we had one bid thief, and this year we've had 8.
Good point, Drew. Good point.
You think 8? I thought we had more than that.
Well, we can go back and do the math based on what we projected.
Right.
Or not. It might be different when the dust settles tomorrow, right?
Yeah. But I mean, Arcadia, well, Arcadia gets to steal a bid.
Babson is not a bid thief in this committee's mind at the moment. Neither is St. John Fisher.
Well, Albertus Magnus was a bid thief.
Albertus Magnus always a big thief. Yeah.
Shriner was a big
Shriner's a bid thief, yes.
Shriner.
I think Whitewater was because I don't know that Whitewater's winning percentage
you're probably
was going to
right.
be enough in this.
I was just thinking that. You're probably right. Let's
Those
see
are big.
Yeah, like if
ASC,
Cal Lou doesn't
won the
win,
ASC?
does Claremont Mud Scripts get in?
Who won?
What about
who won the ASC?
ETBU.
Yeah,
they're probably a bid thief, right?
I thought they were in good shape. I thought they were in good shape. But what about the NESCAC?
Redlands out of the SkyAC. Or
the
Cal
fact
Lou,
that Middlebury and Williams didn't get to the NESCAC final. I mean, was Hamilton getting in?
Would have been on the board.
They would have been very much to the conversation, but there could have been a bid thief in the NESCAC the way that played out.
Yep.
And
definitely had one out of the SkyAC.
With one less win does not get in, right? Hamilton's 704 right now. If Hamilton loses in the conference tournament there, I don't think they're getting in.
It'd be hard to
imagine. Would have still been ahead of
for the
Colby, so they would have been on our board. We would have considered them.
It would have been on the board.
Well, pretty fascinating to say the least. We'll see if we're right tomorrow.
Yeah, if Elmhurst gets in, I'm going to puke. I mean, I'm like, oh my God, we missed the CCIW team. I'm going to puke if Elmhurst gets in. Just don't text me or call
If
me.
Rochester doesn't get in, I might put my head through a wall. Only because of all the frustration it caused.
If Elmhurst was staring at us, though, we eliminated them. We're like, no, I don't think they're going to get in. But if they do, I'll be like, oh, I'll never get.
I personally am hoping we got a different one wrong, but that's more.
Well, that Worcester resume gets in almost every single year, right?
No, that's
we thought they were
exactly.
safe a week ago.
Worcester and WPI looked like they were not quite locked.
For
pretty solid. And then all these bubble bursts later.
For a lot of these teams, we can't turn around and go back and say schedule better. We can't go back and say win more games because 95% of the time they're in. It's, the only thing you can say is win your conference tournament, but thanks to parity, to be blunt, it's much more wide open now. Much more wide open. But, no fault to Worcester. They have a pretty good resume.
Right. Again, back to last year. I mean, last year, Calvin made it as an at-large with a 731 and a 542 SOS.
Right.
Neither of those numbers are higher than what Worcester has on the board right now.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So they did have better RROs, but yeah.
But still, yeah, just amazing. Not only the parity, but just how much we absolutely just carnage this weekend on the men's side of things. Well, gents, really appreciate it. Any final thoughts ahead of tomorrow? We'll go in order, just kind of counterclockwise. I'll start with Bob.
Can't wait to see the bracket. This has been fun. It's been fun kind of following this for the last couple weeks, almost in a daily fashion. It's a blast. I know we grinded this out longer than we should have tonight, but that's what we care.
Yeah,
we love doing this, and it shows you how difficult this is. So appreciate you guys having me on, and this was a blast.
Definitely. Ryan Scott.
I mean, yeah, it took a long time, and I do think Dave was right that there needs to be conversations about whether teams should get in. I do think we followed the criteria tonight and continued conversations about what that criteria looks like, not just, win totals or win percentages, but all around. We need to continue to refine that and do a better job. But there's always going to be good teams left out, and we're going to see a ton of them this year.
Yeah.
And that's really sad. But I think we're also going to see some great basketball. So
agreed. Yeah, no, good points. Matt Snyder.
Yeah, I had fun tonight. I think we did a good job. I think we got at least 18, but to be honest, that's kind of like our own Mendoza line. We can't really do worse than that, or else we'd be disappointed. So we'll see what happens with the last two. It's going to be a great tournament. I agree with the others. It would be nice to have more framework around the criteria. I don't think it means the committee is doing a bad job. I just think there's not a lot of there's a lot open to interpretation for individual committees to make, and they make some of those determinations differently. So maybe if there was more framework, then we would have some more clarity around these Rochester type discussions.
Fair. Drew Pastor.
Just to say thanks to everybody involved these last few weeks. February is always fun with the group that's on here and several more that aren't on the call. And thanks to you and Pat for everything that you do in promoting the great game across the division.
Well, thank you, Drew, for jumping in tonight as well. Pat, our parliamentarian, any final thoughts?
I appreciate it. I will kind of echo some of the things Drew said, and I'll flip it around the other way. It used to be, Dave, that you and I would be the people doing all of the math also,
Yes.
right? And we'd be pulling all of the information to find out who, what all the numbers are and all of that sort of thing. So to have people like Bob doing this and his projections on a multiple times a day basis, it seems, on Twitter, all the work that Matt does, Drew at D3 Bubble on Twitter, is the person who I went to all week to determine, when I'm putting together the conference tournament tracker, I'm no longer applying any of my own thoughts into this. It's like, what do the other people think? Drew's the first person I go to. So I'm very thankful for that. Dave, I know you need to get some rest. And also, one of the things I enjoyed the most about this show was flipping back and forth from the live segments to the stuff taped earlier and seeing Dave's 5 o'clock shadow switch. Got a lot of facial hair, lack of continuity there, sir.
Darn it, I thought I had it right. Good call, though. Never even considered the facial hair side of that. Good point. Darn it. Yeah, well, I got to get some sleep, but I also got some notes together for tomorrow. But unless you all want to help out and start writing down notes about the AQs at least.
Ryan and I have a bracket to finish.
Oh,
so
that's
we're
right.
Gonna do that.
That's right. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. No, it went longer than we planned. We will revisit that for next year. I found out late right before this show started that we had started a whole hour earlier last year, and maybe that really should be our plan, but we'll cross that bridge next season. But thanks for the hard work, everybody. Really appreciate it. You guys enjoy the rest of your evenings and enjoy Bracket Breakdown. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Guys. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Appreciate the guys coming on board to join us for that. We're going to wrap it up pretty much right there, right now. Not much more to add. I do want to thank all of our coaches who came on the show, and I'm hoping, well, I can get them right because I got them listed here. Bear with me. First and foremost, from the National Committee, Sarah Quadracki and Megan Wilson, thank you so much for coming on. Really in the middle of their whole process. We got to talk to them at about 4:30 Eastern time while they were in the middle of things. Megan's committee was still working and came down. I think Sarah's committee had taken a break, but appreciate them for coming on the show and giving us some insight. Craig Dagan from Maine Maritime, Kira Mowen from Knox, Joe Shotland from Texas Dallas, Adam Van Zelst from Arcadia, Brian Martin from Co., and John Thompson from North Carolina Wesley, and of course the women's panel, Scott Peterson, Riley Zayas, and Gordon Mann, and the men's panel, Ryan Scott, Bob Quillman, Matt Snyder, Drew Pastor, and then Pat Coleman there at the end. Appreciate them coming on board as well. Here's the breakdown again. We will be on the air at 7 o'clock Eastern tomorrow night with a bracket breakdown. We will hopefully be talking to both committee chairs. One of them may be pre-recorded. And we will have a segment with whoever can join us to get reactions, our experts. I'm not sure we'll have a lot of coaches on because it's a little hard to turn those around sometimes. The men's bracket will be released at 1 o'clock Eastern time. We'll have it at d3hoops.com. The women's bracket will be released at 2:30 Eastern on d3hoops.com as well. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter at D3Hoops or at D3Hoopsville using the hashtag Hoopsville and D3Hoops right there on our little board. And I want to thank all the sports information directors who also helped. They actually sent me images that I could make graphics out of. I just ran out of time. But I'm going to probably forget a name. I apologize now. We're going to do our best to nail these. But Megan at Maine Maritime, thank you for your help. Let's see. I'm flying through these. I apologize. Hunter at Co., thank you for your help. Bruce at Texas Dallas, appreciate your help as well. Baden at North Carolina Wesleyan, really appreciate the support you gave us. Who am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting somebody. I'm looking to double check. Nope. Who am I? Oh Lord, I apologize. Oh, Megan at Maine Maritime. We mentioned Megan. See, I'm tired. Now I've totally lost it, so I'm not really sure who I have forgotten or who I didn't. If I forgot you, I apologize. You guys have all been great. Oh, Adam at Arcadia, thank you for your assistance as well. It's been great. I appreciate everybody who helped us out. Knox, I forgot James at Knox for his assistance. Thank you to those who donated to the show. We inched up a little bit tonight. Appreciate that. We will continue our fundraising efforts and hope you will continue to help us do the work that we do. And if you don't want to use Venmo or Give Butter, that's fine. If you want to use Zelle or if you want to use, just send us a check. Contact me. We will send you information on how you can do so. And thank you very much. And with that, we will sign off. I want to thank our supporters, of course, d3hoops.com and everybody behind the scenes there. Sport Tours International, we talk a lot about improving your resumes, improving who you're playing and all that stuff, though a little tough on the men's side this year. But the women as well. Sport Tours International helps put on the d3hoops.com Classic annually at the South Point Arena in Las Vegas. Feel free to contact us. We'll get you involved with that and get you in touch with our friends at Sport Tours International. Big thank you for the Women's Basketball Coaches Association and the National Association of Basketball Coaches for their support of our program. We appreciate them more than you can ever imagine. Look forward to our partnership down the road. And, of course, a big thank you to Hudl Blue Frame Technology for their assistance in helping us stream the show and much more beyond that. And with that, we will wrap it up. You've been listening to Hoops Hope, presented by D3Hoops.com for the WBCA and ABC studios. Thanks to our partners also at Sport Tours International. Also, a big thank you to my family, who not only went away to a hockey game today so I could have a little bit of peace and quiet while I worked, but have been huge supporters. Andy does a lot of the sign back there. He takes what I want done and puts it together. I appreciate his support. But everybody else for getting me dinner and all that, and even Tucker, who's asleep at my feet here tonight, for his support of our efforts. We'll see you back here on Monday. Fun times. We'll see if we were right on any of them coming up tomorrow. You all take care, enjoy, and we will see you later.